experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Randall Carlson, how are you, sir?
I'm doing well, Joe.
You freaked out the entire podcast population the last time you were here with your stories of cataclysmic disasters and the ramifications of asteroidal impacts, and just the evidence that you presented was a real mind fuck, as it were.
Well, what can I say?
Well,
I apologize to all the listeners out there that might have had nightmares.
No worries.
Okay.
I knew that was going to be the case, though. I knew after the first time I met you, we had that long conversation in Atlanta. I knew once you sat down for 3 hours on a podcast and opened up about that stuff, it was really going to uncork a lot of people's domes.
Well, you know, ironically, there's an upside to the whole thing. Maybe we'll have time to get into that a little bit today.
Yeah, definitely. So tell me, you just returned from a long excursion with Graham Hancock. You want to bend that thing like that towards your face with my work.
Yeah, there you go. Like this.
Yeah, there you go. You just returned from a long excursion with Graham Hancock. You guys were on the road, and what was the nature of your trip?
Well, I was taking Graham on a tour, showing him some landscapes. I could call them the landscapes of catastrophe, because he's doing his sequel to Fingerprints of the Gods. And you know, when he came out with that book in 1995, he was theorizing that there had been this lost civilization in prehistoric times. And, you know, the critics, the gist of most of what the critics were attacking him on, and there were considerable attacks on him as a result of some of the things he put forward in that book, was that, well, if there was this, you know, great civilization that had existed in, you know, somewhere back in prehistory, where's the evidence of it? Where is the, you know, where is the infrastructure that would have existed? And, you know, I don't know if you really have an answer for that, other than the fact that there were events that had intervened between then and now. But he wasn't really specific about what the nature of those catastrophes actually were. And a lot of additional research has come out since 1995 that basically opens the window onto those events, that basically separates our modern history, which, you know, the recorded history goes back 5,000 or 6,000 years. You know, when we look at the emergence of modern civilization, we would basically trace it back to 9,000 or 10,000 years ago with the emergence of you know, agriculture, the dispersion of languages, the first cities, and so forth. When we go beyond that, a few thousand years, we're in a completely different world. And I mean, so completely different that it's almost unrecognizable from our modern world. If we started recreating maps, going backwards, like taking snapshots of the planet every millennium, going back, what we would see is that going back to 7,000 or 8,000 years ago, the basic configuration of our planet would not change much. Once we get 11, 12, 13,000 years ago, the changes become profoundly dramatic. We start seeing sea levels going down hundreds of feet. We see massive ice sheets covering North America and Europe, and lots of other enormous changes. Beyond that is what I consider to be deep history. Because, as we may have talked about in our last interview, you know, we modern humans have been on this planet for 150 to 200,000 years, at least. You know, if we go back, say, I think the oldest modern human skeleton ever found was named Homo adultu, and he dates to about 180,000 years, roughly. If we think of a generation of humans as 25 years, that's 7,000 generations of humans, right? Now, so the question is what were we doing for all those thousands of generations until somebody finally realized, hey, you know what? We can plant crops, we can build cities, we can form communities, you know, we can invent language, etc., etc. Well, my contention is, and I think the evidence that's accumulating supports this interpretation, that what we're really seeing 7, 8, 9,000 years ago is not the origins of civilization, but the rebooting of civilization. You see what I'm saying? And when we go back and we realize that modern history is separated from deep history by this extraordinary series of events that transpired between about 11 and 13 or 14,000 years ago, once we begin to recognize how extreme these events were in remodeling our planet, totally remodeling our planet, it then becomes obvious to us why there is not a lot of hard evidence for whatever went on prior to these events.
And there's been some things that they've found since then that have really sort of made Graham Hancock's theories become more and more palatable to even mainstream scientists.
Yes.
Like Göbekli Tepe.
Exactly. Göbekli Tepe, Gunung Padang. These are apparently structures that were built at least 11 or 12,000 years ago, and I'm waiting to find out the most recent ideas on them. I think that probably they go back much older than that, because from what Graham told me, they're just only in the preliminary stages of being excavated. So
yeah, I believe Göbekli Tepe is less than 10% excavated, right?
Yeah. So this is this enormous ruin that appears to be, late Pleistocene ice age in age, that apparently was deliberately buried, which is interesting. Brings up that very interesting issue: why would they deliberately bury it?
And they know it's deliberately buried because of the uniformity of the age of the
Yes.
dirt. Is that what it is?
I questioned Graham on that because I wanted to know if it was, because the first thing I thought to myself was it could be natural, because I have seen so many sedimentary deposits caused by great floods. Graham assured me that it was human, that it was deliberate. It was not because if it had been buried by floods or water, there should be internal stratification. It would be very obvious. I've been giving it some thought, and what occurred to me was this, and I ran this by Graham, but I haven't gotten a response from him on this. But I started thinking, if it was deliberately buried, why would they bury it? Then I began thinking what we talked about last time when we were talking about the Tunguska event in Siberia, when you had this massive aerial detonation, that was about a 15 megaton explosion. Okay, now that's equivalent to our biggest hydrogen bombs that used to be in the American arsenal.
And it's just because of an asteroid that blew up in our atmosphere.
Yeah, about a 150-foot diameter asteroid, which is not that big, really, relative in the cosmic scale of things. The point, though, is that it was moving really, really fast. It was moving, a rifle bullet, let's say on average, is about 1,000 feet per second, right? An asteroid coming into the atmosphere is going to be 20 or 30 times that velocity. So it carries an enormous kinetic punch when it hits the atmosphere. It explodes because of the fact that the Earth is not actually absorbing a lot of that energy. It's dispersed widely through the atmosphere. Now think about this, particularly during the height of the Cold War, in order to protect our missile silos, our super hardened command and control centers, what did we do with them?
Put them underground.
Put them underground. We buried them. Exactly. And I began to think perhaps could explain why it was buried, in order to preserve it against the possibility of some kind of an aerial burst or some kind of a highly energetic event.
That seems a weird thing for 12,000 years ago, no? I mean, what could, we have really no evidence whatsoever that anybody's capable of doing anything like that long ago. But,
Well, I think on the contrary.
Really?
I think that what we see at the very beginnings of recorded history is an obsession with the sky. And that's one of the points that Graham brings out in his work, is that humans, our ancestors of 10, 12, 13,000, even, much sooner than that, had a just an obsessive concern with events in the sky. And, all of these ancient structures, whether we're talking about Stonehenge, and I'm sure it's going to be the same case with Göbekli Tepe, when we look at this infrastructure from, like the Mesolithic period through the Neolithic period from, 4,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, what we see is that there's this concern with astronomy. The astronomical alignments that are built into these structures actually allow some pretty sophisticated observations of events happening in the sky. And we can maybe pull up some stuff here that I've brought today to look
Sure.
at that. But yeah, I think that it's highly plausible that people back then could have. Because think about this again, to try to put this in context. How many generations ago was the primary mode of human transportation horseback?
Not that many.
4 or 5 generations ago.
Pretty crazy.
Pretty crazy. Now, think 7,000 generations. Are you going to tell me that in all of that time, all of those generations of humans that have the same, presumably, intelligence as our own because they've got the same brain size, that they're not going to be able to come up with some kind of a transmitted tradition, some type of the idea of somehow of culture, of civilization, of language, of that's my point, is that there was so much that has been lost. Once we understand how dynamic this planet really is, it'll become clear to us why we don't have the hard physical record of things going on 20 or 30,000 years ago.
To put it in perspective for people who have never studied ancient Egypt, Cleopatra, the pyramids, if you look at the date of the pyramids, the Cleopatra is closer to us.
Yes. Than the pyramids were to Cleopatra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is nuts.
It's crazy.
It's like you stop and think about that. Like, wait a minute, what? They was that old back then, and they've found these little tiny airplanes inside the pyramids. These little miniature, carved airplanes that look like airplanes. And people have tried to say, well, no, they represent birds. That doesn't look like a bird at all. I mean, they have a rudder. I mean, they look like planes.
Well, yeah, and there are traditions, particularly the Vedic traditions, that are full of descriptions of flying objects.
Yes, the Vimanas.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. So what is that? I'm not going to proclaim unequivocally it's airplanes, but at the same time, we got to keep an open mind about it. And the point I'm trying to make is that, there was so much time that transpired, all kinds of things could have happened that have basically been erased.
Right.
And hopefully by the end of today's interview, you'll have a clear idea of specifically what some of those things really were.
So we're talking about a potential civilization of maybe tens of thousands of years of growth. And if we're looking at what we have from the beginning of the dawn of civilization, and we believe Mesopotamia somewhere around 7,000 years ago, from that till today, we're talking about maybe double or triple that was lost in these gigantic cataclysmic events, maybe 15, 20,000, 30,000 years of human beings inventing things, people building upon the inventions of others, expanding, and then all of that, boom, wiped out. We're rubbing sticks together again to start fires, and then whatever memories are left, people have to rebuild.
A generation or two ago, it was easy to dismiss ideas like that as fringe science.
Right.
Today, as we sit here in 2015, it's not nearly so easy to dismiss that, particularly what we now know about the history of this planet and how truly dynamic it has been. And that we have, in effect, been sort of blessed the last 6,000 to 10,000 years with a relatively stable climate. And I'm going to show you some graphs here that really will blow your mind, that really will underscore how significant some of these changes have been, how profound some of them have been. And once we know that and begin to incorporate that into our thinking, we realize we're going to have to kind of reevaluate our models of prehistory.
Okay, well, we have a new setup now. So with the TriCaster, we're going to allow Randall to take control of the situation here. If you're just listening to this might be one of those podcasts where if you're one of those people that listens to it on a commute, you might want to go back and check out the, Vimeo or YouTube, or those are the ones that Ustream is going to give you a HD now too, right? We do, some people don't even know, we do a HD video of this podcast as well. So what is this oxygen isotopes in Greenland?
Oxygen isotopes in Greenland, yeah. What we're looking at here, this goes back to the early 90s when glaciologists and paleoclimatologists, guys who study ancient climate, extracted these ice cores from the summit of Greenland. And the reason they went to the summit was because they were looking for the most undistorted ice core record that they could find. Previous ice core extractions had been near the perimeter of the ice sheets, and there the ice flow is much more dynamic, so there was more distortion in the record. So what they did was they went to the very center. There was a European team and an American team. And without getting into the background, basically the ice sheet there was almost 2 miles thick. It took them 5 years to drill through. It was
2 miles thick.
Yes.
Just think about how far, like looking, how far 2 miles away is. Like, what is a plane? A plane's a mile in the air?
No. Well, a jet's going to be about 30,000 feet.
What's a mile? 35,000 feet?
A mile? Now you got to remember this because it's going to be an important number. 5,280 feet
Is a mile.
is a mile. Right.
Oh.
Now the tallest building in downtown LA is probably not over 800 feet, 1,000 feet at the most.
No.
I'm not sure. I did look it up at one point what the tallest building was. I don't remember what it was. I know the tallest building in Atlanta is 1,060 feet, and 2 miles. You'd have to think of 10 of those stacked on top
Right.
of each other to get a 2 mile thick sheet of ice. That's an amazingly huge mass of ice.
Right.
Right, and that's pretty much the summit of Greenland, right? And what we're looking at on this graph here, if you go down the left side of the graph, it's the surface, and then down here this 1,500 you see right at the bottom, that's 1,500 meters, right? 1,500 meters, you figure there's about 3.28 feet per meter, so that's going to be 45. It's going to be close to 5,000. So this is 1,500 meters times
Roughly a mile.
a little less than a mile. Over here on the right is the time in thousands of years before the present. So as you go down right there's 1,000 years. You go down, there's 2,000. Down at the bottom, you see 10. So that's 10,000 years ago. Now, basically, what the oxygen isotopes do, they're a proxy for temperature change adjacent to the ice mass, right? And if you look at these are snapshots basically taken like every 10 years, right? And what you see here is that the temperature is oscillating back and forth. It's 2 to 4 degrees centigrade. Now, to put this into context, the concern, we got into this somewhat last time, the whole issue of global warming. And I know that in some of the feedback we got, some of the most critical comments came from people who didn't like me undermining this whole concept of global warming induced catastrophe, right? But what we see here, though, is clearly that the climate, this is the 10,000 years that we're talking about here, is called the Holocene by geologists. It's oscillating back and forth 2 to 4 degrees centigrade every 10, 20, 30 years, right? So we're talking about a degree that has changed basically in the last century to a century and a half, right? Which really almost wouldn't even show up here, you see. But we're going down. As we go down, we'll see, as you go to the right, that means temperature's warming. As you go to the left, it means it's cooling. Right? And so as we go back down, this is through the Holocene. We're going through here. And if you look, there's some interesting stuff going on. Right here at about 8,200 years ago, there's a spike of cooling right there. And that was very, very significant cooling. I mean, that was probably caused the glaciers worldwide to start growing again for a couple of centuries after they had basically disappeared at the end of the Ice Age. So this was a very significant event right here. And then as we get down right here at 10,000, you see it starts deviating to the left, it starts deviating to the cooler. I'm going to go to the next slide where we take this graph and we turn it on its side. And what I've done here is, you see, this is the present right here. And this is basically 10,000 years ago over here on the right side. And I've drawn there's a level green line in here to kind of give you a comparison. And you'll notice something. Here's this 8,200 year ago cold spike, right? And then as we're going along here, you'll notice something that the general amplitude of these oscillations starts increasing as we get closer to the present. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets bigger. And you'll also notice that it's dropping. It's dropping below that green line. And that means it's cooling. So in the last 10,000 years, we went from a period of considerable warmth in the immediate post-glacial era, and then it began to cool off around 6,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, and as it began to cool off, the temperature oscillations began to increase in magnitude, okay? Which actually contradicts the computer models that are saying the amplitude of the oscillations is going to increase as the climate gets warmer. What we actually see from the Greenland ice cores is the opposite of that, and it's right here in this graph. But what's really significant about this is when we go back beyond 10,000 years ago.
Whoa.
And we see this.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
For folks who are listening, there's a giant change. I mean,
Yeah.
we're looking at little tiny, maybe millimeter left, right,
Yeah.
left, right, up until this point. Now we're looking at huge changes.
Huge changes. Wow. Catastrophic changes of temperature. Yeah. And here we're going back. Notice this is between 11, right here, roughly 11,600 years ago and about 14,000 years ago. Look at what happened right here. You can see right around 15,000 years ago, the climate is actually, if we took this thing out of here, you can see there's almost a trend upwards that gets interrupted right here.
Boom, instantly.
Boom, overnight.
Giant jump.
Overnight, yeah. And in fact, what has happened is if you go back through the literature of climate change and you read the estimates of how long it took for the planet to shift modes from full glacial to the interglacial like we're in now, 50, 75 years ago, it was 1,000 or more years, thousands of years. When radiocarbon dating came along in the 50s, it began to compress. And what happened is that if you look in the 80s, they're talking about perhaps a century, several centuries. Now comes the Greenland ice cores and other ice cores and other proxies, deep sea cores and so forth, and the correlation of all of this evidence. And it goes from centuries to decades. Well, as the ability to perceive these changes with ever greater precision and ever greater resolution has evolved, it's gotten to now where the climate change that took us from glacial to interglacial happened in less than 5 years. And that's what we're seeing right here in this graph.
What?
That's what we're seeing.
So 2010 glacier, 2015 done. Ice age over.
The glacier, yeah. Bear in mind now that there was a considerable lag between the actual, the manifestation of the glaciers, because the glaciers didn't melt that quick.
Because they're so huge.
Right. It'd be just like,
that started.
imagine that we had a big chunk of ice sitting.
Right.
We had an ice sculpture, right? And if the temperature is, 31 degrees, it's not going to melt. If you turn the temperature up to 70 degrees, right, we could turn the temperature up in a matter, and it could warm up the room in a matter of hours or minutes. But it's going to take a while for that ice sculpture to melt. There's going to be a lag, see?
Right.
Although the change that led to that meltdown was virtually instantaneous, you see.
Right.
So, but in that period, in this interim, what we're seeing right here, there was an extraordinary, right here, I think if I go to the next slide, let's go to the next one. Yeah. Zoom in here so you can see this. There were two massive warming spikes. One right here, you can see that we're down here in full glacial mode right there. And then boom, right there, this huge spike of warming.
Now,
right
what does
there.
that represent when it comes to like temperatures?
That could be on the order of, well, that would be about 10 to 12 degrees centigrade, which would be about 18 degrees Fahrenheit, average temperature.
Which is a crazy change.
Crazy change. Because
we're
again,
scared of 2 degrees, right?
We're scared of 2 degrees. And here we're scared to 2 degrees centigrade. Here we're looking at 5, 6 times that much in a matter of a couple of years, you see.
Wow.
At this point, we don't really have an explanation for this. That's why I get really frustrated when somebody says to me, "Oh, the debate on climate change is over." No. We're in the infancy of understanding the climate of this planet. And when we look at stuff like this, you see, it really drives home that point. And you can see here, right
I think what people are saying when they're saying that the debate on climate change is over, though, is whether or not human beings have had an impact on it in current times.
No question.
Right.
We have had an impact.
Right. That's
no question.
kind of what the debate is, right?
Well, if you say that the debate is about have humans had an impact or not, I think that there's no debate. Yeah, humans have had an impact.
What they're looking at, though, in your mind, is one aspect of a very multidimensional issue.
Yes, exactly. And my concern is that we're going to get so focused
on carbon change.
That we're not looking at any of these other factors.
Isn't that what people do, though? I mean, we concentrate on one aspect of things, and it becomes like almost like a cultural meme, and then it spreads, and this is all people talk about. And,
Yeah.
and so many people, I guarantee you, that were upset at what you said have not researched climate change at all. They just have parroted the words of people that they've heard on
Yes.
television that are experts.
Well, you got this. Well, 97%
Right.
agree. Well, if
Yeah.
you look into the origin of that, it's pretty contrived. It really is. I mean, how you come up with that. And we could do an hour-long discussion on that, and I don't really think we want to get into that today. But I really feel like I should write an analysis of the source of that 97% so-called consensus so that people can really see where it came from. In a nutshell, basically, it goes to 3 or 4 pieces of research, some surveys that went out that were slanted right from the beginning, such as, do you feel that humans have had an impact on climate? Yes. Nobody disagrees with that. See, you can go through whoever these so-called deniers are. I have looked and looked. Who's denying? Is there any climate scientists on anywhere on the spectrum that denies that the climate changes or that denies that humans have had an influence on the climate? And I haven't found a single one. So in other words, these deniers that you hear about, the climate change deniers, they don't really exist. There are those who criticize the consensus view, right? That the dominant mode of climate change is being induced by humans. And they are being shoved into this camp of climate change deniers, but they're not. They're absolutely not climate change deniers. And when you look at stuff like this, a lot of these guys who would question the so-called anthropogenic climate change consensus are guys who've done this work.
Now, this work is how old?
Well, this goes to the this goes back to this work that I'm showing you here was published in '93. The Greenland Ice Sheet Project and the Greenland Ice Sheet Project and the Greenland I forget, it was GRIP and GISP. The two, it was a European and an American team. They spent 5 years drilling. So these are the most accurate proxies we have in hand.
And they're pulling tubes of ice? Is that
Yes,
what it looks
tubes.
like, a cylinder?
Yeah, like cylinders. Picture maybe 6 inches in diameter.
So they have like a circular cutting thing?
They have a circular cutting drill that extracts these ice cores. And for the last 20 years, they've been analyzing the ice core. It took 5 years to get them out, and it's been, 20 years now of analyzing what they're telling us.
So before they had all these ice cores, when they were saying that this climate change took thousands of years, was that just guessing?
Pretty much. That was based upon actual empirical observations of ice glaciers receding as a result of the modern warming. Because you have to understand, up until about the middle of the 19th century, we were in the middle of what has commonly been referred to as the Little Ice Age. And this is another thing that's important to put into context. The Little Ice Age was in 2 phases. The earliest phase came on in about the mid-1300s. Then it warmed for about a century in the 1600s, and then the second phase came on. During that time, the glaciers worldwide began to grow. And most of the evidence today suggests that during the Little Ice Age, glaciers were bigger than they had been in 10,000 years. So around the middle of the 19th century, around 1850, give or take a decade or two, the climate began to warm out of the Little Ice Age and glaciers began to recede, right? Now, if we look at glacier recession that's going on right now, and it's been going on for the last 10 or 20 years, what we see is it's basically a continuation of the recession that's been going on for 160 or 170 years, right? So it's important to establish what's our baseline. When we're comparing modern recession of glaciers, bear in mind that our baseline is we're starting from the glaciers being bigger than they had been in 10,000 years, right? So I think then we have to understand that Little Ice Age, and in fact, had some pretty serious consequences for civilization. We can see that there were 2 periods, in the last 2,000 years, there were 2 periods of global cooling. One of them occurred in the 6th century. It actually now can be accurately dated to occurring between 536 and 544 AD, which is a very interesting time. This was basically the time that historians have for decades said this was the onset of the Dark Ages. It's also the time during which all of the Arthurian myths and the Grail quest stories are placed. Arthur's death is traditionally placed at the Battle of Camlan or Camlan, which is usually dated at about 540 AD, which basically culminated this quest for the Grail, right? What was now the Grail stories themselves were set down in writing between about 1180 and 1230 AD. in this really interesting time during the Middle Ages, at the same time that the great cathedrals were being built, when the Cathar movement was at its strongest, when the Knights of the Temple were at their strongest, when Kabbalism schools were flourishing in Spain, when the troubadours were making their circuits around Europe, spreading news and entertainment, but really probably carrying esoteric information to the initiates that had the key to the secret language that they used. It was a very interesting time. But it was in that 1180 to 1230 that the Grail stories were written down. Now, the Grail stories actually refer back to this period of the Arthurian days, and the quest for the Grail, if you recall, was that the land had succumbed to blight. It had become a wasteland. England had become a wasteland, and the idea of the Grail was the Grail not only restored the wasteland, it restored the king, because remember, the king, whether it was King Arthur or Bran or Anfortas or the Fisher King, there were different names in different stories. It was the same deal. He was sick, he was in decline, he was wounded, the wound wouldn't heal, he was debilitated, and the only way to restore him was to find the Grail, bring the Grail back, allow him to drink from the Grail, but the Grail was also the means of restoring the wasteland to fertility and fecundity. Now, here's where it gets interesting, is that the dendrochronologists who study tree rings have been looking at that period, exactly in that period that the tradition places the Grail quest, and have discovered that for about 8 or 10 years, forest growth in the northern hemisphere almost came to a screeching halt. And this has now been well documented. Mike Bailey has done most of this work, basically showing that there was a serious global cooling that took place during those years. And the historical record of that seems to confirm, because there's multiple descriptions, from Irish monks and so on, describing how for weeks at a time the sun is not visible, that its darkness has come over the land, that there were reports of these mysterious fogs, and then there are multiple collapses of agriculture. Okay, so as a result of these multi-year collapses of agriculture, because of the cold and the dark and the damp, people got malnourished, and then you had famine. As a result of famine, people, their immune systems became weakened, and then in 542 AD, you had the onset of the Justinian plague, which wiped out maybe a third of the population of Europe. Whole villages disappeared as a consequence. Now, these events pretty much followed in sequence. You see, the cold brought about the collapse of agriculture. The collapse of agriculture brought about famine. Famine brought about weakness. And as a result, boom, you have plague. Now, it took European civilization nearly 3 centuries to recover from that. Now, what brought about the recovery was the return of warmth to the world, what is called the medieval warm period. And this began really to occur in about 900 AD. The sea ice began to retract back well inside the Arctic Circle, which opened up the sea lanes between Northern Europe, Iceland, and Greenland. And so it was this period of time that the Vikings were able to sail to Iceland and then sail to Greenland and actually establish colonies on the west coast of Greenland, and farm where now the ground is perennially frozen. Let me try that again. Perennially frozen, right? So it was clearly a warm period. And what happened was, if you look back now at the studies from that medieval warm period, you see that agriculture rebounded. Some people had lots of food to eat. Actually, studies of skeletons show that the stature of humans during this period of time increased by 4 or 5 inches on average from what it had been during the Dark Ages. And now Europe started becoming wealthy again, because the basis of all wealth basically was agriculture, was food, right? Without that, you don't have anything else. Population began to expand enormously. You see other things going on. Lifespans increase. Infant mortality decreases. All of this stuff has been well documented in a whole variety of studies. Well, after about a century and a half of this warmth with the concomitant wealth that came along, European society was wealthy enough to undertake this extraordinary cathedral building phase, you see, where you had literally hundreds of thousands of highly trained, highly skilled craftspeople working on these things. You had, essentially, when you begin to look at the cathedral building phenomena, it required basically the mobilization of the whole of European society behind this enterprise, because you had to quarry huge amounts of stone, you had to transport these stones, you had to carve the stones. You look at the statuary, the stained glass, which is exceptional in its refractive properties that really have still not been mimicked to this day, the way the stained glass was able to refract light, so that it gives the appearance of not the light shining through the glass, but emanating from within the glass. And you could go on and on with this, the carpentry skill, the engineering skill, the astronomy that went into these structures. All of this combined basically shows up basically in a historical instant. And what's interesting is the scarcity of evidence showing what preceded this. Who organized this? Who raised the money? Who trained the craftsmen? There are references to this in history, but really, there's no explicit, detailed discussion where we can go and trace it and say, okay, this is how it happened, But it's important to realize that this was a consequence of the expansion of wealth in European society that was able to allow this to happen.
And that's as a consequence of the warmth, the warmth of the earth.
And what we see is that the cathedral building era comes to a sudden termination in the early 1300s. And if you go and you travel around the cathedrals, you'll find that there's, in many cases, the records suggest that it's almost as if in the middle of their work, the workmen laid down their tools and left in some cases. This is why there were so many cathedrals of the great ones that weren't finished, okay? But what you see is that exactly concurring with the cessation of cathedral building within a few decades anyway was the onset of the Little Ice Age and the return of the cold. In this first phase of the Little Ice Age, again, brought about agricultural collapses, it brought about famine, and then you had the Black Plague that showed up, I think, around, 1330, 1340, right in there. Again, decimated the civilization of Europe. So you can see, if we look at the historical record, what we see is the times of global warming have actually been times of advancement in civilization. Now, of course, that would have its limit. We could get to, at some point where we would get too warm.
Right, of course.
But so far what we've seen, we're at this point well within the range of natural variability. That's the point.
Why is this never brought up by anybody but you? I've never heard anybody else discuss this very controversial subject. It's controversial because everyone's so fixated on global warming being a bad thing.
It's there. It's there for anybody who is willing to do their homework. And if somebody goes on my website or whatever and says, what are your sources? I'm glad to provide multiple sources going back. I've been collecting this data for decades, and it's there. And I have to ask the same question. Why are we ignoring this evidence? Why are we? Well, I think we're ignoring it because climate change has become a political agenda rather than a scientific question, And so because there are political factions that are lined up behind it, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change is now looked at as being the ultimate source for data on the climate. And bear in mind, they were created by the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and given the mandate of go out there and demonstrate that humans are causing climate change. So right from the very start, that was their mission. And they were not told, go and look for natural causes of natural climate variability, study the human. And it's important. I'm not at all saying it's not important for us to study our own effects on climate. But it's going to be dangerous, I think, if we neglect, what we're seeing right here on these graphs, this graph that I'm showing you, because that's clearly not carbon dioxide. See, if we're told, and we have been repeatedly told, that carbon dioxide concentrations in the atmosphere held relatively steady at about 280 parts per million, right? Prior to the Industrial Revolution, and only subsequent to the Industrial Revolution did carbon dioxide start going up. Well, if we assume, just for the sake of argument, that that's correct, well, look at this graph. What we're saying is that if carbon dioxide held steady at 280 parts per million going back hundreds of thousands of years, as Al Gore has actually stated, and as many others have stated, it's not carbon dioxide driving those climate changes, is it?
Well, it can't be then.
It can't be, no.
If that's the case, and that's hard science.
This is hard science. Here it is, right
and
here.
that's hard science as well. You're looking at something really crazy, some event.
Yeah, that's my point. Now, the alternative is, okay, are we saying if carbon dioxide is the dominant driver of climate change, and that's what we're seeing here, then what that basically says is that there's some gigantic unknown reservoirs of CO2 that have outgassed into the atmosphere, which again undermines the so-called consensus view, because so far the consensus view states that CO2 has only increased because of burning fossil fuel.
So this graph is the real inconvenient truth.
This graph, that's well put, yes. This graph is the real inconvenient truth. And when we look at some of this, I mean, right there, that is a major global warming right there, because this dashed line represents the modern temperature. Like the 20th century average is this dashed line.
That dashed line, what year are we looking at right there?
Right here, this is between 100 and 150,000 years ago.
And that's a giant jump.
That's a giant jump.
I mean, so what does that represent as far as degrees in temperature?
Oh, well, let's see. That's probably going to be, 15 to 18 degrees Fahrenheit.
Whoa.
Yeah, right there. So that's, again, 15 to 18 times greater than the presumed temperature increase of the last century.
Is there any mainstream, I shouldn't say mainstream, scientific explanation for what that is?
No. Well,
No.
It's called the Eemian. It's called the Eemian period. It's an interglacial period. But even within the interglacial period, you see that there are these massive oscillations.
Massive cooling and
Cooling
then massive
and
warming
again. Yeah.
And so there's a variability. If you're saying the warming is between, it's at 18 degrees, is that what you said?
Up to that.
So
yeah.
the cooling, you're talking about almost that much in the other direction.
In the other direction. Yes.
God, and you're talking about this over a period of just a few decades?
Well, as we get back this far, we don't have the same degree of precision as we do when we're here. Perhaps, yes, but we're not sure. But we do know that these changes that we're looking at here that terminated the last ice age were just in a matter of a few years. Yeah, for sure.
And the instantaneous nature of those is what you focus on when you start talking about asteroidal impacts and things along those lines. That is something that we can explain. That's
Yes.
something you can point to.
By default, there doesn't seem to be a lot of other things that we can invoke to explain what we're seeing right here.
And there's absolute evidence that we have been hit multiple times.
We're going to get into that, yes. And that's a big part of what Graham's book is going to be.
This is amazing when you look at the ancient history. I mean, it's not even ancient as far as, they were human beings living sort of like us.
Oh, yeah.
But how much different the climate was. Like, it was so fucked up.
Well, I'm not sure about the West Coast, but I know on the East Coast there were, swarms of icebergs stranding like off the coast of South Carolina, for example. There was no Great Lakes because the Great Lakes were under thousands of feet of ice. New York, Boston, Detroit, Seattle, Portland, or not so much Portland, but Seattle, Twin Cities, Chicago, all of these areas were under thousands of feet of ice.
God.
Thousands of feet. And we're not talking millions of years ago. We're talking, 12, 13,000 to 25 to 30,000 years ago.
That's incredible.
It is. And sea levels were basically in round numbers 400 feet lower than now, which essentially exposes the entire most of the continental shelves. And I've got some interesting graphics here to show you what continental coastlines would have looked like.
There was an article that I was reading recently about Aborigines and Aboriginal tales of the lowered sea levels.
Yeah.
That they're starting to correspond now with actual climate data and an understanding of what the sea levels actually were at that time. And these are stories that are supposedly 10,000 years old, passed through oral traditions.
These traditions, to me, are just beyond valuable. Up until very recently, they have been considered basically just, interesting in the anthropological or psychological sense, but had no real hard scientific credibility to them. Now I think we're beginning to reevaluate, and there's an archaeologist by the name of Bruce Massey who's been doing some very interesting work for the last 20 years, analyzing many of these ancient myths and realizing and putting out there the argument that these myths and these legends and these epic tales encode really hard scientific information that we can extract from them. And talking about global changes and astronomical events and so forth. And I've been a believer in that for a long time. And this is one of the premises of Graham's work is that the myths and the legends actually have a great deal to teach us beyond just the psychological orientation of our ignorant pre-scientific ancestors. But yeah, a good point you make there. When we look at this graph, basically what we're seeing here is that coming out of the Ice Age, you can kind of see that we're coming up here, and then we have this first massive spike of warming, and then it seesaws back down into this full glacial cold. This is called, this period between these two green arrows is called the Younger Dryas, which is named after a polar wildflower that had disappeared in northern Europe and then suddenly came back again. It only grows in polar environments, Dryas octopetale. So the Younger Dryas, compared, because there was an older Dryas too, but it lasted, now the dates are placing it from roughly 12,900 years ago, give or take a few decades, to 11,600 years ago. So this spike of warming right here is 11,600 years. Now if we look at the next one here, this graph basically goes to a different realm of evidence. And what this shows is the rate of sea level rise, you see. Now, oceanographers and marine geologists have been studying, there's a number of different ways they can correlate this information. They can look at actual evidence of submerged shorelines, right? They can look at changes in the flora and the fauna that have lived in the oceans. They can look at coral reefs. There's a lot of different things that they can pull together to see how rapidly sea levels rose at the end of the last ice age. And again, a generation or two ago, the assumption was that there was a smooth continuum of rise that took tens of thousands of years, right, to get us from minus 400 feet up to what we are now at the present level. What this graph shows is that there were two massive spikes of meltwater introduced into the oceans, into the global oceans at the end of the last ice age. And you can see the first spike, called Meltwater Pulse 1A, is the biggest, followed by another one, Meltwater Pulse 1B. If we go back to this graph right here, those two spikes of glacial meltwater and sea level rise coincide with this warming spike and that warming spike. And you can see how this warming spike seems to be the most intense, followed by this one, and we see that Meltwater Pulse 1A is the biggest. So what this is showing is that the rise in sea level was not a smooth. It was like whoomp, and then whoomp again.
So there was something that caused all those glaciers to melt within just a very short amount of time, relatively speaking.
Yes, a geological instant, exactly. What's further interesting is when we look at this graph. This is the late Pleistocene mortality graph, and each square represents a fossil specimen of an extinct mammal. Could be a woolly mammoth, could be a giant ground sloth, could be a saber-toothed cat, could be the giant cave bear. Roughly 120 species of megamammals that lived during the Ice Age went extinct, right, at the end of the Ice Age. And basically, what this graph is showing us here is that, you probably can't read this here, so I'll interpret it for you. If you go back to here, the left side represents 50,000 years ago. And here, where the cursor is, that's 40,000 years, 30,000, 20,000. And you see that as we're going along here, each one of these squares represents the finding of a fossil of an extinct mammal in the fossil record. What we see from this graph is that when we get to between 11 and 13,000 years ago, there's a massive spike
Shoots through
mortality.
the roof.
Shoots through the roof. This demise of these animals
Directly coincides.
coincides with this right here. Directly. Now, what we're dealing with is that for 50 years, the dominant theory is called overkill or blitzkrieg. And this theory basically states that bands of Paleo-Indian hunters came across the Bering Land Bridge, slaughtering every animal that they encountered along the way, and somehow within less than 1,000 years swept from Siberia down to Tierra del Fuego and killed off every mammoth in the world, and presumably every other of the extinct mammals. And that has been the dominant theory, that humans caused this mass extinction. And personally, I think that's just absurd. Because for one thing, based upon anthropological studies, there were possibly more woolly mammoths in the world than there were people for a while. You have to assume that the blitzkrieg was so instantaneous and so all-encompassing that there was no time even for the mammoths to reproduce. Of course, the overkill hypothesis basically addresses itself only to mammoths. Woolly mammoths were one species of 4 different species of mammoths. But what about the other roughly 120 species? What about the giant armadillos and the giant beavers and the American Pleistocene lion that was as big as a horse? The list goes on and on and on and on. And these animals all basically disappeared during this spike that you see right here. And that spike falls exactly between these 2 warming spikes and between the 2 sea level rises.
So all the data all points to the same time period.
Yes. And so what I'm saying, and this is basically consistent with what Graham's saying in his book, is that this what we're seeing here, this episode basically represents a curtain that has come down and obscured 150,000 or more years of deep human history, and basically has lost that history to modern perception. But now, once we understand that, you know what, the uniformitarians were wrong to reject all ideas of catastrophism, because in the early days of geology, the founding fathers of geology were catastrophists. They went out in the field unencumbered by dogmas and doctrines and so forth. They looked at the evidence in the field and concluded that there had been catastrophic episodes. And this is, Baron von Cuvier, Sedgwick, Murchison. If you go back and all of these guys who basically are considered the godfathers of modern geology, they were to a man catastrophists. James Hutton, Lyell, and Playfair came along and basically proposed the idea of uniformitarianism. The present is the key to the past. Very powerful working idea is that we can look at stuff that's going on today, extrapolate backwards, and try to figure out things that happened in the past when we don't have an eyewitness account, right? Very powerful. But what happened is it became so entrenched as dogma that anybody who invoked catastrophes was considered basically fringe. Because in the early days, some of these guys, like Sedgwick, for example, he was a theologian. He was a traveling minister who went around and in his travels to convert the people to Christianity, he would see this stuff, and he would place it within the context perhaps of being Noah's flood, right? And they would place it some of them, not all of them, some of them would place it in a biblical context, right? So when they were attacked, basically the substance of the attack was, well, you guys are trying to bring us back to the days of biblical literalism, and science has moved beyond that. We're not here, we don't want to talk about catastrophes or great floods, deluges. We're through talking about all of that. That's all been discredited. And what you see is between the early 1800s, with the beginning of geology, earth science, to about the 19th century, what you see is a steady decline. Some of the older guys die off, they're replaced by the new guys who've now basically taken control of the university curriculums, and they've been indoctrinated into this idea of a strict gradualism, and that any deviation from that strict gradualism is heresy, basically. So by the time we get to the 20th century, you had this reigning uniformity, reigning gradualist dogma that had been imposed upon all earth science. And anybody who deviated from that was immediately kicked out of the club. And this is why when J. Harlan Bretz came along in the 1920s and proposed that there had been these gigantic floods in the Pacific Northwest, you know, the geological community basically said, get out of here. We don't want to hear about it. We know that that couldn't have been, just because we know. J. Harlan Bretz continued to document, exhaustively document from the field that these floods were very real. His critics said, well, you can't provide a source for these floods, therefore they didn't happen. Now bear in mind that all of his critics, his most vocal critics, had never even gone out to actually look, right? And Graham is he has got a great section in his new upcoming book describing the ordeal that Bretz was put through. He finally prevailed, ultimately. Most of his critics died off. You know, he lived to be, I think, 98. So I think when he was 96, he was given the Penrose Medal, which is the highest honor of geology. And he said he was very grateful, but the only thing he was unhappy about was the fact that all of his critics had died off, so he didn't get to gloat over them. So what happened was you had the younger geologists come in who were more open to that. And what you see is between the 1950s and 1960s, you have a transition going on where they're beginning to accept that these great floods had happened. But what they did was they took a modern example, which is glacial outburst floods, which we've witnessed dozens and dozens, probably hundreds of such cases in Iceland, particularly Alaska, British Columbia, the Himalayas, where you have, particularly going back to the Little Ice Age, when the glaciers began to recede in the mid-19th century, you had a lot of what are called proglacial lakes formed, or lakes, bodies of water held in by the melting ice. And then eventually the ice gave way and the water rushed out in the form of a flood. The Icelanders call it a Jökulhlaups. Okay, so we have a modern example. So what they did was in the 60s and 70s was they said, okay, guess what? We've got now evidence that there was a huge body of water, a huge lake in western Montana. And it was held in by an ice dam. That ice dam gave way. All of this water gushed out over Idaho and southeastern Washington, down the Columbia Gorge to the Pacific Ocean, and caused all of this amazing erosion and sedimentation that Harlan Bretz was documenting. Never mind that we have to extrapolate up 3 orders of magnitude from modern examples, right? Never mind that the modern examples are utterly minuscule compared to what Bretz was looking at. That has become the dogma to explain these floods, and is still the entrenched dogma as we speak now. I am trying to demolish that dogma. I want to show that these floods were something much grander than they have even imagined, and that the source of them was not actually a big glacial lake, but was what Bretz originally theorized, was that there was something that caused a rapid melting of the ice. But then his critics said, well, there's nothing that could melt the ice as fast as you're requiring for your floods, so again, your floods didn't happen. But his floods did happen, and they were on an enormous, inconceivably vast scale. And this is what I was taking Graham out to see firsthand, because I felt like for him to really have a handle on this information and this insight into the catastrophes that basically would have terminated his mother civilization, as he called it, that he should see this stuff in the field for himself. Because, as they say, a picture's worth 1,000 words. Well, going out in the field and experiencing this directly is worth 1,000 pictures. And so he's going to incorporate that into his book. And I would like to say about that book that based upon what I know and what he's shown me a bit of what's going into the book, I'll proclaim without any equivocation that I think it's probably going to be the most important book that's come out in the 21st century, because it's opening a window onto this story like no other single source of information, credible information.
Wow, that's a big statement. This whole thing is so mind-blowing, and as mind-blowing as your first appearance, this chart especially is really freaking me out. Like looking at the mortality of all the animals, the mass extinction event that must have taken place. One of the things that always bothered me about that idea that human beings killed off the woolly mammoths is that they found these vast fields of uneaten mammoths where there was thousands of them that had died almost instantaneously.
Yeah.
Which is just, that doesn't make any sense. Like, what did they do? They went on a mass killing orgy of slaughter and then just decided not to eat any of them?
Well, the field evidence itself is inconsistent with that idea. Right here, this is an example. This is one of the many mammoth cemeteries. And what happens is that you can see here that you can see from the shoreline, see that there was a flood. The river rose up to this level, and then when it rose down, it left this in its wake. And what you see here, like this is bone counting at the Berlik Mammoth Cemetery in northern Yakutia, Siberia. Identical deposits are found throughout the Taymyr Peninsula. And what we see here is these massive bone deposits that have been showing up for the last couple of hundred years. Every time that there's a thawing or a flood, or these things are washed up on the shore of the Arctic Ocean, what we see is that there were huge herds of woolly mammoths grazing, where now the plant material is only 2 inches high. So clearly it was a completely different climate there. What's interesting is that you had in Siberia able to support herds of woolly mammoths at the same time that half of North America is buried under 2 miles or more of ice.
How is that possible? Just a totally different atmosphere.
I'm still puzzling over that. I have some ideas, but until I can test these ideas a little further,
So without ice core samples, is it impossible to figure out what the temperature was in Siberia at that time?
No, they can figure out basically based upon fossil plant remains.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see that in some cases the tree line was hundreds of miles further north than it is now. And that's clearly, if you've got trees, forests growing now where 13 or 14 or 15,000 years ago it was permafrost, you know it was warmer, clearly.
So there's still, whoa, what is that? 19th century scene showing ivory floor of the London docks covered by thousands of mammoth tusks from Siberia. This is a drawing, obviously.
Yeah. This
predates photographs.
Yeah. For hundreds of years, thousands of mammoths, entombed mammoths, and mammoth tusks were being exhumed from the Siberian permafrost. Thousands and thousands and thousands of these. And basically, to me, you look at this is just in-your-face evidence that this was not humans doing this. It was not humans that were slaughtering these mammoths and burying their remains.
Well, it's the instantaneous nature would almost be like people had figured out some new thing, like they figured out some like a doom gun, they they shot the whole
the doom gun. Well, look at the near extinction of American bison. What brought that about? Trains and high-powered rifles, right? It was a major technological advancement that was able to bring about the near extermination of the American
There's
bison.
actually a guy that I'm going to bring on the podcast soon to discuss that. His name's Dan Flores, who is in a big chunk of his intellectual career studying this. And what he believes is that the bison had a massive population jump that was directly correlating to smallpox epidemic, the Native American people. And that when the United States, when we look at the United States history, and the big stacks of woolly mammoths, the big stacks of bison skulls that we always look to, like that was a very unusual population of bison that existed because the Plains Indians had experienced this massive extinction event. And then when they had incorporated the horse, like the horse and the apparently the American Indians, Native Americans rather, were on their way to extirpating the bison even before we came along. But then they died off in this massive death scenario with smallpox and all the different diseases that the Europeans had brought over here. And then the mammoth population, the bison population had grown like almost unnaturally. It had been much larger than it had ever been in the past. And that's when the United States was established, and that's when all the Western European immigrants had come along and started killing off all these bisons. It's really a very interesting subject.
Yeah,
and
it's an interesting idea, and it's plausible. I haven't looked into that. I had assumed, and maybe wrongfully, but I had assumed that the bison population had been relatively stable. I am not convinced, though, that there was this massive die-off of the Native American population yet. I'm not convinced. Maybe,
Really?
well, because I haven't looked into it yet. But one of the things I have seen is that the assumption there is predicated upon that the Europeans arrived and brought the diseases that Native Americans had no defenses for. But the thing is that there's so much evidence now showing that there were lots of explorers and immigrants to the New World prior to the arrival of the Europeans. Whether with the Chinese, the Phoenicians, and I'm not necessarily saying that's credible. None of it's been proven, but there's some interesting data out there that suggests, and there are a number of books written that, again, I haven't accessed it. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I'm an authority on that, because I'm not. But if some of that turns out to be credible, it would suggest that there was a lot more interaction between the Native American population and other groups around the world, which, if true, to me kind of somewhat undermines this idea that they were, completely susceptible to the introduction of these, to these foreign diseases. But again, I've got an open mind. I'll wait and see. I'd like to see what he says. I'd like to hear his ideas.
For anyone interested, he has a paper in the Journal of American History. It's called Bison Ecology and Bison Diplomacy, the Southern Plains from 1800 to 1850. I just looked for it online. There's a preview that's available, but to download the entire paper or book, I'm not sure which one it is, it's $19.
Yeah, and what journal is it in?
The Journal of American History from September of 91. And like I said, he's working on a new book right now, and I'm trying to get him to come in, but it's very difficult while he's in the middle of...
You said September of 1991?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can probably access
Dan Flores is his name,
Okay.
and just the information that I got about it was pretty mind-blowing.
Okay.
But
sounds interesting.
Yeah.
Now I want to know more. Thank you for that, Joe.
yeah, please. Now let's go back to that photo that you have on your desktop that you were going to explain to me, but we decided not to talk about it before the podcast because it's so incredible. That you said all of this incredible change that we're looking at, the geological structure, all that took place within just a week.
Yeah. Let's go to this. We'll come. I've got that. We'll come to that. This is a satellite photograph taken from about 500 miles up. And what you see here, this is southeastern Washington. And what you're looking at here is part of what's called the Columbia Basalt Plateau. This is part of the terrain that we crossed when I was with Graham. What you see here is that you have an area of, if you look here, you can see differentiate between the pixels and the actual squares. That, like you see this red area down here is area that's actually being farmed. And it's because this is an infrared photograph, and so what happens is that the areas that are being cultivated will show up warmer than the surrounding areas. This whole plateau is covered in this stuff called loess, Loess, and it's a type of very fertile soil that has a rather mysterious and controversial origin. We won't get into that right now, but in some places this loess layer is hundreds of feet thick over a dark basalt bedrock that is the result of these massive outflows of basaltic lava that came out, that extruded between about 6 million and 16 million years ago, right? The hot spot that was the ultimate origin of this basalt is now where Yellowstone is, which, so you can make that connection there. The Yellowstone supervolcano, yeah. But what you have here is that you have the lighter areas is where this loess topsoil still exists, and the darker areas is where the underlying dark basalt is showing through because the loess was washed away. So what this is your typical, the geological term is anastomosing, and basically that means a branching flow pattern of the water. And you can see that very clearly here, that the water came off of this River, which is the Columbia River up here, and flowed over the landscape and washed away the basalt and left these gigantic channels in its wake. And there's more over here to the east. There's more over here to the west. And if we look at actually this, let me go to a different program here. I think that'll actually have some that actually I think has the picture in it that you are seeing. Now, what we're looking at here is what's been called the Missoula Flood, right? Named after the town of Missoula, Montana. Missoula is in a basin that was part of this hypothesized giant lake that presumably caused this flood, right? And again, there was an ice dam. There was this ice dam. The ice dam broke, and as soon as this thing comes up, I will be able to show you some slide. Here we go. Let's see. Here we go. It should be coming up right here. While that's coming up, we'll look at this slide right here, because this will kind of give you a picture of the Earth as it was during the height of the Ice Age.
So wow, that's pretty deep. The sheets of ice go pretty far down. That's amazing. Canada didn't exist.
Canada didn't exist.
Wow.
Yeah.
Poor Canadians.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And the ice, part of it is, a lot of in the Midwest now, the farming belt of America is basically, growing out of the fertile soil that the ice scraped off of Canada and dumped, down in Minnesota and Iowa and Wisconsin and so on. So, someday they may want that back, but we're not going to let them have it.
It's fascinating when you look at that there was this big ice cap, but then the areas around it, no ice. And why was that?
Well, that's one of the mysteries. Again, like over here in Siberia, you can see over here, this is where all the woolly mammoths were, giant herds of woolly mammoths. And it appears like it may have been warmer than now during the Ice Age, which is very odd.
There's some ice up there? Is that what we're seeing?
Yeah, there's some ice up there. Sporadic glaciers, but nothing like what we see in northwestern Europe over here. This was called the Fennoscandian ice sheet. And the ice sheet over North America actually consisted of two ice sheets. The Laurentide, which was centered over Hudson Bay, and the Cordilleran, which was centered over the Canadian Rockies. And in this particular slide, you can see here, this was the Cordilleran over here, over the Canadian Rockies, and this was the Laurentide was much bigger, see? And then there was an area between the two, right here, which has been theorized as, at one point, having been a corridor called the Ice-Free Corridor, and migrants from Paleo-Indian migrants from Siberia would have come across Alaska and down through this corridor here to the lower United States, and ultimately down here to South America. And it was that group, these groups of bands of Paleo-Indian hunters that, according to the overkill or blitzkrieg hypothesis, wiped out the mega mammals as they passed by. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Okay, so here, this kind of will show the coastlines of the world during the Ice Age. And let me just escape out of this so that we can zoom in a little bit and look at it closer. Okay, so here would be, as we see now, and
this is modern coastline.
this is modern coastlines. And now I'm gonna jump to, this is actually only 300 feet lower than now, and quite a bit different. Let's just look at the United States, North America.
That's amazing. There's a lot more United States.
Yeah, now check this out. Okay, now here's North America as it is now. And you see up here, this is what's called, this is the Bering Strait right here between Alaska and Siberia, right? During the Ice Age, this whole area was, exposed because of the lowered sea level. And we'll go one slide further, and you will see. Take a look now. Watch what happens up there in Thuringia. Boom.
Wow, so it's all land.
It's all land, and it's connecting North America to Siberia, and that's all drowned.
Wow, I didn't understand that. See, I always thought that the Bering Strait was an ice mass. I thought it was during the Ice Age that there was some sort of
Yes.
that it was ice, but it's not. It's land.
No, it's land.
Wow.
And it's not glaciated. And it was home to these extraordinary herds of megamammals that ranged over these thousands and thousands of square miles. I mean, the drowned area is bigger than modern Alaska.
So how long ago is this?
Well, this is, right at the end, up till the end of the Ice Age. Between like 15,000 years ago.
So 15,000 years ago, no glaciers in this area. This is all just land, and there's animals living in it, and people are walking back and forth. Essentially, it was a continent. It was connected. It was all one continent. It was all one.
It was all one continent.
Wow, that's amazing.
And not the coastlines of the world. Look at Florida down here.
Wow.
It's double the width of the modern peninsula.
Yeah, it's enormous. And it's so close to Mexico, too. It's almost like a little boat ride.
Now, here is Indonesia, and, where stories, which I don't know how credible they are, but, there are stories like Lemuria in the Pacific and all of that. Again, I don't know how credible those are. I think the Atlantis story actually has a little more credibility. We talked about that last time somewhat. But here's the modern, and you can see the light blue is the coastal shelf area, right? Now, let's go back. We're going to drop sea level 300 feet, and then you'll see here the enormous change.
Whoa.
So again, enormous areas of land were drowned by the rising sea levels. Remember this. Now, when we look at the rise of modern cities and modern civilizations, where did they first show up?
On the coasts.
On the coasts, right. At the mouths of rivers, on the coastlines. And during the Ice Age, where would have been the most obvious prime habitable real estate? Down close to sea level, right? So if there were cities built, if there were thriving communities during the Ice Age, they're now 400 feet under the water.
It's so amazing that all of these stories of floods, the Epic of Gilgamesh, Noah's Ark, that all of these stories seem to really correlate with all this data. They all seem to coincide.
That's exactly the point.
It's so weird. Most people would think about the story of Noah's Ark, like, oh, it's just some crazy old horse shit. But it's most likely they're basing it on something that happened very rapidly in their area.
Yeah. Now, of course, we're most familiar with the story of Noah's Ark, because of the Judeo-Christian tradition. But there are hundreds, literally hundreds of stories from all over the world that parallel the story of Noah. Deucalion, Xisethros, Utnapishtim, Manu. The list goes on and on of these culture heroes that somehow had foreknowledge of this impending disaster and were able to take steps to preserve themselves, their family, some diverse cross-section of species, and they all have this, similarity. They all parallel. Now, my way of looking at it is this. Okay, we now know from the hard geological record that massive floods have taken place on the surface of the earth. Massive floods, right? Beyond anything that we have even imagined, right, up until a decade or a few decades ago. They're real, okay? On the other hand, we have stories and myths and legends repeatedly. It's probably the most ubiquitous of all the stories that we've inherited from the past, is this story of this gigantic world-destroying flood that occurred, right? Now, on the one hand, we have the hard geological record, which shows there were giant floods. Then we have these epic tales and myths from all over the world about giant floods. Do we now dismiss those floods, those stories out of hand and say, oh, that's just superstitious, pre-literate, pseudoscientific nonsense? I think we'd be making a big mistake to do that. Now, if we accept that those flood stories, and maybe they have been altered through the time and through the telling, represent something real, what about the other elements of the story? The fact that in so many cases there was somebody that had foreknowledge. Do we dismiss that out of hand as well? Or where does that come from? That there was one group of people, small group of people, that saw this thing coming and prepared for it, and others who basically paid no attention.
Maybe they were just preppers. Maybe there's the preppers of 10,000 years
The
ago.
preppers of 10,000 years ago.
on
I
those
think
TV shows.
that explains it right there. One last slide quick here. Here's Europe, and look at the British Isles. Right? Now we'll drop sea level. No British Isles.
That's incredible.
See, that's what I was saying earlier when we started talking. I mean, the world of 15,000 years ago was so dramatically different than our modern world that, you know, it's almost difficult to conceive until you start looking at things like this.
And this was all during the Ice Age.
Yes.
And so the melting of the glaciers just changed everything as we
Everything.
know it. And this is while human beings were absolutely alive. So.
Absolutely. No question. Human beings were alive, yes. Okay. So we'll start looking at some of these pictures here. This is from western Montana. You know, it says in Genesis 7:19, the waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and all the high hills were covered. I want you to take a look, because you can see many mountains in western United States, if you know what you're looking at, that have this on them. You know what those are? Those horizontal lines?
They look like where the shore.
They're shorelines.
hit.
Exactly, they're shorelines.
That's absolutely what they are?
That's absolutely what they are. They're shorelines. Reaching right up to the very tops of the hills, you see. And basically what you had was you had this enormous gush of water filling these mountain valleys almost to the mountain peaks and then draining away. And as it drained away, it left this succession of shorelines etched into the hillside.
Wow.
And all along the pathway of the floods, we're going to see stuff like this. This was our first stop with Graham. This is La Tourelle Falls. This is that basalt I was talking about. Look at this stuff. There's layers of this basalt.
Well, that's you guys underneath it?
I don't think in this picture. I think I took this picture about 10 years ago. But yeah, I have pictures of me and Graham under there.
Well, dude, you're so tiny. That's so crazy. It's so big.
Right. Now, here's what you've got to picture, Joe. Picture you've got this nice, gentle valley with a nice river, very pastoral scene, you know, trees and stuff. Probably, you know, mammoths and herds of these animals grazing along the side of this peaceful river with gentle valley slopes. Here comes this massive flood, and we're talking about perhaps a flood wave 800 to 1,000 feet high coming through. As it comes through, it's ripping up everything in its path. And what it does is it now changes the profile of this valley from this gentle profile to down cutting 800, 1,000, 1,200 feet or more into the bedrock, right? So now, prior to the passage of this giant flood, you had streams and nice little rivers flowing into the main river, which in this case was the Columbia. What happens is after the passage of this flood wave, it sheared off the sides of the channel. So that now, rather than a gentle slope, you've got sheer cliffs 400, 500, 600 feet high. These pre-flood streams and rivers come up, and they're now waterfalls. And that's what we're looking at right here in this picture, if that makes sense to you. And you notice how you've got this undercutting here. That undercutting only occurs when you have enormous, intense turbulence in the water doing this. You see, the water doing this will undercut. See, this modern waterfall here had nothing to do with the creation of this cliff. This cliff was cut, again, probably in a matter of days to weeks by the passage of these giant floods. And there's dozens of these waterfalls that are left. And these are called hanging valleys. They can be produced by glaciers, but they can also be produced by enormous, intense flood waves. This is your typical, not typical. This is a bar, a gravel bar, but in this case it's a boulder bar. Now if you've ever done any walking along a river or a creek or along the beach and you've seen ripples in the sand, and they're typically, you know, if you've got water that's a foot or 2 feet deep, you'll have ripples that are maybe an inch or two high. What we're looking at here is a flood bar that's 3 miles long. It's up to 250 feet above the modern river. And the ripples that you can see here are up to 50 feet in height and 350 feet in wavelength. This was produced, again, by gigantic flood flows. And if we look right over here, that's a 3-story building you see right there for scale.
Oh, wow.
So this gives you an idea. It's features like this that are just unequivocal in terms of realizing that this is not pseudoscience. This really happened.
And does this date back to a very specific time?
Yes, to this 13,000 years.
So it's everywhere. Everywhere.
Yeah.
You're seeing this. You're seeing it geologically. You're seeing it in ice cores. You're seeing it in fossils. You're seeing
Yes.
Wow.
This is evidence of the big meltdown.
Has anybody ever tried to debate you on this stuff?
I would certainly welcome debate. I don't claim to have the final word on this, but here's the thing. I've interacted with a lot of geologists that are studying this, professional geologists that are studying this. What I can tell you is that in most cases, the geologists that are studying this, it's basically something they're doing in their spare time. Mm-hmm. Most of them are engaged, either in the energy industry or working for government for other purposes. What you actually will see here, though, when you begin to look at the trend in the evidence, is that I think that the geological community is moving much closer to a scenario like I'm describing. And right now there's actually a controversy because, some of the older guard is wanting to defend this idea of the Yokalaups, this giant lake draining out. There are a group of Canadian geologists, though, who are challenging that under leadership of a man who may now be retired named John Shaw, who goes back to the 1980s and began a reinterpretation of a very ubiquitous glacial feature called drumlins, and that were. I can show you some pictures of them here after a bit. They're very interesting. They look like inverted boat hulls. And it was assumed, and they're always associated with the locations of the glaciers and the ice sheets. So it was therefore assumed that they were somehow created by the glaciers themselves. But glaciers tend to grind things that they're moving over and level things off and scratch them and leave striations and all of this, abrasion. These drumlins are smooth, streamlined features. What Shaw first proposed back in the late 80s was that they had actually been produced by water flowing, massive amounts of water flowing under the glaciers. And there's a very similar, the critic said, well, where did this water come from? And he said, well, I don't know, it must have been enormous subglacial lakes, subglacial reservoirs. The critic said, well, there's no way that a reservoir as huge as your floods would require could have existed under the ice. Therefore, your subglacial floods didn't exist. And that was, to me, the fatal weakness in his theory, was to explain where the water came from. But I think now we can explain where it came from.
And you believe it's an asteroidal impact?
Again, by default, we look at all the cross-section of possible explanations within the realm of nature. We can go through and we can eliminate this one, and what we're left with is one that of itself would be fully capable of doing it.
Fully capable and makes sense that it would happen instantaneously.
That would make sense that it would happen instantaneously.
Any other sort of thing
yes,
that would.
Yes.
So, is there an impact crater that corresponds to this timeline?
Well, that's what I'm working on.
Trying to find it.
Yeah, and I think I've got a pretty good idea, but it's going to take some field research. And next summer, I'm planning to do some more field research.
Is there an idea where it hit?
Yeah, I have several ideas.
You don't want to talk about it? You gotta keep it mum?
At this point.
Stealing your scoop?
But when it's time to reveal it,
okay,
let's do it here.
Oh, I would love that. I would love that. Well, you've shown several impact craters. You showed a bunch last time you were here. The one in Australia, that was, I believe you said 5,000 years ago. Yeah. And of course, everybody.
Hypothetically, it hasn't been proven yet because again. Some of these more recent craters of the last 10,000 years, some of these that have been hypothesized are actually on the bottom of the ocean. The Burkle crater that I think we talked about on the bottom of the Indian Ocean, it's under 2 miles of seawater. So until we can actually get back there and do more in-depth sampling and examination, it'll be impossible to prove it. But I think that the evidence is strongly supportive of that possibility, that maybe 5,000 years ago there was a significant impact into the Indian Ocean. that could have caused enormous tsunami waves. Now, I actually posted one of the, somebody, called into question some of the things I had said in the last interview about tsunamis, and that that the things I was saying weren't really tsunamis. So I actually wrote an elaborate response to that, which is posted on the Sacred Geometry website, where I've gone into great detail, showing that the evidence really, in the end, I think does support the idea that there had been enormous tsunamis, possibly hundreds of feet high, sweeping over the coastlines of the Indian Ocean, probably around 5,000 years ago. That could have been the origin of some of the flood myths.
And your timeline, where this mass extinction event occurred, where the massive warming occurred, all that also coincides with the discovery of this nuclear glass all over Asia and Europe, which is somewhere in when they do the core samples of around the same area, right? Around 12,000 plus years ago?
Yes. What we can see here, we'll go through a second. This is some of the research. You can see this is very typical. The mysterious onset of the Younger Dryas. Now, this has been the kind of the consensus view, is that, okay, we don't have an explanation. The Younger Dryas, remember, that's that interval between those two spikes, right? Where you had the warming, then the snap back to glacial cold, and then the warming again. So that interval in between is the Younger Dryas. So here they're saying the mysterious onset of the Younger Dryas, the 1,300-year-long Younger Dryas cold reversal, and you notice the dates, 12,900 to 11,600. That means calendar years before present. So what they've done is they've calibrated this from radiocarbon dating, which is not necessarily going to be the same as the actual calendar years. So those dates are very interesting. 11,600 years ago, you may recall from our last interview, is the date given by Plato for the subsidence of Atlantis. 11,000. I mean, he says that Atlantis subsided. Anybody can read this if they want to pick up Timaeus and Critias, the two dialogues that he describes Atlantis in. He gives that date, 9,000 years before this exile of Solon in Egypt, which took place in 600 BC, roughly. So 600 BC in roughly is 2,600 years ago. Add that to the 9,000 years, and there's your 11,600. So now what has happened is 2,500 years ago, Plato gave a date, which would seem to suggest that something immense happened in the Atlantic Ocean, and you had an island complex that sank, perhaps from rapid sea level rise. Now, 2,500 years later, here's modern science coming up with the exact date, showing, hey, there was a massive meltwater pulse into the ocean at that date. Now, at this point, nobody within mainstream science is going, oh, well, see, he doesn't mention here, oh, that's the date given by Plato. They don't say that, but it is the case.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
That's so amazing. Now, Plato, he was told that, right? It was all through stories, right?
It was handed down. Solon handed it down. Let's see if I can remember this. Through Drapidas to Critias the Elder, Critias the Elder to Critias the Younger, then Critias the Younger, I guess, to Socrates. Actually, at the forum where Plato would have heard it would have been the Socratic Forum where it was told. So I think there was like 3 generations between Solon and Plato.
The wise men of the time, or the people that were in charge of disseminating knowledge back then, it was such a critical job.
Critical job, yes.
No internet, no books.
And the whole thing was that the whole emphasis was on the oral transmission had to take place without not one iota of change. It had to be transmitted from mouth to ear, unbroken, without change, without alteration.
Which has always been the issue with human beings, hence that telephone game.
Yes.
You tell someone something,
right.
They tell you something.
But if you start out, and it's going to be the same with Native Americans. The Native American storytellers have to go through a very long, arduous term of initiation to show that when they tell the story, it's going to be exactly like they heard it. That's one of the basis of modern Freemasonry, too.
We need to get that with today's modern gossip.
Yeah.
They need to nail that.
But let's just run through a quick succession here of some of the most recent research. Shock synthesized hexagonal diamonds in Younger Dryas boundary sediments.
Whoa.
Now, these shock synthesized hexagonal diamonds only occur There's no known natural process that will produce them except for the intense heat and pressures of a cosmic impact.
Whoa.
Okay?
And what year was this study?
Oh, this has been very recent. This is probably within the last 10 years.
There was
Since
something...
2007. This is probably around 2011.
There was something that was released very recently about micro diamonds and
Yeah.
micro diamonds
last
corresponding.
summer.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that also was the same timeline. So it's just
Yeah.
like the evidence keeps accumulating in this
Yes.
time period that something hit us.
Yes.
The micro diamonds, the nuclear glass,
Yes.
the spikes in warming that's observable on the ice cores,
All correlates.
the mass extinction events of all these animals.
Yes.
This is an event.
This is an event.
Well,
It-
this is
it-
crazy that you're the guy talking about this event. I mean, this is really nuts. But not anything taking away from you, but there's so few people beating this drum that there's so much information. We're talking about hard data. Oh, you've shown on this show 3-4 different examples of hard data that points to this event.
Well, see, here's the thing. Modern science does tend to get over-specialized. And so what happens is the guy looking at extinctions might not be looking at, glacial melting. The guy who's looking at glacial melting isn't, the
Right.
geologist is not looking at what's going on in the sky. They're not looking at, traditions from thousands of years ago. See,
Right.
what it does is because of the power of this specialization. I mean, the specialization is extremely powerful, but its shortcoming is that it's easy to miss the big picture. What that does is opens the door for generalists, guys who are just, people who are just, I say guys, men or women, anybody who's curious about this stuff, to look into it and try to see the big picture. Why am I bringing this? Well, it's just because for 40 years, I've been obsessed with this stuff. And, I read 2 or 3 scientific articles every single day and have done so for 40 years plus. So that adds up after a while. And I don't just read them, I study them, I take notes, 2 or 3 every single day. So you figure, what is that? That's 1,000 a year. You go back 40 years, that means I probably read something on the order of 40,000 scientific articles from anthropology, geology. I studied geology and astronomy in college, so, I have some academic background in that. But basically what I have done is tried to piece together the big picture, because early on I saw nobody's doing that. Nobody's doing it, really. And some of the guys that are out there doing it are not doing it with academic rigor. They're bringing in all kinds of weird stuff, which makes it easy for the critics to attack them and dismiss them as being
Right.
fringe science.
They're throwing some woo into the mix.
They're throwing some woo into the mix. Yeah. In fact, the one of the Rational Wiki entry on me says something about Randall Carlson and his woo. That's all it says, So I took that as a sort of a compliment.
Well, people love to be able to dismiss anything that's not mainstream, right?
That's outside, yeah. Because there's this cult of authority. That's why you hear somebody says, well, what does a real scientist say about this? What does a real scientist say about this flood? And I'm like, well, which real scientist? Vic Baker, Richard Waite, Roy Breckenridge. I've read or talked to almost every scientist that's done work on the Missoula flood. So I know what they're saying and what they're thinking, and what they've written. So when you say, well, what do the real scientists say? Well, okay, let's get a little more specific. Who are you talking about? Because there are different points of view. Are you talking about John Shaw's idea? Or are you talking about, Victor Baker's ideas or any of the others? Well, and that's the thing. They say that because they don't really know. They've got this idea in their mind that there's this authority that's got it all explained, which makes it easy, right? Because if somebody's got it explained, then we don't need to concern ourselves with it or think about it. Right? So what I say is, okay, forget about who says what. Let's just look at the facts. Let the facts dictate to us what the meaning of all of this is, and let's look at all points of view, because that's what I try to do. I've got in my archives here, I've got, not only the research that supports the idea of a cosmic impact back during the Younger Dryas, but the criticisms of it as well, and I go, okay, how can we explain those criticisms? And in the give and take of science, that's part of the process. That's how it evolves. Because somebody puts out a new idea, you're supposed to attack it, and then if it withstands the assault, the onslaught, that shows that it's a credible idea. It's like a last man standing sort of thing. And I think that the cosmic impact really is going to end up being the last man standing.
Well, it seems like there's so much evidence that you're bringing up that's so hard. The how do you say that word? Chondrite. Chondrite-like mineral from black mat. I mean, all the various things, the microdiamonds, the nuclear glass, the mass extinction events, the evidence of the
flooding,
warming, the flooding,
the sea level rise,
all of it, all in this one area.
Yeah, and this is basically saying chondrites are a type of meteorite. So this is saying chondrite-like material. In other words, material that would have had its origin in space from the black mat. Now this black mat is really interesting. I'm going to show you a couple of slides of it, because this black mat layer, it's black. The reason it's black is because it's so loaded with soot. And what is soot the result of? Fire, right? So let's go through here. Yeah, this discovery of a nano diamond rich layer in the Greenland ice sheet. So nobody had looked. But when these guys, Richard Firestone and James West and James Kennett, these other scientists that are working on this Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, said to their colleagues, check out the Younger Dryas boundary layer 12,900 years ago and see if there's anything that shows up there. They did, and what do you suppose they found? Here it is right here, a nano diamond rich layer. So there it is showing up in the ice sheets. Here's new evidence from a black mat site in the northern Andes supporting a cosmic impact 12,800 years ago. Very high temperature impact melt products as evidence for cosmic airbursts impacts 12,900. So they're getting closer and closer to refining the date, but it's coming in 12,800 to 12,900 years ago. Wildfire and abrupt ecosystem disruption on California's northern Channel Islands at the Alarad Younger Dryas boundary at basically 12,900. 12.9 Ka means 12,900 years ago. K, is the universal, means 1,000.
It's great. It's all the same. Everything keeps coming back the same date.
Yeah. Nanodiamond rich layer across 3 continents, consistent with major cosmic impact at 12,800 calendar years before present. Evidence from central Mexico supporting the Younger Dryas extraterrestrial impact hypothesis. Evidence from northwestern Venezuelan Andes for extraterrestrial impact, the black mat enigma. Evidence for deposition of 10 million tons of impact spherules across 4 continents 12,800 years ago. See, it's coming in, man. It's coming in abundance. And what's gratifying to me is I theorized this 25 years ago.
Wow.
And to see now the hard evidence coming in, supporting a scenario I had pieced together from all of these different realms of knowledge, is very gratifying to me.
What was the seed in your mind that led you to be obsessed, for lack of a better word, with this? Not only think lack of a better word, I think it's pretty accurate, right, with this subject.
Okay, I guess it's time to come clean.
I was on mushrooms. I was on top of a mountain. No.
Well, no, you're actually pretty close.
Yeah?
You are. Okay, 1969.
Oh, that's a good year for mushrooms.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't mushrooms, but it was
acid?
something in their family. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to a rock concert, right, in the beautiful summer day, early summer, 12,900 years ago. No. 1969, right? Okay. So it's on a field next to a little airport in just out southwest of the Twin Cities, Minnesota, which is near where I grew up. Okay, the Minnesota River flows through there, right? Minnesota River flows into the Mississippi. I think I'll have some slides coming up here I can maybe even show you. Okay, so what we have here is that in the middle of this thing, between bands or whatever, I wandered off from the main area where the crowd was gathered to listen to the music, and I walked over to these 200-foot high bluffs overlooking the valley of the Minnesota River. Now, the Minnesota River currently flows in a little channel at the bottom of this valley. And I'm standing up on this hill, and I'm looking down at this Minnesota River, hundreds of feet below me in this channel. And 3 miles, 4 miles across, I see another set of bluffs matching the ones that I'm standing on. And I had this, all I can say is it was kind of a revelation that I'm looking down here at this little river flowing in a channel, and then I'm seeing just a gigantic version of that same channel, but it's 3 and 4 miles wide. And I just looked at that, and it was almost as if, for a short period of time, I got transplanted out of time or something. I don't know how to explain it.
You could see this raging river.
I had this sense that this whole thing was a gigantic river at one time. I came away from that with this idea planted in the back of my brain, and it bugged me for years after that, right? And it was maybe 5, 6 years, this is now into the 70s, there was not a whole lot on catastrophism available in the 70s. There was, Immanuel Velikovsky, one of the forerunners, but, he came up with some really wild ideas that made it very easy for mainstream science to dismiss him. But he came up with some really solid ideas, too. His book, Earth in Upheaval, basically was just a documentation of all of this geological evidence for great catastrophes in the history of the Earth. I think he misinterpreted the cause of those catastrophes, but nonetheless, when you look at the criticisms, you've heard of Immanuel Velikovsky, right? Velikovsky?
I think I've heard it from you.
Okay, well, he was famous best-selling author, one of the big best-selling authors of the 1950s, maybe in a sense a forerunner of in fact, Graham Hancock has been compared to Velikovsky now and then. I've actually seen some of that. Although Velikovsky's work, I don't think was anywhere near as credible as Graham's. Graham is very assiduous in his referencing and his detailing and so on. Velikovsky went way off into this really weird astrophysics to explain his theories of geological catastrophe, which again allowed the critics to basically dismiss everything he had done. But his book, Earth in Upheaval, I think has upheld the test of time. Where basically in the 1950s he was accumulating all of this evidence suggesting that there had been catastrophes in Earth history. And was, like I said, a bestseller, but the mainstream scientific community was very dismissive of it. Okay, and then after that you had a book called, by Charles Hapgood, called The Path of the Pole. I think it came out in 76. And he in there theorized that there had been a sudden pole shift that had brought about, the quick freezing of the mammoths and the end of the Ice Age and so forth. So I was familiar with that stuff, and I would read that stuff just out of curiosity, because that was some of the stuff that was out there, and somebody would say, "Hey, did you read Velikovsky?" And so as I was reading this stuff, I would keep thinking back to this image I'd had of this, And then in the early '80s, I was talking to somebody. I actually gave one of my very early lectures on this stuff, and there was somebody who had a degree in geology who stood up and he said, no, that valley that you're talking about was created over millions of years. I said, I don't think so. And we kind of got into it a little bit, but what that did was it kind of pissed me off. And I said, okay, I'm going to research this thoroughly. And I did. I thoroughly researched it. I went and I found every single thing that had been written on it and discovered that there's actually mainstream geologists that have said, yeah, that river channel, that giant river channel was actually created by a huge meltwater flood. And they estimated that its volume, they called it River Warren, and they estimated that its volume might have been 4,000 times greater than the modern Minnesota River that's flowing in there. So I felt very vindicated from that, and this was by the early 80s. So that was like one of the key things. There was other things, I spent the summer of 1970 mostly sitting on a mountaintop in Colorado in a hut that I had built, studying and reading stuff and traveling. This was back in the days when you could hitchhike and travel all over. And I think at one point I was with a buddy and we were in his old camper van, and other times I was hitchhiking. But I spent the whole summer traveling around the western states. And the thing, I came away from that summer with I traveled, the first time I'd traveled down the Columbia Gorge. And as I did, I had this overwhelming sense that there was something in the landscape that was waiting to be revealed. I would look at these features in the Columbia Gorge. When I showed you that huge, that waterfall with the basalt over it, that's in the Columbia Gorge. So that was the area I had traveled through in 1970. And I came away with that, with this sense that, boy, there's something that landscape is trying to tell me. And so it goes back to that. And I just, I got very interested in this stuff because I'm interested, in science, and I love the outdoors. So, and I love a good mystery, and I love, ancient traditions. So how all this sort of came together over a period of, a couple of decades. So I began really, I would say, obsessively really going into this in the early 80s, where it went from just more or less casual reading into, spending hours in university libraries, digging up these things, going back to the early geologists to see what were they saying, why did they believe that the history of the Earth had been catastrophic, and it just accelerated.
What doesn't seem like a ridiculous idea at all when you consider what we see on the moon. The moon is so fascinating because we can look right at it. There's no oceans, there's no forests. Right. We can see the evidence of impacts all over it, just completely covered.
Completely covered.
With our minds living in this very small window of life.
Come on, give me
we're
some
lucky
ammo.
to get 100 years, and then of course, we have the history, which goes back to about 7,000+ years.
Yeah.
It's just not enough to really to represent what we're looking at when we look at the moon.
Mm-hmm.
We look at the moon that's covered with craters. We're looking at potentially billions of years of impacts.
Yes, and the assumption that those impacts ceased hundreds of millions or billions of years ago is clearly not correct.
Well, there's no evidence that it ceased or why it would cease. And
right.
when we look at how many known near-Earth objects are floating around.
Oh, in the last few years, there's been dozens of close flybys.
Well, there was one the other day that had a fucking moon.
Yes. So,
something that flew by that had its own moon.
Yeah, that's wild. And so think about this, Joe. Here's what's happening. We've got geologists who are looking at the crust of the Earth and discovering that, if we strip away the biosphere and the oceans and account for plate tectonics, the Earth is going to look like the moon. Right? There are now hundreds of identified craters, right? At the same time, astronomers are looking out into the near-Earth neighborhood of space and discovering, wait a second, we assumed that we were pretty much isolated, that there was nothing else going on. We're now realizing that near-Earth space is densely populated. The inner solar system is densely populated with cosmic debris. And this stuff is whizzing by us all the time. And now, at the same time, you've got paleontologists who are looking at the record of life and realizing that the record of life is not a smooth curve, it's seesawed. Life proliferates and then suddenly, bam, it's like the hammer comes down and you have these mass extinction events.
So this is our time right now, but it could very easily end. And there could be some new bug-like creature that takes over and becomes super smart a billion years from now.
To me, it all comes down to this. This, to me, is like, okay, human species on planet Earth, it's time for you to grow up and start paying attention to the bigger picture, because whether you like it or not, you're a part of the bigger picture. And if we finally accept the fact that maybe our predecessors have undergone, in a sense, cultural mass extinctions, it suddenly implies that we can't take our own unending future for granted, that we have to incorporate this bigger picture into our thinking. And the evidence continues to like here. This was just from 2011. Multiple lines of evidence for possible human population decline, settlement, reorganization during the early Younger Dryas. In the 4 years since this was published, more evidence has emerged that yes, the events that caused the mass extinction of half the great mega mammals on Earth did not leave the rest of the mammals, the rest of the animals unscathed, including humans. And there's now emerging evidence, hard scientific evidence, that the human population crashed during the Younger Dryas.
So this would completely coincide with Graham Hancock's ideas about the Sphinx. the Sphinx.
Absolutely.
Showing very clear, according to Robert Schoch, Boston University geologist,
John Anthony West,
that there is clear evidence of water erosion in the Sphinx,
Yes.
which would indicate thousands of years of rainfall, where there hasn't been rainfall in the Nile Valley since, like, I believe it was 9,000 BC.
Yeah.
So that's 11,000
Yes,
years ago.
yes.
It's all the same stuff.
It's all the same stuff.
God, this is crazy.
Yeah, we're on the verge of a major paradigm shift, and where it's going to go remains to be seen.
We live in a shooting gallery.
Listen, it's not an exaggeration to say that we are sitting ducks in a cosmic shooting gallery. Exactly. But the point is, here's the point, is the only thing that's, see, it's like, what was it, in the book of Matthew, there's an interesting quote, and I'm not thumping the Bible here, but the Bible is full of, just like all the traditions of ages agone, the Bible is full of some very powerful, interesting stuff. There's a part in here where one of the disciples asked Jesus about, when are we going to know about the end of days? And he says, well, as it was in the days of Noah, when the people were eating and drinking and marrying and giving in marriage, so will it be again in the end of days, when the flood comes, and the people were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, until the flood came and swept them away. So will it be again at the end of days.
So what that seems to indicate to me is that we just get comfortable and relax and do well.
Yes.
And when we do well, that's when we get hit by a
It's
big
not
rock.
saying that the everyday stuff, the stuff of everyday life, there's anything wrong. It's not saying that. It's
Right.
just saying if we get so preoccupied with the minutiae and the trivia of everyday life to the exclusion of the bigger picture, that's when we open ourselves up.
But I've had these weird conversations with people about asteroidal impacts over the years, because before I even met you, I've been obsessed with this stuff. Not nearly as much as when I met you in Atlanta and we started talking, then I got really into it. But they would talk about the asteroids that killed the dinosaur. Oh, today we'd be able to stop that. And I'm like, okay, really? Is that true? And then I started looking into it. Well, what has been done? Is there nothing? Some fucking theories.
See, here's the thing. Potentially, yes, we could
Someday.
We could do it, and really, within a decade or two, yes, we could. We could do that right now, potentially. But see, what happened on February 15th of 2014, when that little meteor came in and exploded over Chelyabinsk, Siberia, injured 1,500 people. Now, and damaged thousands of buildings. That was a wake-up call, right? That was a little speck. Now, here's the thing. If it had been a little bigger, a little denser, if its angle of approach had been a little steeper, if its velocity had been a little bit greater, we might have been looking at thousands of deaths rather than just injuries.
And Tunguska, as you said, only 150-foot wide.
Only
object.
150-foot wide object, right. So that's very, very small in the cosmic sense.
That's this room.
Yeah, well, it's the building.
From here to the front door.
Yeah.
That's not that big.
It's not that big. What you've got, though, is velocity. And you think, think of a 38 slug. It's not big. If I was to throw it at you, even as hard as I could, it might sting a little bit, but it wouldn't do any damage. But if it came out of a gun with a muzzle velocity of 1,000 feet per second, think about that little thing and what the damage it would do to you.
Yeah.
And see, that's the thing about an asteroid or a meteorite or a comet coming in. It's moving really, really fast. So that's why, like I said, it packs such a powerful kinetic punch when it hits.
And some of them are even made of iron.
Some of them are made of iron. And that So if there's a moral to all of this, it's simply this. Look, we are the one species that could prevent the type of mass extinctions that have dominated the biosphere of this planet for a couple of 100 million years.
Or we could keep putting our resources to fracking.
Yeah, well, I still haven't made up my mind about fracking yet. But, I do believe that what we need to do is be thinking of, if we're going to extract the resources of this planet, let's do so in such a way that what we're doing is implementing the transcendence of human culture into the cosmos itself. Because I ultimately believe that is the destiny of terrestrial life, is that terrestrial life wants to become cosmic. It knows on some level that as long as life is confined to the surface of a planet, it's vulnerable.
Right.
But and it's without getting into all of this, there's growing evidence, that life originally came to this planet from space, right? Was seeded here probably through comets that carry organic material. All
Panspermia, right?
Panspermia, exactly. So here's the thing. If you're an environmentalist and rightfully critical of some of the things that humans are doing to disrupt the environment, you gotta, though, place in context the fact that nature itself has done things to the environment that so far exceed anything we have done yet. What I showed you with that slide showing the ice sheets over Canada. Think about this. Suppose some logging company got a contract from the government, US and Canadian governments, to clear cut every forest from like the 47th parallel up to the Arctic Circle, from the Atlantic to the Pacific. We're going to cut every single tree from the northern United States up to the tree line in northern Canada. We're going to cut billions of trees, billions of board feet. We're going to clear cut every single tree. We would rightfully be up in arms and say, no, you're not going to do that, right? Well, what do you think that ice did? It wiped out. There's evidence now that 35 and 40,000 years ago, there were forests growing up there, right? A few thousand years later, the ice has bulldozed everything. There's no forests growing under 2 miles of ice, right? Imagine if we said, well, we're going to just decimate the shallow marine ecologies. We're going to go in there and we're going to just wipe out the coral reefs. We're going to overfish them till there's nothing left of the shallow marine ecologies less than 400 feet below sea level. Well, what do you think a drop in 400 feet in the sea level did to the shallow marine ecologies, to the coral reefs that were growing there? You see, that's what I'm just saying. It's not to justify that we can ransack nature willy-nilly, but it's to say we have to have a realistic context for thinking about this. And bear in mind, the environmental movement was born during an era of total gradualistic dominance in the 50s and 60s. If you go back then, again, only the fringe, the fringe sciences people like Velikovsky and others were talking about catastrophes. The assumption was that all global change occurred 1 grain of sand or 1 drop of water at a time, right? Well, we've come 180 degrees from that model of Earth history, but our thinking has not really evolved to incorporate such a dynamic planet, at this point. Now, see, so when the environmental movement was born, it was easy to think that if all change had happened at this imperceptibly slow rate, that obviously then humans have accelerated that pace of change, and humans are now contributing to more global change than we've seen in millions of years, if that uniformitarian or gradualistic model was correct. But it's not. And I'm afraid that there's a large faction of the environmental movement that's still locked into that thinking of a gradual evolution of the planet, 1 grain of water, 1 drop of water, 1 grain of sand at a time, and it has not suffered any kind of disruption until we bad humans came along and started, with our factories and our oil wells and our SUVs and everything else. But, clearly we have to come to terms with the fact that we live on one hell of a dynamic planet.
And one hell of a dynamic solar system.
One hell of a dynamic
Without
solar
Jupiter, right? We'd be fucked a long time
We
ago.
would be. Somebody said they wanted to hear me say the word fuck at least once. One of those. So I'll go ahead and throw it. Yeah, we would be fucked.
Jupiter is the big kind, like the bouncer for all the bigger asteroids that get sucked into it.
Well, Jupiter can play a dual role. See, Jupiter can act as the bouncer that kicks a lot of those guys back out into the Kuiper disk or wherever they came from, but it can also hurtle stuff in towards us. It can do either one.
Sacred geometry is a subject that I wanted to talk to you about, because we could go on about cataclysmic impacts forever, but it's one of the things that you mentioned at the end of our last podcast that you wanted to talk about on this one.
Yeah.
And it's the name of your organization, Sacred Geometry.
Well, it's the name of the website. I could find some stuff here to show you about that. And it dovetails, because remember, we're talking here a lot about geology, geometry, right? They both are sciences that have evolved out of the study of the Earth. And, one of the things that I've done is in geology, we have this thing called scale invariance, which is that if you look at a geological picture, you're always going to see somebody. You're going to see like a rock pick set in the picture. You're going to see a person standing there, because oftentimes you don't have a sense of the scale of what you're looking at, right? And in geometry, we have the same phenomena. It's also kind of the modern term for it is fractalization, where the part looks, the smaller part looks like the bigger whole. And that's one of the basic working ideas of sacred geometry. And it's the same idea of what I was describing standing there looking into the Minnesota River Valley. This was an example of scale invariance, that you had the same, that the big channel was just a much, much larger version of this small channel. And that if you didn't have a scale of reference, you couldn't tell really what you're looking at, how big or how small it is, see. So in the study of sacred geometry, one of the fundamental ideas is this idea of scale invariance. So when I first was interested in geometry, because geometry, I think, is one of the keys to deciphering many of the ancient traditions. Like, I became somebody wanted me to talk about Freemasonry, and I, can talk about that up to a certain extent. One of the things that I learned, as soon as I think I learned it before I was actually initiated into the Masonic fraternity in 1978, was that at the core of all the Masonic symbolism was geometry. If you wanted to understand the message of the great cathedrals, you had to have geometry. If you wanted to understand this amazing plethora of symbolism that is, of which Masons are the custodians, you had to study geometry. And secondarily, you had to study astronomy. So that sort of confirmed some of the ideas I had already been thinking at the time that I went in the late 70s. Freemasonry is full of symbolism.
Why did you join the Freemasons?
Well, because for one thing, I've always loved art. I come from a family of builders. I build things for a living. That's what I do. I design things and I build things for a living. That's how I make my money. So I was always interested in the built environment. And somewhere along the line, I just began to realize that there was a whole lot more to the built environment of ancient times, that in modern times, you look at architecture, and that architecture is not necessarily symbolical, except on a very abstract sense. I became aware of the fact that the ancient architecture, the ancient structures, whether it's the pyramids of Giza or Stonehenge or Angkor Wat or the Mayan temples, they're all profoundly symbolic. They're not just built because, hey, it looks good. No, they convey information. Cathedrals, it was Victor Hugo who referred to some of the great cathedrals as being literal textbooks in stone. And that's what they are. Chartres Cathedral, beautiful example of a textbook in stone. And I don't know if you ever been to any of the cathedrals?
No.
That's something you need to put on your bucket list, Joe.
Yeah, I'm planning on going to Europe this summer. So when I do, on a vacation instead of working.
Yeah, make it a research vacation. It'll make it a lot more interesting. And before you go,
I have kids. It's tough to do a lot of research. We've got little kids that get bored real easy. But I'm going to check some shit out.
Yeah, check some shit out. And if you, I can send you some places that I don't know about your kids, but I could easily have been 8 years old and been totally blown away by.
Okay.
Well,
one of the things about the Freemasons, the idea of the Freemasons is that it's a secret society.
Yeah.
And it's a secret, and people associate it with the Illuminati and the people that control the world. And
don't I wish?
But
Joe, I think I would love to be the supreme dictator of the world.
Really?
Well,
what would you do differently?
Differently? We could get in. That's going to be
that's a 5-hour podcast.
Yeah, that's a different podcast.
Right. When you say I'm a Mason, people would automatically, especially ignorant people, would automatically assume that you're a part of some sort of society that's victimizing the general population, and you're involved with the people that put the eyeball on top of the pyramid that's on the dollar bill, and
I don't even know where to start with some of that nonsense.
Are there secrets in the Freemasons where you're not allowed to talk about it?
Well, bear in mind now, secrets in the Middle Ages, there were trade secrets and, building secrets, clearly, and when you went through the process of initiation, you learned about these secrets, right? But it's not that really that different, the idea, than, say, modern, commercial or industrial secrets. Coke it keeps its formula secret,
right?
And has done so for 100 years.
Right.
But the thing is you got to realize that Freemasonry became an outlawed organization, right? During the Middle Ages, when the church was persecuting anybody who was branded a heretic, which could have meant anything that they wanted it to be, Freemasonry had to go underground. And that's the primary reason for the secrecy, is because it was a survival strategy. And it only reemerged in the early 1700s with the consolidation of 4 lodges in Britain to become the modern institution, Freemasonry. And, to anybody who comes up with that, I would just challenge them, show me the hard evidence. Show me
so
that,
fast.
I like to say that, well, yeah, I'll admit, 14 of the American
That's the
presidents
run
have
I
been
want.
Freemasons. But 22 of them were Episcopalians. So clearly that implies to me that it's the Episcopalians who are the puppet masters ruling the world, right? If you want to make that argument.
Well, why were they Freemasons? Like, what's the benefits of being a Freemason?
Well, for one thing, what you're doing is you're aligning yourself with probably the oldest institution that still exists on the planet, that goes back, now we can historically trace it back to the Middle Ages. But if you go back further than that, while the historical continuity breaks down, we can go back and we can talk about the Comachines in Italy, we can talk about the Martinists, we can talk about the Mithraeus tradition, we can talk about the mysteries of Egypt, we can talk about the Zoroastrian tradition, the list goes on, the Eleusinian mysteries, and what we see is a structure of initiation that's virtually identical in all these cases to what modern Freemasonry is. And with modern Freemasonry, basically, you have a whole cross-section of individuals that join, who a lot of them joined simply because, hey, my dad was a Freemason, or my uncle, it was a family tradition. So that's why I joined. Others joined because Freemasons every year raise millions of dollars for charity, mostly for children's charitable causes. They run the Scottish Rite Hospital for crippled and burned children. They run eye hospitals, and children that need medical care, they can go to these hospitals and not have to pay anything. So they're a fraternal organization. They're one of the largest charitable organizations on the planet in terms of the money that they raise. Again, Jesus said, by their works ye shall know them. You can twist that around, perversely twist that around, and say that's some kind of nefarious strategy to, whatever, get control. The other side of the equation is that they're also custodians of this body of ancient symbolism, where all of these things that we have been talking about basically are encoded. And I could pull up some interesting stuff here that you could look at to see what we're actually talking about there. But yeah, they have this amazing body of symbolism. Let me pull it. Here's an example of a Masonic apron. Okay, let's take a look at this. We'll zoom in here. And what do you see right at the very center of this symbolical array? What is that?
I think it's a barn.
It's not a barn.
Is that the Ark?
It's the Ark. It's probably
That's
from
Noah's Ark.
It's Noah's Ark.
So that's supposed to be the ocean around it. And
It's floating in the waters of the Great Flood. And if you look closely, I know it's hard to tell, but growing out of here,
it's a chicken.
it's an acacia. The acacia is
the acacia bush.
It's a Masonic symbol for rebirth, regeneration, rejuvenation. So the idea here is that in that ark is preserved all of the seeds, the biological diversity of the world that is now being erased from the planet by the waters of the flood.
The acacia, is it related to the acacia tree or the acacia bush? Is it the same sort of thing?
Yeah.
That's the same bush that they believe is responsible for Moses having the visions of God.
So what are
giving him the 10 Commandments, because the acacia bush is rich in dimethyltryptamine. The flaming bush being symbolic of somehow or another extracting the DMT from that, smoking it or lighting it on fire, and that being the transmission method for the dimethyltryptamine, which of course is one of the most profound psychedelic experiences and gives people this feeling of being in contact with the divine.
Now, do you think it's any coincidence that the Freemasons have venerated the acacia for hundreds of years?
It makes a lot of sense.
Makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's modern day scholars who are looking at the story of Moses and connecting it to some sort of a psychedelic trip.
Yeah. Here is
which is another thing that's slowly being exonerated today. Those ideas are being vindicated today.
Yes.
In a way that before, you would say just a few decades ago that somehow or another Moses was on drugs. You're like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
And people would just, and any real legitimate sort of stories being connected to psychedelic drugs, people would think of as being preposterous. And now it's more and more accepted every day.
Right. Simply because the evidence is accumulating.
It's overwhelming.
There's no question that in the Eleusinian mysteries they were imbibing some type of a consciousness altering substance. I think that there's no question during the Mithraic mysteries also they were.
They don't know what that was though, right?
Not exactly, unless I think, who was it? Maybe Albert Hoffman and a couple others, they wrote a book in the 70s on the Eleusinian mysteries where they were talking about that. And I read it so long ago, I've kind of forgotten what their final conclusion was, but it was definitely that they were doing some type of a psychedelic potion.
Well, even soma, when you go back to the ancient Hindus, the soma being some sort of a mystery concoction. They don't know what it was, but it most likely had some sort of psychedelic properties to it.
Exactly.
They just don't know what it was.
They don't know exactly what it was.
Which is amazing when you consider the fact that this stuff was so profound and so important to them. Now we don't even know what was in it. Most likely some concoction was probably included psychedelic mushrooms.
Yeah. Well, I'm convinced that, one of the great boons to humankind is psychedelics. And it was a profound mistake to criminalize it when we should have venerated it as ancient cultures did and provided a context in which people could do it with wisdom, and propriety rather than driving it underground, and turning it into a criminal enterprise. That has been, I think, enormously destructive consequences for our society by criminalizing this for the last half century.
Yeah, well, most certainly, and you can see the difference in the art of the 1960s, especially when it comes to music, the difference between the 60s and the 70s, the shallow nature of a lot of the music that came out of the 70s and the disco and all that stuff, and then look at what was going on in the 60s with Hendrix and Jim Morrison, most likely psychedelic related.
Oh, of course it was.
Yeah,
of course it was.
Led Zeppelin, the Beatles, the profound change in the music of the Beatles once they discovered LSD.
Oh, it inspired an enormous burst of creativity.
What's really interesting, that what we're seeing now is huge benefits in psychedelic therapy for people with post-traumatic stress disorders. And it's out of war that we're finding these therapies for people that went to war, and these therapies, the best ones, are psychedelics.
Yeah.
Which is really amazing.
Well, in my own case, I basically went from essentially being a juvenile delinquent to the quest for God in one weekend after my first. Basically. So
wow.
It was that quick.
A lot of people have had the same story. I mean, Terrence McKenna spoke of his one of his trips to the jungle being that he was this sort of ne'er-do-well who just couldn't get it together, and then he came out of it, this psychedelic shaman who had this intense desire to spread the word.
Yeah. Yep. So, and I think we're definitely moving in the right direction. It's of course, for me, I'm impatient. I want to see it move a lot faster. I want to see us just end this ridiculous drug war.
Yeah.
And of course there's going to be a downside to it. There's a downside to everything, but
the upside is so substantial.
The upside is so substantial, and the downside of it is minuscule compared to the downside of the drug war itself.
Not only that, how about the drugs that we already have that are legal? The drugs that are sanctioned are the worst ones.
The worst ones, yeah.
I mean, we're not going to have a drug-free society. I've had Dr. Carl Hart on the podcast, who's an expert in this and has written some pretty amazing stuff on it. And one of the things that he said is not only do we not want a drug-free culture, we've never had one.
Right.
No one has ever had this idea of a drug-free culture. They've never existed.
Right.
Once people figured out a way to perturb their normal states of consciousness and the benefits of that, whether it's alcohol or psychedelics or whatever it's been, even yoga and meditation, you're essentially you're stimulating endogenous drugs.
Yes. And see, here's the thing. It's somebody brought this up. I don't remember who. It might have been somebody like Richard Alpert or something back in the day, saying that, you can embark on a quest for spiritual enlightenment and mystical at-one-ment, right? Through this arduous program of yoga and meditation and all of that, and it'll take you years. But who is going to embark upon such a program not really knowing that the end of it is this ecstatic mystical union with the Godhead, right? Mm-hmm. Well, they said that basically nature's provided shortcuts so that, we could actually see what the goal of it was and know that, at the end of this process that might take you 10 years or 5 years or whatever, depending on your dedication, there is this experience of your consciousness expanding into these ecstatic states.
Agents of evolution, as it were. And that's the thing that people, I think, universally feel from psychedelic experiences, is that it allows you to get over a lot of these sort of built-in instincts that we have from our thousands of years of evolution and the time that we were essentially living like wild animals. I mean, those genes are still in our system, and we have all these ideas of paranoia and fear and ego and the jealousy and all these different things that allowed us to be ultra competitive, which allowed us to innovate at a faster rate, which allowed us to get to where we are in 2015. But those things are kind of hampering us, because we're outgrowing the monkey body.
It's like, if we're going to travel to, we want to travel to Europe, right? You can't drive there in a car. You can go drive from here to the East Coast, but once you get to the coastline, you have to get out of the car and get into a different vehicle, right? Because if you keep driving in the same car, you're going to go into the ocean and you're going to drown, right? We're kind of like that in the sense that, I think that war was perhaps inevitable, this because it's embedded in our consciousness. You see, I just showed you here evidence that the human population crashed coming out of the Younger Dryas. Well, what's ironic is that after the Ice Age was over, for about 3,000 or 4,000 years, from 6,000 to about 9,000, 9,500 years ago, what we had was a period known as the climatic optimum by the scientists who've looked at it, in which some of the estimates are that global average climate might have been 2 to 4 degrees warmer than now. What that meant was that you had a much longer growing season. And anybody who doubts this, please do your own research, or I can post all kinds of stuff online that anybody who's not immediately, can't handle this kind of information. Anybody who's open-minded can actually go and do their homework and see that the climatic optimum is well documented. And for about 3,000 to 4,000 years, basically, we were living in an almost quasi-paradisial state, almost a Garden of Eden-like. It was almost like after the traumatic birth of this modern age, the Holocene that we're in, it's like nature just sort of was this nurturing environment. It was during this period that humans were worshiping the earth in the form of this corpulent, pregnant goddess, right? It's been called the goddess civilization by Maria Gimbutas, who was the archaeologist who did all of this work. And what was interesting, if you look into her work, is that during this period of the early Neolithic, in the archaeological terminology, there's no evidence of any warfare. There's no evidence that people, looking at the carvings that people did, the artwork that people did, looking at the communities, there were not stockades like there were later. There was no evidence in the archaeological record of weaponization, and it makes sense because in the aftermath of this extreme event that ended the Ice Age, what you had was huge areas of the planet that were depopulated. Nature quickly begins to reclaim. And what you now have is you have this sort of this benign warmth where growing seasons are months longer than now, farming, 1,500 feet higher in the mountains than is now possible. longer growing seasons and rapid expansion of population during this era. This would have been the era, think about what would the biblical injunction that Yahweh gave to Adam and Eve. What did he say? Be fruitful and multiply. Replenish the earth and subdue it. Be fruitful and multiply. Well, if you've got a species hovering on the brink of extinction, what's the most important thing that species can do? Lots of sex, lots of reproduction, right? In the context of those times, it would have been very important for people to have lots of sex to quickly reestablish the viability of the human species, because we were literally, it now appears, hovering on the brink of extinction, as were so many of the other large mammals of the planet, right? And nature gave us this interval, this window of 3,000 or 4,000 years of extremely mild climate, right? During this time, human population rapidly expanded and moved into these vacated habitats. Around 6,000 years ago, the climate shifted. What started has been called by the paleoclimatologists the neo-glaciation, because the planet cooled a couple of degrees. What happened? Agricultural habitats contracted. The elevation of viable agriculture came down. Okay, now if you've got settled human communities that have become well established and living in the context of that environment, and now suddenly that environment changes, right? Exactly coincident with those environmental changes around 6,000 years ago is when we see the first appearance of human conflict. Because now with this change in climate, you've got this disruption, this major disruption in human communities that have been well established and proliferating for 3,000 or 4,000 years. Think about, if you're living in a community and you're farming at 10,000 feet above sea level. A smaller example, a micro example, would be the freezing out of the Greenland colonists with the onset of the Little Ice Age, right? For 500 years, they were able to farm on the west coast of Greenland. And then the Little Ice Age came on and they were frozen out. And they tried to hang on as long as they could, but it kept getting harder and harder to grow crops. And then the climate declined further and the sea ice began to move south. And the one who waited too long lost their opportunity, because once the sea ice had moved south, it cut off the sea lanes so that they could actually evacuate. The Greenland colonies completely went extinct. Iceland itself was almost completely depopulated during this. If we take that scenario, expand it, and go back 6,000 years ago, we essentially see a very similar parallel phenomena going on. And so when you figure, during that civilization age of the goddess, this time that people were worshiping the earth in the form of this corpulent, pregnant goddess, this benign, motherly, nurturing goddess, there was no reason for conflict, because human populations were small, they were isolated, resource base was enormous, and then with the climate change, what happened? Suddenly now human communities and populations are disrupted, migrations began happening, one group conflicts with another group, and now we see the implements and the evidence of warfare. If we go back to 10,000, 12,000 years ago, clearly whatever happened then must have been profoundly traumatic to the survivors. Think about this. If you were the survivor of an event that basically erased modern civilization, and you were living in a small, isolated band of survivors with no way to communicate with the rest of the world, and no knowledge of whether there was even other survivors anywhere on the earth, it could profoundly affect you, your consciousness. And that could be so profound that the imprint of those events could be so profound that it could be passed on, for generations, and be lodged in our subconscious, this idea of human conflict necessary for human survival, and the traumas that have been visited upon our species by nature itself. So I think that once we come to terms with the possibly origins of only until we come to terms with the origin of human conflict, are we going to be able to purge it once and for all, and realize that the modern analog for that scenario was that coming out of that catastrophe, abundant resources, abundant habitat, abundant space, no conflict for territorial resources because the human population was limited. What I suggest is that if people want to understand the viable future of the human species, go out on a crystal clear night and look at the sky. There's the future. There's our potential future, because the scenarios that have been around since the 1970s show that everything that we're extracting now from the earth, the minerals, the precious metals, the hydrocarbons, it's all out there in infinite abundance, and it's basically just outside of our doorstep. And we are as close now to being able to harvest the resources of the cosmic environment as we were from setting foot on the moon in 1960.
Do you think we've been visited before by something from other planets?
I think perhaps long, long ago, maybe. But there's another scenario there that has been overlooked in all of the discussions about UFOs and aliens, and at some point we'll talk about that.
Some point?
Yeah.
You tease. How dare you?
Well, you know, it's the kind of thing where you kind of need to lay out the case. And what I like to do is basically present the evidence and see if whoever then draws the same conclusions from that evidence that I have.
So,
but okay, let me put it to you this way. In what we were talking about at the very beginning of this interview, and talking about 7,000 generations of people, and the fact that in 4 or 5 generations we went from horseback to rocket ships. How many times in the last 7,000 years do you suppose that we could have done that? To me, it's not implausible that we could have achieved flight, even interplanetary flight, more than once. Just
Wow.
as we have now. Because think about it. We have achieved interplanetary flight, even though only manned expeditions to nearer space, but we're sending our satellites out beyond the solar system. All of this has come about in my lifetime.
right.
Totally in my lifetime.
All of it since the 1950s.
Yeah, my grandfather, when he was a kid, you know, it was horses.
And a big point is that if we died off now, if there's some sort of mass extinction event, there'd be very little evidence of this space travel.
There'd be no evidence of it.
All the aluminum, all the
Yeah.
stuff that the rockets
You
were made
got it.
out of, it would all be gone.
Right.
The Earth would absorb it.
Now let's just consider, as a wild, outrageous working hypothesis, that humans have been able to offload from the planet prior to the modern space age.
So at one point in time, we went to Mars,
There's probably somewhere a little closer than that would have made sense,
like the moon.
like the moon.
Like we've been able to establish a base on the moon.
Yeah. Now, this is, like I said, I'm
This
admitting
is crazy
right up
talk.
front. This is an outrageous.
You're a
this
Mason.
is crazy
You're
talk.
a heretic. What else? You've done drugs.
Oh my
Dismiss
God.
this man. This is over.
It's time to lock me away. Gag me, muzzle me, and lock
If
me
we
away.
consider the fact that our civilization, you know, if all your theories are true, which they most certainly appear to be, our civilization has been rebooted as of 12,000 years ago. Modern civilization emerges somewhere around 7,000 years ago. In 4.6 billion years of life on
What?
Earth,
Come
or
on,
excuse me,
man.
of the life of the Earth existing, and then life on Earth being, you know, in our form, what, a few 100,000 years, right? And 100,000 years is a long time. That's 10 events
Yeah.
since the big impact.
Yeah.
10 times.
Well, remember the Greenland ice core graph that I
Mm-hmm.
showed you? I mean, what you're seeing there is a dozen or more enormous events
Right.
in the last 250,000 years. In the time, probably the oldest human skeleton, modern human skeleton, is now dated to about 180,000 years. How much earlier than that were we? I don't know. But conservatively, we can say 180,000 years. That Greenland ice core graph that I showed you goes back 250,000 years.
So the Rig Veda stories of the Vimanas and the flying crafts and all that could actually have been based on real live objects, real live spaceships that someone...
Read the Sumerian stories. What do they say? In the wake of the flood, it was so disastrous that what did the gods do? They fled the earth and went to space. It says right there in the myth itself. It says they left. They left the earth and went to the heavens because what was going on the earth was so traumatic it even freaked them out. Read the story.
The gods.
The gods. Enki and Ea and Ninana, Ninurta and the rest of them.
What did you think of Zechariah Sitchin and his fantastical translations of the Sumerian texts.
I'm dubious about some of his stuff.
Most are, right?
Yeah,
Most
yeah.
people who are experts in the Sumerian
Yeah,
languages
say that-
and cuneiform
Yeah,
think that he was kind of cuckoo.
kind of cuckoo. Yeah.
Well, but what's fascinating is there's so much that they absolutely understood that's really confusing. Like
Oh,
they
yeah.
understood they had an accurate depiction of our solar system, which included Pluto, which included all the planets in all the orbit in the correct, relatively correct sizes on these clay tablets that they made 9,000, 7,000, who knows how many thousand years ago,
Yeah, I guess I read some Sitchin stuff years and years ago, and at the time took it with a grain of salt. And subsequent to that, after I've seen some of the critiques of him, I'm kind of in that category myself of thinking his some of his translations are dubious.
He made some leaps,
Yeah.
for sure. But what they did discover, what they have just it's so fascinating to me when you look at like the caduceus, which very clearly resembles the double helix of DNA,
Yeah.
and how it's closely associated with some of these images of larger beings holding little smaller people with tails. Like, what the fuck is that? Like this idea of genetic engineering, of taking lower primates and introducing human or alien DNA into these lower primates to create modern humans.
I don't know what to think about that. It sounds
Ridiculous. But if we found a planet, like let's say we exist in this state right now, and we evolve without getting hit in the head by a big rock from space for another 1,000 years or
Yeah.
another 10,000 years. Let's get really fucking crazy. Just imagine how far we could come if we don't blow ourselves up. Yellowstone doesn't explode. We live another 10,000 years, and we jet off into the cosmos and find some planet with a bunch of dumb monkeys on it. You don't think we would splice our DNA into those dumb monkeys just to say, listen, I think you guys could do better. You could be like us. We're going to give you a little bump. We know what's coming. If you guys keep going along this way, you could get to where we are in 1,000,000+ years. We can give you a little injection.
maybe how about a scenario like this? Okay, well, from our superior perspective, we know that
Way
you
more
guys down there are living on a
like-
vulnerable planet that's going to
get a PV
have its
of
ass
this
kicked
row.
every so often.
Right.
I don't
So
think
we're going to do
it's
something to
necessarily
accelerate your evolution a bit,
way
so
more
that perhaps you can become a little bit more intelligent and figure this out. We're going to leave some clues behind for you, and then we're going to leave it in your hands to basically redeem the planet.
It's amazing how often people just will completely dismiss any ideas like that. But yet,
Like, fuck off.
we clearly
Why don't you just shoot
are
me right the fuck
we're
away?
very advanced in compared to life on Earth, but clearly we're advancing into the solar system at the very least with robots. We haven't really been doing manned space trips anymore, but we're sending a lot of fucking robots.
Yeah.
We're sending satellites. We're sending all these things to go around other planets and take images. We're sending robots that land on Mars to rove around and take photos and soil samples and send information back through the sky to Earth. I mean, that's pretty.
It is.
Fantastic
it's amazing
stuff.
Well, imagine if you tried to describe this to somebody 100 years ago. They'd go, "Get out of here.
Yeah.
This is outrageous. I don't even want to hear such ridiculous talk."
Yeah.
But like you just said, considering the pace of change over the last century, given us a century ago, there was no airline industry. you know.
Right.
Of course, the thing was, if you had the government bureaucracies like you have now, back then, Orville and Wilbur would have never been able to test their flights because some government bureaucrat would have been out there saying you don't have the proper permits to do this.
Right.
And right now, that's one of the big obstacles is that we've got these top-heavy political systems that are really, I think, really encumbering the creative process, the evolutionary process. That's why I'm such a big supporter of basically freedom. Getting back to the idea of individual liberty, because
Sure.
I think the upside of people being free, yeah, of course there's a cost to freedom and there's going to be a downside to it, but the upside, I think, again, is so much greater than the downside that lets
Well,
you
that's
do it.
what the internet is showing. The
Yeah.
internet it represents freedom, the ability to freely distribute information. This show itself would have never existed this podcast could not have existed without something like the internet. No one would have ever given me a show. No one would ever like said, yeah, go talk to this guy from Georgia for 3 hours about asteroid impacts. People will like it. You know,
Get out of here.
Get the fuck out of here.
Actually, I'm from Minnesota.
Well, I mean, you live there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying.
Right.
But it's just, the whole idea is that freedom allows people to innovate at a much quicker pace.
Yes.
It allows negative things too, but so does life itself. There's more of a chance of negative things if things are controlled.
Yeah.
If things are
Well,
locked down and
innovation goes it goes right out. I
Yeah.
mean, in my own personal sphere, like 20 years, like I'm building a project right now in Atlanta. It took me 6 months and 9 trips down to City Hall to get permission from the bureaucrats to do a small project, which 20 years ago I could have gotten that permission in an hour or two. 20 years before that, I would not have even needed permission from anybody. You know, oh, you've got your own house, you want to do this, your neighbors don't care, we'll do it. See?
right.
So this is what my experience there. Multiply that by millions across the board. You know, it's like, you know, it's going to get to the point where, you know, do we dare breathe out without a permit because we're exhaling carbon dioxide? You know?
Right.
So, yeah, I think that a couple of things need to happen. One, we need to really get back to the idea. And America, that's the great dream and vision of America, was that this was supposed to be the home of freedom on planet Earth.
Yeah, bureaucracy is pretty disgusting, but it's also, I feel like sometimes we need some resistance in order to facilitate action.
Some resistance, yes.
Yeah, and some resistance sometimes gives us this real desire to overcome that resistance, which makes innovation.
Yeah.
You know, and that might be one of the things that we're experiencing with this new culture that's emerging from the internet. It's kind of emerging in response to the resistance that we received from, I mean, going back to psychedelics from the 60s to the 70s into the 80s, and then the 90s, the internet emerges. And the internet is causing this big pushback on all of the archaic ideas that are being promoted during those dark decades.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I totally agree with you. I mean, without some resistance, I mean, after all, I mean, if there's no resistance, you know, we're going to basically turn into slugs.
We turn into couch potatoes.
We turn to couch potatoes.
We're lazy.
Right, we're lazy.
Yeah, it's very rare that human beings by default are ambitious.
Mm-hmm.
It's like in response to something. Like one of the worst things you could do to a kid is give the kid everything they want and not have them work.
Right.
They never develop any instincts to work towards things. They never develop any instincts to recognize that there's a benefit to struggling and being uncomfortable, and that the rewards, when you have a hard day's work and a job completed that you feel satisfied by, then the beer tastes so much better.
So much better. The Jewish Kabbalists have a term for that, which I can't remember, but it translates as the bread of shame. And it's like the bread of shame is the bread you get that you didn't really have to work for, you didn't have to struggle, you didn't have to put forward any effort, it's just given to you, you know. And you know, it's like one of the stories that kind of goes along with presenting that is, you know, the man who builds up this great business empire, you know, and then you know, he's getting ready to retire and he wants to pass it on to his son, and he says, you know, come in, I'm going to make you CEO of my business empire, and you're going to be able to run the whole thing. And the son says, no thanks, I don't want it. And he goes, well, what do you mean? He says, well, let me start at the bottom and work my way up and earn that position, and it's going to mean a whole lot more to me, and I'm going to be a hell of a lot more effective in that position than if it's just dumped in my lap.
It's just so rare that anybody has that mentality, though. Most people would take the easy road every single time.
Well, and that is to the consternation, I think, of our ancestors who didn't look at it that way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the people that came across the ocean, you know, at great hardship didn't look at it that way. And I think that they would be pretty much rolling in their graves if they could see, you know, what's basically, oh, well, we'll just let the government take care of us.
Right.
I don't have to get a job because the government's going to take care of us.
But they would also look at our computers and go, holy shit, you guys have figured some things out.
Yeah.
God damn. Wait a minute, hold on. You ask a question to your phone and it gives you the answer?
Yeah.
I mean, they never even thought about that on Star Trek.
Yeah. And see what that does is it shows there's these parallel trends that are happening, you know. So yeah, That's why I tend to be more optimistic. I'm not a pessimist. I have great hopes for our future.
I do too, and people give me a hard time for it sometimes. You know, they think I'm unrealistic, or that's the hippie side of me.
Uh-huh.
You know, that I have a hippie ideology as well. The sacred geometry name. Like, why did you choose that as the name for your website?
Well, because at the time I was looking at, there was so much interest, and because I saw it as a venue for putting information out there about that and showing some of the amazing correlations and linkages, between the subject of geometry and so many of these other things. Like I said, the
Mayan temples, Egyptian structures.
and helping using that as a key to decipher or decode these messages that have been embodied in architecture. It's the key. It's one of the master keys to decoding the archaic wisdom tradition. There's no question. And geometry pervades everything. I mean, geometry pervades, I can show you now studies that have shown that the exact architecture of the solar system, if you changed it even a little bit, none of this could happen. Because as it is now, you have this great reservoir of comets outside the orbit of Neptune called the Kuiper disk, right? At the inside of that, on the inner perimeter of that disk of comets, comets are in a quasi-stable condition. In other words, it doesn't take much to perturb them from that position. But at the same time, there isn't much there to perturb them. So they generally are just slowly orbiting the sun. Well, what happens is conjunctions of the great outer planets, Uranus and Neptune primarily, the combined gravitational forces exerted on the inner part of the Kuiper disk are enough to dislodge comets and send them either the gravity effect. Think of this. If you've got a gravity effect pulling on something from behind and it's moving this way, it's going to act as a braking mechanism. If it's ahead and drawing on it, it's going to act as an accelerating mechanism. So if you accelerate one of these objects, it moves out further from the sun. If you decelerate it, it moves in closer to the sun. What happens is that the conjunctions of the outer planets can move these comets inside become within the sphere of influence of the planets. And it just so happens, and astrophysicists have worked out the mathematics of it, that the masses and the spacing of the four great outer planets, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, are exactly what they need to be to transport comets from the Kuiper disk to the inner solar system. And if you change that even a little bit, you would lose this. They've referred to it as the bucket mechanism, or like a bucket handoff. Each planet will hand off the comet to the next one. And then when it gets to Jupiter, the big one, like you said earlier, Jupiter is either going to accelerate it and throw it back out, or it's going to decelerate it and send it in towards the sun, where it becomes an Earth crosser, where it begins to disaggregate and in the process fertilize the Earth with its constituents, which we now know are all kinds of interesting and exotic materials. So if it turns out, and it almost certainly will, in terms of the panspermia idea, that life was originated on Earth by comets, that you had to have an environment that was conducive. You had to have this matrix of environmental conditions that, if were altered slightly, would not allow the proliferation of higher life. You now have the introduction of cometary material into that. Well, if the architecture of the outer solar system was not exactly lined up in the geometry that it is, then you would never have that delivery of the organics and the volatiles from the comet. In fact, it's likely that the oceans, that the hydrosphere originated from space. Without the oceans, where would life on Earth be? You see? Now, here's where it gets interesting. The architecture of the solar system is what's condensed and embodied within the sacred architecture of old. So they've taken those proportions, however that got there, whether they knew it directly or on some subconscious level, and incorporated that into the designs and the proportions of the ancient sacred structures, it's there. Basically, the model of the holy city, the New Jerusalem, that's described in the book of Revelations, is basically a model of the solar system architecture.
So it abides by Bode's law? Is that what it is?
Yes. I think it's Bode. I think that's how you say it.
B-O-D-E-S? Is that what it is?
No, just B-O-D-E.
Bode. Oh, it's Bode.
Yeah.
And I've only seen it written. And that law being that the size and mass of a planet allows you to extrapolate and find out how big and far away the next planet would be.
Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, it shows up that one of the intervals within that sequence is, for example, where the asteroid belt is. There's no planet there, but there's an asteroid belt.
Right, and that sort of coincides with the ancient Sumerian myth of the creation of Earth being an impact. That there was and also Earth 1 and Earth 2. They know that Earth was at one point in time different, and it was impacted, and that's also what created the moon, right?
Yes. Well, that's the theory about the moon, but. Moon. I mean, the moon is really something we could talk about for the next hour, and we can save that for a future broadcast. But the moon is really one of the grand symbols of the great mysteries with a capital M, no question. And it's right there every night. I mean, right now I think we're like one day away from the full moon right now as we're sitting here, and I would highly recommend that anybody listening to this go out and begin contemplating the moon.
Unless you're afraid of werewolves.
Unless you're afraid of werewolves. Unless you're afraid of becoming transformed into a werewolf.
Yeah. So the how is Jerusalem designed in representation as a representation of the solar system?
Well, the hypothetical Jerusalem, the New Jerusalem.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it describes this layout. It gets complex. And again, when I show this to people, I usually rely on a lot of graphs and images and reproductions, geometric diagrams, and so on. But basically, it's describing the city lieth foursquare, the length, the height, and the breadth of it are equal 12,000 furlongs, and there's a wall great and high 144 cubits, according to the measure of a man, that is, of the angel. And then it goes on to describe other things. But when you begin to do the analysis of these numbers, you discover it opens up this whole world of numerical symbolism. The 12,000 furlongs, you know how much a furlong is?
No.
Furlong is 1/8 of a mile. It still exists. It's a very ancient unit of measurement. It still exists. It's used in horse racing. That's the one place that I know of it still exists. 1/8 of a mile, that's 660 feet, right? Now, if you were to take the Earth, right? The Earth, is an oblate spheroid. It spins on its axis, so it bulges towards the equator, shrinks towards the polar axis. So the difference is about 7,900 miles at the polar axis, about 7,926 miles at the equatorial axis. But if you were to take a perfect sphere with the same area, surface area, as the Earth actually has, that sphere would be 7,920 miles in diameter. Now, that number, 7,920, is a very interesting number because, for one thing, if we look at a furlong is 660 feet. So I'm putting 660. Why don't you take that calculator there? Okay. Now, that's a furlong, 660 feet. Convert that to inches by going times 12.
Times 12.
Times 12.
1, 2. Okay.
And equals?
7,920.
There it is. Diameter of the Earth in miles that I just said, right?
Right.
The perfect sphere that would have the same surface area and the same volume as the Earth is 7,920 miles. That's actually the diameter of the Earth. If you took a line from the Tropic of Cancer, 23.5 degrees north, through the Earth to the Tropic of Capricorn, you would discover that diameter is about 7,920 miles. That's the number which I'm theorizing, and I'm thinking with a lot of evidence to back up, that ancient peoples used to symbolize the Earth, 7,920. But what you've just seen here is that this ancient unit of measurement called the furlong, which is 660 feet, is to the inch exactly as the Earth is to the mile. Now, what was the origin of the mile? Where did this mile, we brought it up earlier. Length of the mile, 5,280 feet, right? Think about the Latin word mil. What does that mean? 1,000, right? Like a million is 1,000 thousandths. A millimeter is 1,000th of a meter, right? Because they're prefixing MIL, the mil, the Latin prefix that means 1,000, right? So that's where the actual word mile comes from. So a mile is 1,000 what? It's 1,000 paces, human paces. So if you were to go out and walk off 1,000 paces, say counting every time your right foot hit the ground, and you did that 1,000 times, you're going to have a mile, more or less, depending on your size. You know, I'm 6'1", so I'm going to have a slightly longer pace than somebody who's 5'5", right? But that's where the origin of the mile comes from 1,000 paces. And given that that's standardized, but it's very ancient. See, now the outer circle of Stonehenge, the Sarsen stone circle, if you were to encompass it in a circle that just tangent to the outer faces of the stone, the radius of that circle is has been measured, and it's almost exactly 52.8 feet, right? Or 1/100th of a mile. Now, if you take the diameter of Stonehenge, it's double that, which is 105.6 feet, right? 50 times 105.6, there's your mile. It suggests that the mile was being used by those who built Stonehenge 5,000 years ago. But you see, this number 5.28 is a universal relationship. It for one thing, it says the average human pace related to the foot, which again, remember Protagoras said, man is the measure of all things, right? Where comes the inch? It's this. Here's the inch right here, the origin of the inch.
The distance between your thumb,
Yeah, or
the width of your thumb?
it's this. Well, yeah, so you can measure here, and that's going to be an inch, or you can take this, and that's an inch as well. See?
So, okay. So
the-
it's the tip of your thumb to the first joint.
Yes.
That's essentially an inch.
And it depends, because
Obviously, some
humans
people have
vary in
giant
size.
hands,
Right,
right.
But the idea here is that the units of ancient measurement derive from one of two sources, from the human yardstick or the earth itself, okay? So now, if you take the average human pace, divide it by the average human foot, it's 5.28. Multiply that by 1,000 and you have the mile of 5,280 feet, right? I'm suggesting that that unit of measurement was actually incorporated into the design of Stonehenge, right? Now, what we have just seen is that the description of the New Jerusalem in the book of Revelations describes it as being 12,000 furlongs, which again is an ancient British unit of measurement, but probably used way beyond Britain. And when we look at the ratio of the furlong, if we took out in the parking lot here and laid out a furlong, 660 feet, and then marked off 1 inch on it, that furlong to that inch would be exactly the same as the diameter of the earth to the mile. Now,
Whoa.
in the book of Revelations, what it says is that the New Jerusalem is 12,000 of these furlongs. So if you take 660, which I put in there, times 12,000, look at the number that comes up again.
There's that number again, 792-0000.
But it's been raised by orders of magnitude.
Yeah.
Now, divide that by the number of feet in a mile. Put the divide button,
Okay. Here.
divide by 5,280, divide by 5,280, and there is what they're describing. A body that's 1,500 miles in diameter, right? So what is that? What is 1,500 miles in diameter? That's the mystery. Now, if you take that number, and I'm going to go to the earth itself, 7920, and divide it by the New Jerusalem, divide by 1,500, there's the ratio we get. The human pace to the human foot.
Whoa.
Coincidence? Or are we beginning to see that there's an underlying pattern? Now,
528.
yeah, 5 to 8. So the ratio is there, right? I'm not making any of this up. So you either dismiss it as coincidence or you go, okay, there's an underlying pattern here and it's got some meaning to it. Now, I think it's going to be beyond our ability today to really get into that. But this is the kind of thing, when you begin to peel back these layers, you begin to discover that there are these ratios built into this thing.
So it's some, in a sense, fractal.
It's fractal, yes.
Wow.
And the idea here, just like Protagoras said, that that we humans, we're the measure of all things, and all of these cosmic dimensions are miniaturized and encoded in our very anatomy.
Randall Carlson, we have run out of time, but you have blown minds on multiple fronts once again. Man, we got to do another one. When's the next time? You tell me. When's good?
Well, give me a few months to recover from this one.
Okay, tell me.
I'm going to bed for a week now.
Yeah, I'm sure. It's quite a burst of information. But thank you, sir. Really, really appreciate it. It's always a pleasure to have you here. You're one of my favorite podcast guests, without a doubt.
Thanks,
I
Joe.
enjoy it so much. And I'm going to go over this podcast with a fine-tooth comb and try to figure it out.
I want to say one more quick thing. A lot of this information that I've been talking about here is on our DVD that you can get online, Cosmic Patterns and Cycles of Catastrophe, where you get all of the images and a lot of the background and the stuff that we went into. So if you go to the Sacred Geometry International website, you'll be able to find a link and find out all about it.
What is the exact website? Sacred Geometry?
SacredGeometryInternational.com, I guess. So if you just put Sacred Geometry International in the search engine, it'll be the first thing that comes up in your Google.
And your Twitter handle is Sacred Geometry INT, correct? Is that it?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Is it right? Hold on a second. I'll check it on
Let's
the
see if
profile
so.
real quick. Sacred Geo INT.
Okay,
So
yeah.
Sacred Geo at Sacred Geo INT. Thank you, my friend. It's a massive honor and a privilege and a pleasure, and I appreciate this so much. Thank you so
Well, I
much.
appreciate you having me, Joe.
Listen, man, you're
It's
changing
been
the
fun.
world. You're changing the world. Believe me, you're freaking people the fuck out.
Well, you're helping me, Joe.
Randall
you're
Carlson,
helping me.
Randall Carlson, ladies and gentlemen. He will be back in a few months. We'll let him recover. We'll send him some vitamin C, send him some Onnit supplies. We'll get him back out here. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate it. Wow.
But the one guy, there was two guys that were high profile like that there was a hit on, or they were thinking about it. One was Giuliani, and the other, believe it or not, was Geraldo Rivera.
Holy. Really?
Yes. And I told him this when he interviewed me once. I said I was on Hannity with him.
Oh my God.
He almost died. Mike, he almost died when he turned white.
Oh, sure. Hey everybody, welcome to another episode of Hot Boxing. I'm Eben Britton.
And I'm Mike Tyson.
And Mike, we've
got some serious
we got something
stuff going
serious today. We've got Michael Franzese in the hot box. Welcome. Thank you so much.
Good to be here. All right, Mike, good to be here.
Thank you so much for joining us. I don't know. I mean, I think we just need to start where you grew up.
I'm on YouTube. I see you on YouTube all the time. So you always have your picture on YouTube.
I think, we just have to
and
start
interviews
back
and
at the
stuff.
beginning.
Yeah, let's do it.
Back in the beginning, well, I grew up in Brooklyn, Greenpoint section, and my dad was the underboss of the Colombo family back in the 60s. So I grew up in that environment, and he was very highly publicized. You know, for some reason, I found out later on, with all the guys around, they seemed to just pick my dad as kind of the main guy, the media guy, the guy the government was after all the time. So I grew up in an environment where we had law enforcement around us all the time. I grew up actually hating the police. I hated them because my dad was my hero, and they were kind of like the enemy, always looking to indict him, arrest him, always around our house. And, their tactics back then were very different than they are today. Today everything is very covert. You got a lot of informants, a lot of high-tech
Maybe just break
surveillance
the law,
equipment.
overtly break the law.
Oh, yeah.
Back then, yeah.
Back then, they had 7 or 8 different agencies following my dad, and they'd have a car parked around my house 24/7. So wherever we went, I was one of 7 kids. We had a parade of law enforcement vehicles following us. And I got into many scuffles with them, had many incidents, and so I grew up hating them. And my dad, he was indicted 3 times in the state for murder, for grand larceny, and some other thing. He beat all of those cases. But then in '66, they indicted him in federal court for masterminding a nationwide string of bank robberies. Convicted and sentenced to 50 years. It was the longest sentence for a bank robbery conspiracy case ever given up to that point. Loses all his appeals in 1970, and they shipped him off to Leavenworth Penitentiary to do his time. So I was, my dad wanted me out of this life. He didn't want me to get involved. I was actually a pre-med student at Hofstra University in Long Island. But when he went in, I was devastated. I mean, 50 years. He was 50 when he went in. Figure, it's a death sentence.
Yeah.
So, Joe Colombo was very close to me at that time. He kind of took me under his wing. I started meeting a lot of my dad's friends. And I just lost interest in school. And I went to see my dad. Mike, I'll never forget. I said, Dad, bank robbery? I mean, what is this all about? And he looked at me and he said, son, I was framed. I'm innocent. I'm not a bank robber. And I believed him. And until this day, I'm telling you, my dad did 40 years on that sentence. And he did it for a crime he didn't convict. My dad was no bank robber. And so I said, I got to help you out.
They got to get you for something.
They got to
get you for something. When they're on you, they're on you.
Yeah, he beat him so many times, I had to do something, So, at that point, we were in the penitentiary in Leavenworth, and he said, look, if you're going to be on the street, I want you on the street the right way. And it was at that point that he proposed me for membership in the family. And that's how things started for me.
Now listen, how old were you when you became a made man?
I was, when I became a recruit, I was 22.
Yeah.
And I took the oath when I was 24, 2 years later.
All right, so listen, how do you, your mindset, like my mindset.
Yeah.
So I'm a made guy in the neighborhood. Nobody could fuck with me, put their hands on me, but I could fuck with you. How do you do that? Look, my mentality. I'm a young 20-something-year-old guy. Hey, I don't like this fucking guy, but I love his girlfriend. Kill that motherfucker. That's my main time, you know what I mean? If I want this, kill him. You know what I mean? If I want that fucking house he has been, fuck him. If I was a mob, so does that thought goes through your mind?
Mike, now, honestly, I got involved in the life really to help my father. I mean, that was my whole motivation.
Oh, see, I would be so self-absorbed and stuff from the mob. If I was in the mob, I'd be so self-absorbed.
Yeah, but you know what? It happens. I mean, it's a rush because, you got a ringside table wherever you go. People give you a lot of respect. And, you try to carry yourself the right way. You don't want to abuse that.
How do you do? You never had that before. And all of a sudden, boom. It's never like this. I give you a little bit at a time. It's just all at once. Boom. You're made.
Yeah, but understand, I grew up with it. I mean, look, I spent my childhood in the Copacabana meeting everybody from Sinatra on down. So, my dad was that kind of a guy. I mean, when he walked into a place, I mean, he was a different guy.
Respected.
People really looked up to him. They really respected him. He carried himself well, and he was a tough guy. I mean, there's no question about it, So, I mean, I grew up around it, and I really admired and respected my dad. But when I got into the life, I wanted to, number one, I wanted to get him out of prison, so I worked hard on that. And number two, honestly, I wanted to be the best possible mob guy I could be. So
what's that consist?
Yeah, what did that mean?
In that life, you kind of make your own way. They had guys, I'll give you an example. I took the oath in 1975, right, on Halloween night, actually. There was 6 of us that night that took the oath. And we had 115 made guys that actually took the oath. Out of the 115, 20 of us were earners. The other guys were just...
That means you bring in money.
Yeah, we were earning. We were earning really for everybody else. The other guys who got him a union job, who was doing a little bookmaking, trying to scratch out a living. So I was determined to make money, and I had a head for business, and I used the life. I knew how to use the life to benefit me that way. So I took advantage of that. And I got involved in a lot of different things, and I came upon a scam. I'll tell you what happens, Mike. There was a guy, Italian guy around me, right? He kept coming to me. He had a couple of gas stations on Long Island. He had like a wholesale operation. So he comes to me and he says, Mike, I got these 2 guys from another family. They keep trying to extort me. He said, you got to help me out, because I was kind of the guy on the island when I moved out there. I did some research on this guy, and I found out that he had testified in a civil case against the governor's brother at the time. So I didn't want to have anything to do with him, right? He kept coming back. he said to me, listen, if you help me out, I got a way to defraud the government out of some tax on gasoline. So he got my attention, right? I hated the government. So I said, well, explain it to me. So he tells me this little thing. I said, all right, we're going to go into business together. I said, I want to form a new company. That's it. So I get rid of the two guys that were bothering him. I didn't get rid of, I made them go away. And I put this guy, Vinny, around me. I had a guy around me. He was a big guy, right? He was a butcher. Big scar across his head, a real,
Sounds gnarly.
Yeah, a real full. I says, Vinny, watch this guy, Larry. Let's see if he's got something. Tell me what he's got. About 2 weeks later, he comes to my house on a Saturday. He used to bring me meat every Saturday. He was my butcher. And he's got a box on his shoulder. And he rings the doorbell.
You're
And I
hoping
said,
it's money, right?
no, I'm saying, what are we doing with all this meat? We having a party or something? I don't know about it. He says, hey, Chief, come into the kitchen. It ain't meat. Puts the box on the table. He opens it up. $320,000. He said, this is the first week's take in the gas business. Smelled like gasoline, right? I didn't care what it smelled like at that point, but he got my attention. So what happened, Mike, over the next 8 years, I took that from $320,000 that week to almost $10 million a week. We had about 350 gas stations.
How many people were getting that money? How many people do you have in your crew that was getting that money?
Well, I was supporting a lot of people, the guys at work, and I was kicking up to the family. I was giving them $2 million a week. You got $2 million a week, it buys a lot of loyalty, as you know. You know what I mean? So
I would think, hell yeah, I would think, go ahead, man, do what the fuck you want to do.
yeah, And so they made me a captain in 1980. They elevated me to that position.
What's up, buddy? Fact 41.
And I
What's
grabbed,
up, man?
I got a deal with all the Russian guys out of Brighton Beach. They were my partners too. They were great partners.
Like, can I stop you real quick? What does it mean as a captain? Do you have people under you?
Yeah.
That's what.
I'll tell you the rank. You got a boss, an underboss.
Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
And we're live. Gentlemen, here we go again. What's happening?
Back in the room.
A pleasure to see you guys, as always. This is one of my favorite podcasts that we ever do. And this is very timely because, first of all, the big New York Times article about the possibility of a comet hitting Los Angeles, the preparations for what they would do if a comet hit Los Angeles, and the comet known as Donald Trump that's hit the United States. And
he's even got the hair.
It just, the whole thing is, I mean, if the end of the world was coming, boy, it's all on the wall. The writing's all there. It's kind of crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the latest and the greatest?
Well, the latest and the greatest is, last year when we sat down with you, I think it was last November.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was almost a year.
Got floated in the discussion the idea that this really important comet research that's going on, which is just changing our whole view of history and prehistory and of the future of humanity, that it would be good to make a film about this and crowdfund it. I actually mentioned that to the scientists, and they said what we really need is more funding for our research. And so they've inspired by your show, they have put out a crowdfunding campaign, which is linked on my website. It's the Comet Research Group, and it's a big story right now.
How can people find it really quickly? It's Indiegogo.
Well, no,
Comet Research Group.
Much quicker way. Just
Okay.
go to my website,
Okay.
grahamhancock.com, and there's a revolving banner which is the Comet Research Group. Click on that, and you're in business.
Beautiful. Okay, grahamhancock.com, and then crowdfunding for Comet Research. And so what are they trying to put together?
Well, they're wanting to. You see, the thing is, these guys have actually not had any official funding. This is a group of major, highly credentialed scientists who, for the last decade, have been investigating the extraordinary story of a massive series of comet impacts on the North American ice cap 12,800 years ago. That is the global cataclysm that wipes out a whole civilization from prehistory. So that's why it's of interest to me. they're not coming at it from that point of view. They're coming at it from rediscovering something that we've lost about ourselves. Something that's really important to understand the role of cataclysms in the story of the Earth. And they need to do much more research. So they need to go back to Greenland and look for the nanodiamonds in the Greenland ice cores. There's an ancient city which they're not revealing the name of, which they're pretty certain was wiped out by a comet impact about 4,500 years ago. They want to go there and investigate that. So there's a lot of field work they need to do to drive home this hypothesis, and to frankly put down the opposition, because there's been so much opposition to this idea from people with vested interest in other theories that and that's why these guys have not got funding. So the only place they're going to get funding to do this further research is from members of the general public, and that's what we're hoping that will happen. It's called the Comet Research Group. There's a banner on my site, and all the links are there to their crowdfunding, to their website, which is full of masses of scientific information, and to their Facebook page as well.
It is a very unusual thing, the fact that we know that comets and all sorts of various large objects have impacted the Earth. We see the craters, we know they exist, but it's so rarely discussed. It's so strange. If it wasn't for this article in the New York Times, I can't remember when the last time it even came up. And it's such a huge issue.
It's a massive issue. It's a massive issue. Both Randall and I have really, given a great deal of thought to this, and I think, Randall, the point is that catastrophes are the untold story of our past.
We were given a little hint of it. February of 2013, Chelyabinsk, Siberia. Remember the event?
Yeah.
Now that was just a little cosmic speck. Came in, it was about 50 feet in diameter, which is about, and it came in at a fairly low angle. It blew up nearly 18.
Get that thing right in front of you.
Right in front of me, like this.
Yeah, if you flatten it out, it's usually easier. Like
How's this?
Way.
Is this better?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
There we go.
So it came in, I think it exploded 12 miles, about 20 kilometers up in the atmosphere, but it was still enough to damage thousands of buildings and injure 1,500 people. Now the thing about that one is, if it had been slightly larger, if it had come in at a slightly steeper angle, a little bit higher velocity, you could have had thousands of fatalities rather than just injuries. And that would have been major headline news at that point. As it was, it's already forgotten. But you do remember
Yes.
that event over Siberia? We may even have talked about that.
I believe we
I
did.
think we did, yeah.
I think
in
we
our
even
last-
showed videos of it. Well,
Yeah.
what's fascinating is that Russia has so many of those dash cam photo cameras.
That's right.
Because they have so much insurance fraud apparently over there, and people
Right.
slam into each other all the time, and they want to record it. So we're fortunate enough to have so many of those videos because of that.
Which puts it on the record, whereas otherwise it would not be. I think people don't like to talk about cataclysms and catastrophes, and actually nor do I. Nobody wants a horrible cataclysm to occur, but this is the point, which is that the prospect of a comet or asteroid cataclysm on the Earth is actually much higher than has been told to us up till now, and something can be done about it. It doesn't have to be the end of the world. We don't have to, say, okay, it's all over, forget about it. Quite the contrary. This is just something that would be prudent and rational for the human species to do. And amongst many other imprudent and irrational things that we focus on instead, we should be focusing on a bit on this.
Well, at least just to heighten awareness of it, and also the possibility that we've been nailed a bunch of times and we've forgotten about it. And this is the big thing that you've been dealing with your entire career.
Yeah.
This skepticism about past civilizations. I
Yeah.
mean, I got into it with Michael Shermer, who's a friend of mine, who's a
Right.
very famous skeptic.
I
I got
know.
into him with it yesterday because I posted that you were going to be on, and he started chirping something about civilizations 12,000 years ago. Where's the evidence? I'm like, dude, you don't. You're saying this, and you don't even know about Göbekli Tepe. So
Right.
I sent him Göbekli Tepe, and literally like 5 hours later, he wrote something claiming that, well, that was made by hunter-gatherers. It was all just really to sort of suit his narrative.
See,
But he
that-
doesn't know that. No one knows that.
Nobody knows that. They're so determined to keep the existing
Exactly.
model. And when new evidence comes in which can't be explained by the existing model, they just try to explain away the new evidence and not think maybe it's time to change our theory. This is the unfortunate thing. But cataclysms, a global cataclysm, the massive event that happened 12,800 years ago, the Younger Dryas impacts, which were a series of comet impacts on the North American ice cap. This accounts for why we don't have a lot of evidence hard evidence of a 12,000 plus year old civilization because it went down in that catastrophe. It was wiped out.
I've been trying to amass the evidence, actually, that complements what Graham is doing, and it really answers that question that Shermer brought up. And it's a legitimate question. Where's the evidence? But I'm quite sure that Shermer is not really educated in the extreme events that have really taken place on this planet in the last 10 to 20,000 years, and what that would do to any kind of evidence. And maybe while we have some time here today, I've brought a few things to try to convey some sense of how extreme some of these changes have been, and how one would actually be quite shocked to find anything existing in the aftermath of these events.
Well, Michael Shermer's a brilliant guy.
Sure.
And I don't mean to shit on him, but what is disturbing to me is that his knee-jerk reaction to this, without having any research at all in the subject, not knowing at all about Göbekli Tepe, which was discovered in what, the 90s?
Yeah. 96.
So this is, to me, this is something that I've looked at because of you guys in great depth. When I read your book, I was just completely enthralled with this idea of history having some sort of or rise and fall, and civilization having these resets. So I've been absorbed in it for a long time. But what's fascinating to me is people that consider themselves to be skeptical, or I mean, he's a skeptic professionally.
Sure.
But many people who question anything that's outside of what they've been told, as soon as they hear any sort of a theory outside of what they've been told, they immediately call quackery.
Absolutely.
But it's a weird knee-jerk reaction to something, especially when you talk about asteroids, that is a very real part of our past. We have a ton of evidence. I mean, there's actual craters that you can look at on Earth. The moon, which has no atmosphere, is littered with them. And if we look at the moon as a model for what could possibly have happened to Earth, or at least, some of them, obviously with the moon having no atmosphere, it's going to get hit a lot more than we are.
Sure.
But still, I mean, this is a very real situation that this solar system, it was, at least as far as we know, the only solar system that has to deal with this. But we know this is a real issue. I mean, we've seen impacts.
Well, it's like you just said. On the one hand, you have Earth scientists looking at the Earth, and what they're realizing is that the Earth is pockmarked with scars, and each of these scars represents a tremendously powerful catastrophe that has happened in the history of the Earth. Now, that's accepted by mainstream science, that major catastrophes have happened in the history of the Earth. But where this thing now is about to come full circle is the recognition that these kinds of catastrophes have also influenced the rise and fall of civilization, and a lot more extremely than has been recognized up to this point. And while geologists and earth scientists are looking at the surface of the Earth and realizing that etched into the surface of the Earth, or imprinted into the surface of the Earth, are hundreds of scars, of which undoubtedly are only a small percentage of the total that exist, at the same time, astronomers are looking out into near-Earth space and discovering that we cohabit space with a lot of stuff. It's not as empty as we thought. And just within the last 6 or 7 weeks, we've had 2 close flybys.
Of previously undiscovered asteroids. This is the point, because NASA keeps saying, well, we've counted 1,650 asteroids, and none of them are going to hit the Earth in the next 100 years. Well, yeah, that's true. But what about all the ones they haven't counted, which are estimated to run into hundreds of thousands and which haven't been seen yet? And what happens is we see them roughly 10 days before they pass the Earth. That is not enough time to do anything about them. But we have time if we're prepared to be rational and reasonable as a civilization to take care of this issue.
Now, when you're dealing with hundreds of thousands of near-Earth objects that are flying around, like what are the things that could be done to protect Earth?
You can paint, it's low tech actually. You can paint one side of the asteroid, affect its albedo so that the sun's rays push differentially on one side rather than the other. That will shift its orbit slightly. It has to be calculated. You can give it a little knock with a rocket, basically. You don't want to blow it up. You don't want to turn, your one big piece of artillery shell into buckshot. You don't want to do that. You want to move it into a safer orbit. You can mount jets on it. People are looking now to mining asteroids. Of course, our society always goes, our civilization always goes for the where the money's to be made. But if we can mine asteroids, we can move asteroids, and the technology is there.
And ironically, the most dangerous asteroids are going to be the ones that are the closest to the Earth, which are the most accessible. And the asteroids pretty much have unbelievable amounts of resources on them. I mean, pretty much everything that is being mined on the Earth can be found in asteroids, from the hydrocarbons to precious metals to all of these things. And we're not that far away from technologically being able to actually, mount expeditions to asteroids and mine them. And that's the solution I kind of prefer, because again, these things are tremendous sources of all kinds of things that would be usable to an expanding civilization, and we could feasibly within a decade or two be mining asteroids. And again, the ones that are the easiest to access are also going to be the ones that are more dangerous, because they're the ones that are coming the closest to the Earth. So,
and another point here is that there is one specific danger. There's one specific, if you like, region of the sky that really needs to be looked at. And this is the region of the sky. This is why I wrote Magicians of the Gods, because of this discovery that there's a thing called the Taurid meteor stream, which is 30 million kilometers wide and which envelops the solar system. And the Earth on its orbit around the sun passes through the Taurid meteor stream twice a year. Turns out the Taurid meteor stream is the debris of a giant comet that came into the inner solar system about 20,000 years ago. That thing was at least 100 kilometers in diameter, according to their calculations. It may have been more so. And then, like other comets like Shoemaker-Levy 9, which spectacularly hit Jupiter in 1994, it began to break up into multiple fragments. And those carry on orbiting on the original path, and as they break up more and more, they degrade, and small bits and large bits break off, and it gradually fills up a kind of huge hoop of debris that the Earth is passing through twice a year. It takes us 12 days to pass through it. We do 2.5 million kilometers a day on our orbital path, 12 days to get through the Taurid meteor stream. And the scientists of the Comet Research Group have made the point that a big object out of the Taurid meteor stream, multiple objects as a matter of fact, was what hit the North American ice cap 12,800 years ago. It looks like there was a second series of impacts 11,600 years ago from the same source. It looks like there were other impacts in the Bronze Age. The most recent, almost definite impact out of the Taurid meteor stream was Tunguska in Siberia back in 1908. That hit on the 30th of June 1908, and that's at the peak of the Taurid June shower, when we passed through the Taurids in June and in November. And what they're saying is we really need to focus on this Taurid meteor stream. Their calculations are that there are hundreds and hundreds of massive objects in that Taurid meteor stream. And as a comet breaks up into bits, those bits become asteroids, and those asteroids are circling in the Taurid meteor stream. And I've likened it to strapping on a blindfold and crossing an 8-lane interstate twice a year and just hoping that we don't hit any heavy traffic, that we meet bicycles or motorcycles rather than trucks. But the trucks are out there, and what the Comet Research Group scientists are saying is we need now to be in-depth investigating the Taurid meteor stream, because it appears to be the hidden hand in human civilization. It has wiped out episodes of our history in the past, and there's no reason to expect that it won't do so again unless we do something about it, because the remnants of that original giant comet are still circling in the Taurid meteor stream, and they are fucking dangerous.
Now, how is this being received in mainstream science? I mean, is there any resistance to this? Because it seems like this is all pretty straightforward and traceable.
Mostly being ignored.
Mostly being ignored.
And why do you think that is?
By scientists who have a vested interest in other ideas. First of all, there's a vested interest in not admitting that cataclysms are important at all. This goes right back to the 19th century, when science began to take shape in the form that we know it now, and they wanted to separate themselves off, understandably, from superstition. So they didn't want anything to do with something that sounds like the biblical flood, for example. They felt they would be contaminated by that, and they preferred to explain any cataclysmic evidence as a result of gradual processes.
So you really think it's because of the reluctance to accept religion or religious ideas, or to separate themselves from it?
No, I think that's where it started.
That's where it started.
They wanted to separate themselves off from that. Now they've gone a long way from that, and many, many scientists have got a vested interest in what is called uniformitarianism or gradualism. And they don't like to hear about cataclysms having any major impact on the story of life on Earth.
So is it sort of the momentum of these initial desires to escape religious influence that have sort of led them down this path?
Yes. And then there are others who have a vested interest in current accounts of global warming, others who have a vested interest in extinctions taking place now. They want to say that our ancestors were responsible for the extinction of all the mammoths and mastodons and so on and so forth, whereas the Comet Research Group scientists are saying no. Those huge megafauna of North America were wiped out as a result of the massive series of impacts on the North American ice cap.
I'm reading a book right now by Dan Flores, a really interesting book called Coyote America. He's a wildlife historian. He is really an expert on all the different forms of wildlife in North America, where they originated, where they migrated to. And one of the more fascinating things about it is he's talking about all these animals that went extinct, 10,000 plus years ago, this mass extinction event, and never once does he bring up cataclysms, and there's all these different ideas, and one of the big ones being that human beings with atlatls, which is like really a very weird sort of a spear throwing device, wiped out the woolly mammoths and all these other animals, and
to me
it
it's
seems
a lunatic,
so preposterous.
It's a lunatic idea. Also, if you have any contact with hunter-gatherers today, you find that hunter-gatherer peoples don't overkill their game. They hunt them respectfully, they take what they need, and they leave the rest because it's a renewable resource for them. So I don't think hunter-gatherers wiped out the mammoths in North America. The evidence is compelling it was the comet.
Well, the evidence that you brought up when you were here the first time, when you showed the images of all those mammoths that had been literally knocked over with broken legs from the impact of something, mass burial grounds, like these mass... not burial grounds, obviously, but mass casualties.
Mortality sites.
Mortality sites. That's a good way of putting it.
That's a good way of putting it. Yeah, in fact, Graham and I visited one up in South Dakota called Hot Springs, where there's just several dozen. Nobody knows how many are actually there, but there's at least several dozen two species, woolly mammoths and Columbian mammoths, that have been entombed. And while we were there, interestingly, the guide, the woman giving us the tour there, was kind of giving a gradualist explanation that, well, over long periods of time, these mammoths wandered into a sinkhole and were too dumb to get out, and so they became entombed. And I asked the question, well, what studies have been done on the sedimentary matrix in which their remains are being found? Because as I'm looking at this sedimentary matrix, I'm seeing a massive deposit. In other words, a deposit that was instantaneous. And when I brought that up, she actually got very irritated and
really,
dismissed my question. Didn't well, we've got it all worked out. We know about that. Well, what is it? Well, we've got it all worked out, and then immediately went on with her narrative. But yet I had an article that was actually written by one of the original scientists that worked on the site, and his description was, well, it could have been that, but also as an alternative, and he used the term bloat and float, that what you had was woolly mammoths that had been caught in a flood, drowned, and their bloated carcasses floated into a depression in the landscape, and that's where they were entombed. And that makes a whole lot more sense to me than the fact that, individually over several thousand years, these mammoths wandered into this sinkhole and then couldn't get out. But you got to bear in mind, we're talking about, at the end of the last ice age, 120 roughly species of megafauna that disappeared, which is about equivalent to the same number of megafaunal species that inhabits the Earth today.
It was a short period of time where something like 65% of the North American mammals went extinct?
75%.
75%. Yeah. Very short period of time, right?
Very short period of time. Pretty much totally coincident with that period called the Younger Dryas.
And so there's nothing resembling what we're capable of doing today back then. I mean, when you look at human extinction events, human-caused extinction events, it's very logical. And what we're doing today with pollution and the expanse of civilization and weapons are super sophisticated. If we wanted to, we could wipe out a lot of different species.
Yeah, but what we're actually seeing is that at the end of what's called the Bowling Aileron, which was the gradual warming at the end of the last ice age that preceded the sudden catastrophic change at 12,800, was the Clovis culture that existed for 300 to 500 years, I think.
Yes.
Somewhere. But they suddenly were gone, right? Exactly simultaneous with the mammoths. And then there are interesting studies that coming out now showing that at least continental-wide, there was apparently a major human population crash exactly coincident with the megafaunal extinctions. because you had quarries that had been mined for centuries that are suddenly abandoned. You have campsites that had been that had generations of debris and toolkits accumulating and so on, debris from the fluting of the spear points and so on, that are suddenly abandoned, right? So the evidence actually suggests that the human population crashed, which would certainly imply that they would have been far less capable of wiping out all of these species of megafauna. Also, the studies of their diet and their life ways suggest that they were quite diverse. They were hunter-gatherers, and they focused mostly on small game. They ate a lot of fish, a lot of shellfish. They gathered food. And why would they go after the biggest, most dangerous animal, in the whole array of animals?
And with incredible efficiency, hunt them to extinction in 100 years. It doesn't make sense.
No, it makes no sense.
It seems pretty silly. And
something
especially
else
when there's-
from that time, if I may say, Randall mentioned the Clovis culture. This is, for a very long time, really until just a couple of years ago, all of the mainstream academics in the fields of archaeology and anthropology were saying there were no human beings in North America before, let's say, 13,000 years ago, give or take 500 years. And they came across the Bering Land Bridge. The Bering Strait at that time was above water, sea level was lower. They entered the Americas then. They weren't hit there before. Now, in the last 2 to 3 years, there's just been a whole raft of new scientific research, and no scientist today is prepared to defend the Clovis model anymore. It's accepted, of course, that there have been human beings in America for 50,000, 60,000 years, and there's weird genetic links. Like, for example, there's a trace that connects Aboriginal Australians with North Americans. They had a common ancestor. It's a very peculiar thing that's going on. And so what happens is that actually these scientific models, which constrain and restrict research for so long, do get overthrown, and that Clovis model is being overthrown. And what the missing piece of the puzzle, I think, for everybody working in this field is the cataclysm, the comet. What happened between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago, which changed everything.
Is it bizarre to you guys, or frustrating in any way, that this is not a mainstream idea? This is very much fringe, but yet it's not something that we don't have any evidence about.
Whenever I put out a book, immediately there's this huge hostile reaction to
like
it.
The Michael Shermer thing.
Like
that we
the
were
Michael
talking
Shermer
about.
thing. Like, I mean, I would say Magicians of the Gods, which I published in 2015, which deals with this whole comet issue, is actually the most thoroughly documented, the most thoroughly referenced book that I've ever written. It's calm, it's measured. They actually don't read it. They just say, oh, Hancock's brought out another book. He's a pseudoscientist. That's what they always call me, or a pseudo-archaeologist. And it's obviously rubbish because it disagrees with everything that we know. Well, that's the point of the heretic in society, is to offer an alternative view and well-documented evidence. But it seems that we're dealing with such a deeply ingrained mindset, which is connected in curious ways to power structures in our society, that it's very difficult to change.
Absolutely. And like Graham mentioned earlier, there's kind of it went from a religious motive, I think, in the 19th century. Now it's more a political motive. And again, the idea that every day you'll find something, coming from various factions that, we're destroying the earth, and the earth has never suffered this kind of, assault on it before, and we're causing the 6th great mass extinction, and we're going to cause catastrophic global warming if we pump another 50 or 100 parts per million of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, and so what that has done is, like many, I won't say many, but several of the scientists now that have been in the forefront of criticizing the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis are also very much involved in the global warming movement and the idea that we are now precipitating the 6th great mass extinction. Having looked now at mass extinctions and been really an obsession of mine for about 30 years now, I've looked at everything from the Cretaceous Tertiary to the Permian Triassic, right on down the line to the most recent one, which to me is really in some ways the most interesting, because the most recent mass extinction that we're talking about is the one that took place while we humans were part of the story. And
between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago, the Younger Dryas.
Yes, the Younger Dryas, which is still an unexplained climate anomaly that happened. And I mentioned this, I think, in previous broadcasts, that what you had was this spasm of extreme warming followed by rapid shifting into extreme cold, literally within a matter of a few years. And we're talking about climate changes that are up to 15 degrees Fahrenheit within perhaps 1 to 5 years, which utterly dwarfs anything that we've experienced in the last, since the Industrial Revolution began. And we still don't really understand. And that's why this research is so important, because now we understand that there was something cosmic that happened. It's left its imprint in the landscape over, what, 4 continents, 5 continents now?
Yeah, over 50 million square kilometers of the Earth's surface. Just a giant debris field of there's stuff that is only produced by massive impacts. These things come in at 70,000 miles an hour. And, you know, if they have any diameter at all, if they're 100 meters or more in diameter, they are going to hit the Earth really hard. They're not going to burn up in the atmosphere. And when they do, they pack a huge amount of kinetic energy, a huge amount of heat and shock, and that creates very definite chemical products, so nanodiamonds, so carbon spherules, so melt glass, that's like the trinitite that was produced in nuclear explosions. All of these, when they're all found together in the same layer of soil, and when you can put a date on that layer of soil, and when it's all over the world, there's only one thing can explain them: a massive cosmic impact.
I don't understand why this is controversial. I really don't. I mean, I do. I understand it because I know that once people start teaching things, and once people start doing lectures and giving speeches, they want to stick to their guns, and they want to somehow or another avoid anything that's going to contradict what they've been espousing for so long.
This is a game changer. This information, it changes everything. It changes the way we've looked at our past, it changes the whole story of archaeology, and it changes the way we're going to look at the future. I think that people in academia are reluctant to embrace that change, and they're afraid of being called pseudoscientists, because there's a whole lobby of skeptics who use this word pseudoscientist or pseudo-archaeologist as an instant dismissal of other ideas. And those who are in the profession, they don't want to get tarred with that brush. They want to keep themselves clean and pure.
I understand that, but you're talking about hard evidence.
Yeah.
You're talking about this nuclear glass, you're talking about nanodiamonds, you're talking about core samples that show this massive shift when you do the ice core samples, massive shift in temperature. And you're talking about the very clear evidence of impacts that we know exist. It's not like a comet's a theory.
No.
It's not like it's Bigfoot or something. Like, you know, like we're looking for the final piece of evidence that shows that comet is a real thing.
Can't reload there.
It's real.
It's totally real.
Can't reload
but
there.
it's
I
so
absolutely
difficult
can't. I gotta go in
for
more
those
now.
who are invested in other models to accept. And unfortunately, they have the ear of the media. There are. Oh, by the way, all the scientists in the comet research group are absolutely mainstream scientists, and they have taken a lot of flack from their colleagues for even daring to investigate this area. That's why they've had no funding. They've had to fund themselves
It's
all
so
the way
crazy.
along.
That is so crazy. Because this is not a controversial thing in my mind.
Should not be.
It should not be. This is not an airy-fairy thing. We're not talking about psychics. We're not talking about UFOs. We're talking about something we know exists.
Yeah.
So to bury your head in the sand over something like this seems to me
Vested
so
interest.
preposterous.
Vested interest. Right now, NASA is spending the equivalent of one attack helicopter a year on investigating the comet and asteroid danger. $50 million a year.
That's not that much.
It's peanuts. It's a minuscule sum. But hundreds of billions of dollars on massive, sophisticated military equipment, which we can use to slaughter one another in ever more sophisticated ways. But just $50 million a year on saving the Earth from a potential cataclysm that could put our civilization back into the Stone Age tomorrow.
And I don't mean to keep harping on Michael Shermer because I like Michael, but that he highlights this sort of natural inclination to poke fun at something that he has done no research on whatsoever.
Yeah.
When I pointed out Göbekli Tepe and I sent him some articles from National Geographic, he went radio silent. I mean, because
he should know about it.
should.
It's astonishing the
For
number
sure,
of people
without mocking it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to mock it, you should actually know what you're mocking.
Yeah. And to say that Göbekli Tepe was created by hunter-gatherers, well, I'm sorry, that's just a theory. That's not a fact.
It
I mean,
doesn't seem very
you have a
reasonable
sophisticated site with astronomical alignments, with hundreds and hundreds of megalithic pillars weighing up to 20 tons each, the world's first perfectly aligned north-south building, which you can only do with astronomy. It's not enough to say, oh, they were just hunter-gatherers. There was something extraordinary.
Stones from a half a mile away.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some serious sophistication. I mean, how big were these stones?
Well, the biggest one actually is still in the quarry. They left it because it had a fault in it. They clearly intended to move it, 50 tons. You're looking at 20-foot high objects, and then it's the putting together of them. See, here's the problem. Hunter-gatherer societies are not the kinds of societies that produce large-scale fixed monuments. Why? Because they don't generate a surplus. You can't pay for somebody to become an architect, and for of those times, somebody to become an astronomer. You're busy hunting and gathering, and that's what you do. Agriculture generates a surplus, and that is the problem at Göbekli Tepe, because there is no background. This site just appears out of nowhere amidst what appears to be a hunter-gatherer community, but what they're not considering is the possibility we're looking at a technology transfer, that the survivors of a lost civilization who already had all that knowledge came to Göbekli Tepe and used that site as a center of initiation to teach the local hunter-gatherers how to do agriculture. And that's now taken as the beginnings of civilization. I would say it is the reinvention or the remaking of civilization.
So when we're looking back at Sumer and any artifacts we find in ancient Mesopotamia, in that area, Iraq, those are the people that are sort of reinventing and relearning.
Well, that's
Hence
the thing. Actually, when we talk of Mesopotamia, which means between two rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates, Göbekli Tepe is sitting right there in the headwaters between the Tigris and the Euphrates. And we cannot separate that from the later cultures that enter history 5,000, 6,000 years ago. They're part of the lineage that descended from Göbekli Tepe times. And what's fascinating about Göbekli Tepe is the way it doesn't fit, the way there's no background to it, that you would expect to see them practicing, learning architectural skills. The oldest stuff should be the worst, and as they carry on it gets better. That site ran for 1,000 years. The best stuff is the oldest. 1,000 years later what they were producing wasn't so good. This is a real anomaly, and it needs to be investigated, not mocked by skeptics, but actually explored to consider maybe this does rock the whole paradigm.
And it's kind of ironic that in their desire to get away from the ancient myths and tales in the Bible, they've ignored those ancient myths and tales which all talk about cataclysms.
Well, part of our modern psychology is to imagine that we are somehow so far advanced from our predecessors that we now represent the pinnacle of civilization, and anything that preceded us has to be looked upon almost as, as if the workings of children. It requires a major psychological shift to admit or accept that our ancestors may have been far, far more sophisticated than we had imagined in our 19th century models, which basically still dominate thinking today. And, in Graham's book, he devotes several chapters to the story of one 20th century heretic, J. Harlan Bretz. And his story, to me, kind of encapsulates the whole process of forcing this paradigm shift. And for years, he was out there exploring this evidence that there had been this tremendous flooding in Washington state. And all of his critics were dismissive without ever even going out and looking at the evidence firsthand in the field. But what he did was he stuck to his guns for 3 decades and continued to amass evidence to the point where they just couldn't dismiss it anymore. And finally, a group of them went out and began to explore the landscapes for themselves. And one of the leaders, I think you talked about it in your book, James Galooly, who was sort of the leader of the skeptic faction that had set out, their sole purpose was to discredit and lay this whole flood heresy to rest once and for all. But he went out in the field, and they spent about 8 days in the field, where he's seeing this evidence for himself over and over again. And when you look at just one piece of it, you might be able to say, okay, there's all other explanations for that. But what happens is when you get multiple lines of evidence all converging, and there's no way to individually explain away each one of those things other than just saying, oh, well, it's all coincidence. This James Galooly was honest enough so that after a week out there, they were at a place called Palouse Falls in southern Washington, which was one of these areas where these tremendous inland tsunamis swept across the land. And I actually just visited there about 8 weeks ago when I took a group of people out there and took them to Palouse Falls to show them right on the spot where James Galooly was standing when he finally had his epiphany.
Do you have any images of that you brought with us?
I have images. I can dig them up here, yeah. Okay. I sure do. Yeah, I've got some really interesting images to show you. Which relates, because see, this flooding stuff relates directly to the idea of the impact. And we can get into a little bit of that explaining how these parallel lines of evidence are now converging. But the interesting thing about what Galuli was that in the descriptions of the trip, he wandered off by himself for a long time, away from the group, and was standing there looking at this massive cataract with 400-foot cliffs and this little tiny ribbon of water flowing over it and this huge canyon below it and these big boulders. And he'd seen, for a whole week, he'd been seeing this stuff. And it finally got to the point where it was undeniable. And he walked back to the group, and the words out of his mouth verbatim were, "How could I have been so wrong?" And he finally admitted. And that was like a turning point. And now, and again, Graham describes this very effectively in the book, how in a way the flooding phenomena was hijacked and then placed within this more gradualistic context, to really to avoid the fact that it was something so anomalous and such a departure from our modern experience that we had to look outside of our modern experience to find an explanation. What they wanted to do was find something within our modern experience, and this is the cornerstone of the uniformitarian approach, is that we look for a modern example and then we extrapolate backwards from that. And so what they did was they saw, well, in the modern world, we have proglacial lakes, that form in front of glaciers, and sometimes these proglacial lakes might be held in by an ice dam or another glacier. These ice dams will give away, and they will cause pretty catastrophic flooding. They're very common up in Iceland because you've got several volcanoes under the Icelandic ice sheets, and up there they use the term Jökulhlaups to describe these outburst floods. But here's the thing. When you look at the modern versions of it, you basically are looking at floods that are less than 1/1000th of one single flow from these floods we're talking about that happened, 12 and 13,000 years ago.
1,000.
Less than 1,000th. Less than 1,000th in peak discharge and in total volume. And so it has been admitted in several places. I've extracted the quote saying, well, we do admit that this is a major extrapolation upwards, but never mind.
Yeah.
We're gonna
never mind. It's so disturbing to me.
See, Harlan Bretz, for 30 years, was walking the walk in the Channel Scaplands, and what he saw was evidence for, as he called it, a humongous flood, which actually rose and fell within 3 weeks. And he went through decades of being put aside by his colleagues, insulted, they mocked him, they laughed at him, just as the skeptics do today. But gradually the evidence began to mount, and they couldn't deny it anymore, that there had been flooding. And actually, eventually, they gave J. Harlan Bretz, the Penrose Medal, which is the ultimate,
don't know why I reloaded there.
the ultimate bestowal of geology in America. He got the accolade.
Because I reloaded, I didn't shoot
and
at the
he
right
said at that,
place.
he was more than 90 years old at that time, and he said at that time,
reloaded.
he said, all my enemies are dead, so I have no one left to gloat over. But the point is, in a way, there was nothing to gloat about, because what they did was they separated him from his central idea. Instead of accepting that there had been one huge flood, and that was always his view, they said, oh, there must have been 70 or 80 floods that caused all this damage. And that's what we are seriously challenging right now.
It's so ironic in a way that the human desire for knowledge is what has led us to where we are today. We have this insatiable desire for knowledge and for innovation, but that same human desire to achieve is also what's the ego's responsible for that. And the ego blocks anything that's contrary to what you've already established as fact.
Exactly.
As soon as you see something that might throw a monkey wrench into the gears of what you've been teaching and practicing your whole life, and I know that you've gone through this with Egypt, your whole issue with the Sphinx, and with Dr. Schock and John Anthony West, who was on the podcast last month.
John was with you just recently.
Yeah, he's amazing.
By the way, I'm going to be doing an event in New York with John Anthony West.
When?
On the 29th of November.
Where?
It's linked on my website.
Okay.
The details are on the talks and events page. It's in some church somewhere, but I'm going to give a presentation, and then I'm going to interview John live on stage. First time I've ever done that. I'm kind of podcasting in a way.
He's such a character.
He's an amazing
I love
man,
that dude. And Magical Egypt is, I think, one of the most important things that anybody could ever watch.
Yeah.
I think that DVD series is just insane. It's so spectacular and so fantastic. And next to going to Egypt, which I haven't done, I think that's probably the second best thing.
You bet. You bet.
Yeah.
And John is an example of why we need heretics. This is the thing. You see that science today. Yes, you're right. We have this thirst for knowledge, and it's human characteristic. But also, we get invested in particular positions, and when people criticize those positions, we take it as an existential threat, and we get all angry and hot and bothered about it. If we allow that to happen too much, if we don't keep a place for heretics in our society, then we're never going to do anything novel. We're gradually going to get locked down, ossified into the existing system. We need heretics. John has been the leading heretic on ancient Egypt for decades, pointing out that we should listen to what the ancient Egyptians said, that their civilization was not a development, it was a legacy. It was a legacy from the time of the gods, and that casts me back again to this whole issue of a lost civilization.
Now, when Göbekli Tepe was discovered, it vindicated you in so many ways. But what are the possibilities, if any, of more of these sites being explored and exposed? I mean, are there more that people are looking at right now? Are there any that are under the radar?
Just a year ago, at the bottom of the Sicily Channel, at a depth of more than 120 feet, it's been underwater for at least 9,000 years, is a huge megalithic site. Before the discovery of Göbekli Tepe, that site could never have been explained. The dating is absolutely definite. The seas rose and covered it at least 9,000 years ago. We don't know how long it stood there before it was covered by the rising seas. But there it sits underwater, and I think underwater discoveries and I've had a part to play in this over the years, are one of the ways forward. We need to look at those areas because there was a 400-foot rise in sea level at the end of the Ice Age. You're looking at the amount of land that would be put together in, say, Europe and China added together. That amount of land was swallowed by those rising seas. And archaeology has largely proceeded without taking account of those lost lands. I'm not saying they haven't looked at all, but they're primarily in marine archaeology interested in shipwrecks.
Now, this megalithic site, is there images of this that we could look at?
There are, yeah.
Here right now?
I can probably find it. Just monolith at the bottom of the Sicily Channel. Try that. A search on that.
Pull that up, Jamie.
Yeah.
But so what does this look like? Has this been clearly established that this actually is the work of man? This is not some sort of a yardang or something?
Of course there's dispute.
Right, of course.
The mainstream is not going to just accept this overnight, but again, it's mainstream scientists who found it. They're absolutely certain that they're dealing with a man-made site. There are holes drilled through these megaliths. One of them is very, very large. There's a series of other megaliths round about. It's not a natural thing.
So here we're looking at some of it right now.
Yeah, so there's that big megalith broken into two parts right there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And this we can say, often with archaeological sites, the problem is dating them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, for example, there are incredible megalithic temples all over the island of Malta, not far away from this place. Incredible megalithic temples. But they can't date the stone directly. They have to date organic material associated with the stone, and that can give them misleadingly young dates. In a case of a site that's been covered by sea level rise, there can be no argument. Nobody went down there and built that 9,000 years ago.
Right.
It had to be built before the seas rose, and that puts a minimum age on it of 9,000 years.
What are the best images that we can look at? Because right now I'm just seeing rocks. It's very difficult because I'm looking at something very two-dimensional.
And I'm afraid that's all you're going to see. Those are the best images of it that exist.
What is the scuba diver one right above that?
That's in Yonaguni. That's not in the Sicily Channel.
So, what are the biggest pieces down there? Is it this right here? Is this what you?
Yeah, that big thing there is about 30 feet long, I think.
And is it what leads you to believe that this is man-made?
The scientists who worked on it, the fact that there are holes drilled through the stone, the fact that you can go to neighboring areas like Armenia and find really very ancient megalithic sites where they have exactly the same kind of holes drilled through the stones, and the holes seem to have been used for astronomical sightings. Now this site's a mess, it's been knocked over by the sea, it's fallen down, but we're seeing the same thing, big megaliths with holes drilled through them.
And you're also dealing with 9,000 plus years of erosion and barnacle growth and all that stuff.
All of that. And the ocean is a difficult place to work, you know. It's not easy, visibility can be bad, you're dealing with currents, there's all kinds of problems. But this is an important discovery.
Cameron and his crazy little submarine.
Bring in James Cameron. yeah. Well, I spent 7 years scuba diving all around the world looking at this stuff, and it's pretty convincing in my view.
Well, it does make sense that if we do know for a fact, and we do, that the sea level rose dramatically at the end of the Ice Age, it makes sense that some things would be buried under the water.
Mm-hmm. Well, and during the Ice Age, whatever, you don't have to talk about advanced civilizations or anything, but during the Ice Age, living on the coastlines and establishing your villages, communities, and everything on the coastlines would have been probably one of the most benign places to get, because for one thing, you're down near sea. The sea level, the presence of the seas is going to, smooth out the climate and so forth. So, you're going to have probably most cultural development during the Ice Age is going to be close to the sea. So it's going to be underwater now, just like Graham was talking about. And so this, to me, is probably the future of archaeology, is marine archaeology, where a lot of discoveries are going to be made. And in that particular thing, I mean, there's a lot of megalithic structures around the world that if you set that thing up like this and put those sighting holes through it, would look precisely like, scrape the barnacles off of it, and no one's saying, oh, it's proven. But what it is we have to keep an open mind and say, well, there are some very strong similarities here, so let's investigate this thing further. And that's the whole point of all this, is all of this stuff needs more research. It doesn't need some cavalier dismissal by somebody who's, protecting their own paradigm. It needs more research on all fronts. I mean, because I think that there's enough evidence that is now accumulated to suggest that there is a deep history to the human species on Earth. And we're just beginning to really appreciate how much deeper it really is than the conventional models of history. And rather than just waving an arm and dismissing this...
with a skeptical sneer.
With a skeptical sneer, exactly.
Well, what's interesting is that there is accepted scientific models of humanity when you're talking about supervolcanoes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the supervolcano of 60, 70,000 years ago.
Mount Toba.
Yeah, I mean, they pretty much accept that wiped out of the vast majority of human beings on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And why is the supervolcano hypothesis so easily accepted, but yet the asteroidal impact, I mean, both of them are real events, both of them are historically documented. In fact, we've never watched a supervolcano take over the world, but we've seen asteroids hit other planets. We've actually watched Shoemaker-Levy, like you were talking about before.
Bombarding Jupiter, unbelievable
bigger
event.
impact than the planet Earth itself.
Yeah, exactly.
Boom!
So, yeah, and actually more than 20 impacts. Each one of them would have wiped out all life on Earth if that
really needed that
object
ammo.
had hit the Earth. Yeah, so it's a very another thing we were talking about underwater structures, but let's also consider the possibility, and again, John Anthony West's work is important here. Let's also consider the possibility that we have misidentified a number of structures that are standing in plain view, like the Great Sphinx. Egyptology, read any Egyptological text, any encyclopedia actually, they will tell you that thing was put there by a specific pharaoh Khafre of the 4th dynasty, round about 2500 BC. That is not a fact. That is an opinion. But it's presented as a fact. There is not a single inscription that relates the Sphinx to that pharaoh, not a contemporary inscription, not one dating from 2500 BC. In fact, there's nothing at all. It's just the assumption, because it's close to a pyramid, which they assume the same pharaoh built, again on the absence of evidence, that the Sphinx must have been built by them. But John Anthony West was the first to see that actually when we look at the Sphinx, we're looking at a highly eroded stone object. And that erosion is very odd, and that's why he brought Professor Robert Schoch, professor of geology from Boston University, to Giza in 1992 to look at the Sphinx and say, what actually caused this weathering on the Sphinx? And Schoch immediately saw it. What caused it was exposure to a very long period of heavy rainfall. And no such rains have fallen in Egypt in the last 5,000 years, but they did fall during the Younger Dryas. We had a prolonged rainout from this comet impact as that ice cap was pulverized and a massive amount of ice water was thrown up into the upper atmosphere. A prolonged rainout, which could have been the cause of the erosion on the Sphinx.
Now, what has occurred new? What discoveries have been discovered in the last year? Like, what is new that we can look at?
In terms of archaeology, there's not much new. Göbekli Tepe at the moment is in deep freeze. It's right 30 miles from the Syrian border. There's been massive unrest in Şanlıurfa, which is the main town. Archaeology is very difficult for them to carry on there. It's basically just frozen.
So they just sort of stopped.
They've just kind of stopped, And in fact, there's an amazing number of these sites. Another site I visited for Magicians of the Gods was Baalbek in the Lebanon. Absolutely stunning site. And again, I'm convinced that site is nuanced. It is, yes, there is a Roman temple there, but they put that temple there because the site was sacred long before, and there's this incredible U-shaped megalithic wall which surrounds Baalbek, which does not appear to have any connection to the Roman structure at all. Again, that's an area which is subject to tremendous unrest and difficulty, and it's difficult for archaeologists to proceed. But just in 2014, they made a huge new discovery at Baalbek of a buried block which weighs 1,460 tons, which was sitting there on the site. They've been working that site for 100 years. They only found it in 2014.
Wow, 1,000 tons.
1,460 tons.
Is that 2 million pounds? Is that what that is?
I don't know. Maybe
How's that
Randall's
work?
math is better than mine in converting it into
Well,
pounds.
1 ton
12 times
is
2,000 pounds.
Yeah.
2,000 pounds to a ton, to an imperial ton. So whatever, add 3 zeros on it, double it and add 3 zeros on it.
It's a horrendous amount of pounds. Put it that way. It's the single largest block of stone ever cut and quarried in the ancient world.
And they found this just in 2014.
They found it in 2014. Now there's another big one right beside it, which has been in plain view for about the last 100 years. And it's astonishing to me that this one, which is just below it, was covered by sediment. That
You
they
have an
didn't
actual
discover it.
calculator? You might be the only person left.
I never go anywhere without my calculator.
You have a real
Joe.
calculator.
Uh-huh.
Nobody has one of those. We were just talking about that yesterday. They're like, who the fuck
It's
buys
not
calculators?
an iPhone,
I
it's
do.
an actual calculator.
I'm the last guy on Earth to carry one of these.
Wow. So Baalbek was also the site of, there's many monoliths that have been discovered there, and it's a really fascinating site that many people have sort of overlooked when you talk about ancient structures from the past.
Absolutely. I have to resist. I've got nothing against aliens, but I don't need aliens to explain these things. I think a much leaner and more elegant explanation for these huge archaeological anomalies is a lost human civilization.
Much better.
Yeah. That's been the case that I've been making for 25 years. I think the alien thing is a bit of a distraction. But of course there's aliens. Of course the universe is full of life. But the ancient archaeological sites are not good evidence for that idea. They're very, unless you massage the evidence a lot, they're not good evidence. So I think we are dealing with a lost human civilization. And at Baalbek, 20 feet above the ground, we have 3 blocks of stone joined so closely together that you can't get an edge of a sheet of paper between them. Each one weighs more than 900 tons, and they are 20 feet above the ground. It's a stunning achievement. It's just absolutely astonishing. How on earth did they do that?
And how does mainstream archaeology deal with that?
They say, the Romans built it all.
The Romans.
Yeah, the Romans did it.
The Romans did do some awesome stuff.
They did do some awesome stuff. They absolutely did. But this site is separate from the Roman site. It surrounds it, but it's not part of it, in my view.
In terms of your question, what's happened within the last year or two, I would think that probably the most significant thing, or certainly right up there, would be the comet research.
Yeah.
And the discovery. I mean, like this article I have right here, which came out in 2014, so it's not that old. A nano diamond rich layer across 3 continents, consistent with major cosmic impact at 12,800 years ago. And it's something like 24, 25 highly pedigreed scientists.
And these are the Comet Research Group. These are the scientists from the Comet Research Group who have funded all their research themselves. They came out with another paper in 2015.
Where was this published, if anybody wants to read this?
That's in the Journal of Geology.
Yeah.
But then there's the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, host a lot of their work as well. And the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences get into trouble for hosting their work, but they feel it's important, so they keep on hosting it.
This is so spectacularly confusing to me, because that's rock solid science.
Yeah.
I mean, this is evidence. This is actually, you can weigh this stuff. You can measure it. You could run tests on it and find out what its components are. This to me is so baffling.
Yeah, it's very baffling. They brought out another paper in 2015. I won't go into some of the details are boring, but it's called a Bayesian chronological analysis. And basically what they were looking at, they asked themselves, is it possible that this evidence, these nanodiamonds, these melt glass, the carbon spherules, could that have been laid down gradually? And the chronological analysis that they've done absolutely answers that. No, it was not laid down gradually. This whole thing unfolded in a period of about 24 hours.
Whoa! What a night.
Yeah, and what had happened, Joe, was that for years archaeologists had recognized this black mat layer at about 24 or more of the Clovis sites around North America, which there had been over 50 of them that have been studied. And it was C. Vance Haynes who wrote an interesting paper saying that that he was the one who noted that below this black mat layer, which is only 2 to 3 inches thick in most sites, you found evidence of the Clovis culture. You found their tool kits and their spear points and so on. You found evidence of the extinct megafauna, but not above it. You would find this evidence of this cultural activity and the megafauna right up to the bottom of the black mat layer, but not above it. So what finally happened was in 2007, Richard Firestone and Alan West and some of their colleagues, and it was just basically a small group at that point, took a look at this closer look. And that's when they began to discover these impact proxies, usually right at the base of the layer. And the layer itself is carbonaceous, which suggests that there had been a lot of soot deposited, which would imply widespread wildfires. In fact, there was a study right off the coast of California here on the Santa Rosa Islands that pretty much concluded that there was just massive wildfires that pretty much just annihilated everything. And then this was preceded by the deposition of this black mat layer. And right at the bottom of this black mat layer is where you find the nanodiamonds, the magnetic grains, the microspherules, the carbonaceous spherules, fullerenes. You find these impact proxies, and they're not all the same at all the sites. In fact, that's been one of the things that the critics have seized upon. But what they're doing is, I think, taking an oversimplified model. And when you look at a comet fragmentation event, you could be looking at the individual pieces have very different compositions. And what we were talking about earlier, the Taurid meteor stream, I'm not convinced at this point that it was necessarily just a single impact event. It may have been a bombardment episode that may have lasted even several decades. It may have then ceased for a while. And we were talking about this last night over dinner, that there seems to be a second spasm at 11,600 years ago that's also associated with a massive rise in sea level. They call, there's two meltwater spikes, meltwater spike 1A and meltwater spike 1B. I'm quite convinced that these meltwater spikes that have been documented by marine geologists and oceanographers are correlated with these melting events of the ice sheet that I've been looking at in terms of their geomorphic consequences. Because some of these events, I mean, the only way I can describe some of these meltwater events is that the only modern analog to this would be a tsunami. And we've seen some pretty devastating tsunamis within the last decade or two, both in Indonesia and in Japan. And I don't know if you've ever seen any of the videos of these tsunamis. Anybody listening, it is definitely worthwhile to go online and look at some of these videos where you can actually see the unbelievably powerful effects of a 30 or 40 or 50 foot tsunami, right? Now, some of the landscapes, and I have some images we can pull up here shortly, are places in Montana, Idaho, Washington, where you literally had a tsunami sweeping over the land that was over 1,000 feet deep.
And that tsunami came off the ice cap. That's not an oceanic tsunami. That's
right. It's a freshwater tsunami. It's meltwater coming off this catastrophic melting of the ice sheet. And I've traced the sources of some of these meltwater. I've made 2 trips now up into the plateau country of British Columbia looking for the source of this meltwater. Because in the conventional models now of this flooding, that goes back to Harlan Bretz, and basically what they've done is they said initially there could have been no flood because Harlan Bretz didn't provide a source for the water. They said, the critics said, well, you're saying that all of this evidence in the landscape is evidence of the flood, but what was the source of the flood? And he didn't have a source. So the critics then said, well, you don't have a source for the flood water, therefore the flood didn't take place. Then as the research evolved, you had independent evidence accumulating in western Montana by J.T. Pardee, who was with the U.S. Geological Survey. And he was investigating evidence that the mountain valleys of western Montana had been filled up with an enormous volume of water. And this volume of water seemed to be exactly the same time as Bretz's floods. He then assumed that this was a giant lake, and because you can see, and we can, I think we have some images, I think Jamie has some images, so we'll pull them up shortly. We're on the mountainside, you see the shorelines etched, 1,000 feet above the valley floor. And what he then decided was that, based upon an old a 19th century interpretation by T.C. Chamberlain, that there had been an ice dam. He said, well, there must have been an ice dam west of here somewhere in the Clark Fork Valley. A giant lake backed up, burst through the ice dam, and then this is what would have caused Harlan Bretz's floods. So now the geological community is shifting because, number one, the evidence is overwhelming and they can't deny it anymore. But what they're doing is looking for a gradualist or a more uniformitarian explanation. So they immediately latched onto this. Well, there was a giant pro-glacial or in front of a glacial lake in western Montana. Well, you're talking about somewhere between 520 and 550 cubic miles of water. That's a lot of water, right? Normally, when you have a large lake, you have a huge catchment basin that is feeding lots of streams and rivers that are feeding into that lake. When you look at any of the big lakes around North America, you have the lake, and then you have this big old catchment basin, and all of that's feeding it. In Lake Missoula, the whole lake fills almost the whole catchment basin. It's like, to me, what they did was they said, okay, we're just going to push the source of the water from here over to here, but let's not go into the question of where did the water come from that's filling these mountain valleys of western Montana. And this is what I did. I spent a couple of weeks in September going up into some of these, following these valleys up into British Columbia. And there's spectacular evidence. And it's almost like the American geologists stop at the 49th parallel, and they say, well, that's the Canadians preserve up there. We'll let them, they've got their own theories, we've got ours. Interestingly, the Canadians are saying that we think that the water for these floods came from up here. But they don't like that because, you see, one of the leading geologists who's saying that these floods came from Canada is John Shaw, who basically came up with this idea that drumlins, which are these inverted boat hull shaped landforms that are found by hundreds of thousands in the regions where glaciers were, that they were formed not by the glaciers grinding over the landscape, but they were actually formed by massive subglacial flows of water. And his critics have all been saying, well, here's the problem. What's the source of your water? Therefore, it wasn't water, it wasn't subglacial floods. It parallels the Harlan Bretz's story very closely. Well, here's the thing. Shaw and his colleagues couldn't really come up with a plausible explanation for how you could form these massive subglacial reservoirs. In fact, what they call the Livingstone Lake event required 84,000 cubic kilometers of water. And 84,000 kilometers, I can do it really quickly here. We divide that by 36. That's about 2,300 cubic miles of water. That's more than all of the Great Lakes combined. Vastly bigger than all of the Great Lakes combined. It's probably every lake in North America combined. And he said this one event required over 2,000 cubic miles of water. Well, where did that water come from? So he basically said, well, there must have been a reservoir somehow that formed. His critics have said, that's impossible. You couldn't form that much water under the ice sheet. Well, what's happened now is the idea of a major cosmic impact into the ice sheet has completely obviated the need for a subglacial reservoir, because now we have a way of instantaneously melting enormous volumes of ice.
It's no longer a mystery where the water came from. It's fully explained, and this has been the missing piece of the puzzle until the Comet Research Group began to identify this evidence.
Well, it's baffling to me that this is a source of controversy because we know that the Great Lakes were created by melting glaciers. We also know that there's vast areas of North America that are flattened by these glaciers. You know, a buddy of mine, my friend Doug, lives in Cazenovia, Wisconsin, which is what's called the driftless area where the glaciers didn't go through.
I just was there in May.
It's beautiful.
Last May. It's beautiful.
It's gorgeous. Rolling hills, and it's just it wasn't crushed flat like other parts of North America were.
Right.
So we know that those glaciers melted and they created the Great Lakes. I mean, the Great Lakes were from glaciers. We know that.
Right.
That's an established fact. So why is all this confusing? I just don't understand why they wouldn't just add that to it. They're just going to accept the glaciers somehow or another. In the last 10,000 years, the glaciers just decided to stop smashing North America flat and melt and create these great inland oceans of fresh water.
Yeah. No,
Bizarre.
It's very bizarre. Ultimately, a lot of ideology is involved in this. There's this desire, also in the modern world, there's a desire not to panic the public, not to say things that are going to cause panic. You know.
Even with Donald Trump being president, don't you think people are ready now?
I think people are ready for panic. I think so.
Has anybody debated you on this? Either one of you on this?
Well, you know, I tried to, but not specifically on this. I tried to do a debate with Zahi Hawass, who's the guy who runs the Giza pyramids. And
he's a madman.
Yeah, total. I mean, very crazy event. But
there's a video of it online.
There's a video.
It's quite hilarious.
There's a video of it online.
The debate lasts what, 30 seconds?
It's something like that. Yeah. And then later on, when he finally agreed to come back into the room because he was so angry with me, he walked out. When he finally came back into the room, he was asked a question about Göbekli Tepe, and just like your skeptic, he didn't know anything about Göbekli Tepe, or he claimed not to know about it. I mean, this is supposed to be the world's most famous Egyptologist, and he knew nothing about this incredible site in a neighboring country. But one point to make: Randall was talking about the second event, 11,600 years ago. We're dealing with an episode of cataclysm, which begins 12,800 years ago and ends 11,600 years ago. Both episodes accompanied by massive floods. And the 11,600 years ago date, I may have mentioned this last year, it's in Magicians of the Gods. What's interesting about that is the exact date that Plato gives us for the destruction of the lost civilization of Atlantis. Plato, that's the only source we have for Atlantis. It comes to us, many people think it's all over the place, but it's not. Atlantis comes to us from the Greek philosopher Plato, who lived around 340 BC. And he got the story through his family line, from his ancestor Solon, who had visited Egypt in 600 BC. And there Solon was told of a great civilization that had existed on Earth, that was the progenitor civilization of Egypt, but that was destroyed in a terrible cataclysm. And he asked, a cataclysm involving a gigantic flood, and Atlantis was submerged beneath the waves and was never seen again. And so Solon said to the priests, when did this happen? And they said 9,000 years ago. That was in 600 BC, so that's 9,600 BC, that's 11,600 years ago, that's Meltwater Pulse 1b. How could they know? You know?
How could they know?
We have to start taking this stuff more seriously. Instead of sneering at it and skepticizing it out of existence, we need to leave a little bit of room for extraordinary ideas possibly being right. That's the main beef I have with the skeptics, is that they want to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
I want to add something to that. In the Timaeus, Plato discusses Atlantis in 2 dialogues. And in the Timaeus, he prefaces the story of Atlantis by recounting the myth of Phaeton. Now, the myth of Phaeton is a very interesting story, and basically what it is Phaeton was the offspring of Helios, the sun god, who was raised, didn't know who his father was. His mother kept it a secret from him, and then one day he was being taunted at school because all of his schoolmates had, recounting the great deeds of their fathers and everything. So he went home distraught, and finally his mother said, well, actually, your father is the big granddaddy of them all, Helios, the sun god. So Phaeton decides he's going to go and find his father, and eventually does, and he goes to some celestial realm where his father is located. And the way it is with the Greek gods, they have unlimited powers, except they also have certain restrictions. For example, if a god makes a promise, he or she cannot go back on it, right? So when Helios sees Phaeton, his lost son, come, he's so overjoyed, he says, I'm so happy to see you, I will grant you any boon you want. And Phaeton says, I want to drive the chariot of the sun. I want to drive your chariot. And Helios says, well, I meant anything you wanted except that, So it goes back and forth and back and forth. Finally, Phaeton convinces his father, let me do it. His father says, look, you've got to hang on to those reins tight because those steeds are going to pull away from you. He gets in there, the gates of the sun open. It describes, in the myth, you can go, you can read Edith Hamilton or Bullfinch or any of the great retellings of the Greek myths, and they'll describe it in there. It goes through the signs of the zodiac, and then all of a sudden it careens off and heads down to Earth. And then it describes this whole litany of catastrophes, just setting the Earth on fire. And finally, the Jupiter at the beseeching of Poseidon, who's afraid that the oceans are going to boil away, gets Zeus to mount his Mount Olympus and hurl his thunderbolt, which knocks Phaeton from the sky, and he falls to earth and falls into the river Eridanus, which is a metaphor for the Milky Way. And his sisters, the Heliades, then weep over the death of their brother, and their tears fall to earth and cause the great flood. Plato then, after referencing that myth, he then says, now this has the form of a myth, but what it really represents is a declination or a declining of the bodies in space orbiting around the Earth, and an eventual falling to Earth of one of those bodies, and a conflagration of all things triggered by the fall of that body.
It's intriguing that he mentions the zodiac, because the Taurid meteor stream is so called because it appears to come at us from the direction of the constellation of Taurus, a zodiacal constellation. That's where those shooting stars, amongst which are some very large objects that have hit us in the past and can hit us again in the future, that's where they come from. They come from that area of the sky.
It's actually an illusion. It appears that they're not actually coming from Taurus.
It looks like that. They come from that area of the sky.
They come from that area of the sky. And so anybody in ancient times who was witnessing, and according to the Victor Klube and William Napier and those guys who are the British neocatastrophists that have been doing all of this work for decades on the Taurid meteor shower, have concluded that, in times past, it was an extremely active shower and would have created some pretty darn impressive light shows, even if it wasn't causing catastrophes down here below. But what they've conjectured is that there might be times of multiple Tunguska-like impact bombardment when there could be thousands of objects within the Taurid meteor stream on the same scale as the Tunguska object, and that if you go and you read the accounts, the eyewitness accounts, over and over again, people are saying things like, well, it looked like it was being disgorged from the sun. It looked like it was being born out of the sun, right? It looked like a second sun in the sky. Like, for a short period of time, the sun had a twin, right? Well, the summertime Taurids are coming from their perihelion passage around the sun. So like Graham was saying, they make an elliptical orbit out to Jupiter and back around the sun in this stream, right? Earth crosses that stream twice each year. One time, late June, early July, we cross, but at that point, they're coming from the direction of the sun. So their arrival to Earth is going to be very difficult to see because they're coming from the direction of the sun, right? But that's exactly where, on June 30th, a Taurid meteor would be coming from. And then also the fact that it's the perfect date for the peak of the shower and the correct place in the sky, to me, is pretty convincing evidence that it was most likely a remnant of that Taurid stream. The other time that the Earth crosses is late October, early November. In fact, we've just passed out of it within the last week, basically. But it peaks, interestingly, coincidentally, between like October 30th and November 4th or 5th. So it's peaking right around Halloween time. In fact, they've been called the Halloween meteors, and there's some very interesting...
Halloween fireworks, sometimes they call them.
The Halloween fireworks, yeah. But there's some very interesting work done by a researcher back around the early 20th century named Grant Halliburton, who spent about 15 years researching the connections between ancient calendars. And he concluded one thing very interesting was that a lot of these ancient calendars were being synchronized by people's observations of the rise and fall of the Pleiades, which is the shoulder of the bull. The Pleiades comprises basically part of that constellation of the bull.
Taurus,
yeah, the shoulder of the bull. And what he came up with was that in his research, he discovered that many of these stories that were associated with this, like the slaying of the celestial bull, Gilgamesh and Enkidu in the earliest known story, they fight this celestial bull. There's many counterparts and variants of that in mythical stories. And so what he then found out, though, was that in many cases, that our modern Halloween actually goes back thousands of years to an ancient Day of the Dead that was observed all over the earth at the same time every year, even in the southern hemisphere, and it usually revolved around a commemoration of the culmination of the Pleiades, which is when the Pleiades crosses the local meridian. In other words, it reaches the keystone of the royal arch, so to speak, up in the sky. So if you go out on Halloween now and you face the south in the northern hemisphere, you will see the Pleiades right at midnight. At midnight, they will be, if you think of the arch of the zodiac as being like a clock, it's right there at midnight, right? Well, here's the interesting link, is that in all of these myths, what Halliburton discovered over and over again was that the Day of the Dead ultimately went back to myths of the destruction of the world by a great flood and or fire.
It's fascinating that it's all coming out of the constellation Taurus too, and it's the celestial bull that they're fighting in these ancient myths, and that all these cultures around the world are celebrating the Day of the Dead at this exact same time. This is amazing stuff.
And right now our science is closing its eyes to this. I think it's fair to say, with the Taurid meteor stream, which is a very big issue in this whole discussion, that we are dealing with a hidden hand in human history. It's something that is going to ultimately require us to re-explain almost everything. The skeptics hate it. They can't bear it. Because, first of all, it involves cataclysms. And secondly, it involves the possibility of losing a whole civilization from the record. It's really interesting when you look at the dates of this cluster, this episode of bombardment between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. That's the period that just immediately precedes what mainstream academia think of as the very beginnings of civilization. And they've just never, maybe it's not even their fault. This is so recent, this science is so new that they've not had time to adapt to it. But if they adapt to it and take this into account, then suddenly what was an extraordinary and absurd and impossible idea, that there was a lost civilization 12,000 years ago, becomes a very plausible and reasonable idea. And then we start, once we take that on board, then we can start opening our eyes to archaeological anomalies, like the Great Sphinx, like Baalbek, like submerged ruins, like Göbekli Tepe, and begin to consider, what does all this mean? Are we in fact a species with amnesia? Are we here forgetful of the truth about ourselves? Maybe that's why we're so fucked up, because we just actually don't know. We've made up a story about where we came from and what we are.
I certainly think it plays a part, and I also think that conservative skepticism is probably prudent when you're dealing with most scientific issues.
Course.
Most things that come up that people are claiming, I mean, there's so many charlatans out there and crazy people that are claiming new discoveries, but in some cases, they examine these discoveries as long as they're far enough away from us or weird enough. Like this new planet that they believe they have a 90+%.
Planet 9, yeah.
They're pretty sure there's something outside past the Kuiper Belt, and they think it's massive. They think it's at least 4 times, maybe larger than the United States, or the world.
Than the world, and got an orbit of about 10,000 years.
Yeah.
And that's interesting with comets, because this huge, massive object circulating in the outer solar system through the Kuiper Belt, which is the source of many of the comets that hit the Earth, is destabilizing comets from safe orbits and putting them into really dangerous orbits that come our way.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but what is the source of all these near-Earth objects? Does it have anything to do with Earth 1 and Earth 2? Does it have anything to do with the initial impact that created the moon? Is that because we were hit by another planet, right, during the formation of the Earth? And this is all scientifically established. Astroscientists, or astrophysicists rather, and astronomers all agree on that, right?
There's a lot of debris that would go back to that time. But comets are another story, because they're coming in from the far reaches of outer space. They're coming in from the Oort cloud and the Kuiper Belt, just vast distances away. They're voyagers. They're kind of messengers from the distant reaches of the cosmos who come in an unpredictable way, because their orbits are destabilized by something like Planet 9.
Isn't there something called Bode's law, where you can measure the mass and the orbit of a certain planet, and you can accurately depict where the next planet is going to be? And doesn't that fall apart somewhere between Mars and Jupiter? With
the asteroid belt.
Yeah. Which would indicate that something was probably there at
That's
one point
been
in
the
time.
theory of the asteroid belt, that it was an exploded planet. Of course, there's a lot of opposition to that theory too. You're right. Skepticism really has an important role to play. It's really essential that we are skeptical.
Otherwise, we'd all be following Zechariah Sitchin and waiting for the Anunnaki to land.
Exactly.
We would have sold our houses December 21st, 2012, and we'd all be going, what the fuck, now I'm homeless.
Exactly.
4 years later.
And I have to say, there's a skeptic called Michael Heiser who has done really an excellent job of thoroughly, debunking the bogus translations of Zechariah Sitchin.
Yeah, is he sitchiniswrong.com? Is that him?
Sitchiniswrong.com.
Yeah,
it's a very useful site. So
I hated him and loved him at the same time.
I
It
feel
was so sad. I love the idea of the aliens come down and manipulating the monkeys and making us to mine gold. It's a wonderful story.
But unfortunately, it's a work of science fiction. It's not a work of fact.
Damn it, Zechariah.
I knew him. He was a fascinating man. I once drove him from Stonehenge to London. We had many conversations. He was a deep and serious researcher, but I think he got carried away with his own fantasy.
I also think that fantasy became very lucrative, and it also became a source of identity to him.
Yeah.
I followed him pretty closely as well. I read The 12th Planet, and I got really into his research, and this is in my early pot smoking days. When I first started smoking pot, so I was all in. I was all in.
Yeah.
And then as I got wiser, and then as I got, I don't know, maybe not wiser, just I started recognizing objectively why these things are so attractive. The fantastical is more attractive than the practical. And so
something else. Again, I don't want to put Sitchin down, and I'm here also to say that Sitchin did a lot of really good work. He was a clever guy, and he did a lot of very, very, very thorough research. I've just lost my track, actually, smoking too much dope. Where was I going?
Well, we were talking about the difference between the fantastical and the practical, that there's this inclination to accept things that are fun.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say, is that when you start talking about the Anunnaki, those from heaven to earth came, these fantastic creatures from...
Thank you. You've brought my memory back.
Nibiru.
I remembered what I was going to say. What's
Maybe
interesting?
You need some pot, because I know Randall wants some.
Could be good. What's interesting is that the level of technology that Zechariah attributes to the Anunnaki / Nephilim, that level of technology is the level of technology that we had in the 1970s when we were, NASA was doing its stuff. So it's NASA technology from the 1970s that is projected out onto. Hand
it over to Graham.
That is projected out onto his theory of the past. Now, it seems to me very unlikely that the Nephilim or the Anunnaki would have had for 400,000 years, which is what he's saying, the same technology that NASA had in the 1970s. It's much more likely that he's projecting that onto the data rather than that it's actually inherent in the data.
There was also some interesting ideas that he had that turned out to be ideas that scientists had also proposed about preserving our atmosphere by levitating or by suspending reflective particles in our atmosphere. And that is something that the Anunnaki, in his books, were going to use gold for, because gold has such unique properties, which is why they use gold to plate things, because you could take a little tiny piece of gold, you could plate this entire table. Gold is a really spectacular piece of, it's just, there's nothing like it, right?
Absolutely. No, there's a lot of really good material in Sitchin, but unfortunately the translations of the texts are not translations of the text. They misrepresent the text. Often what he did was he took a 19th century translation and he massaged it so that it would fit his argument, and that's a pity. So we need skeptics, and they help us to sift out the wheat from the chaff. But occasionally what the skeptics do with this drive to criticize anything that's not mainstream, occasionally what they do is they let go a really good idea which deserves investigation and which the human species could benefit from. And that's my feeling, is we're this amazing species, we've developed all this science, why are we so ready to let go of wonderful ideas?
Well, it's also fascinating to me that because of what Sitchin has been sort of criticized for, people now ignore the stuff that's absolutely undeniable, like the actual stone tablets themselves, the clay tablets, where you can see the depictions of the solar system. Somehow or another, these people from 6,000 plus years ago had a detailed map of the solar system.
They had a clear idea of the solar system.
With the size in like a relatively correct order, in the planets in the right place. Like, they somehow or another knew that Jupiter was bigger than Mars. They knew these things in some weird way, and we don't know why, and we don't know how. Also, the caduceus representing the double helix of the DNA. That's a really fascinating concept too. That the caduceus is used for medicine, and it's used to I mean, it's just he had some really interesting points. Zechariah did. So it's kind of too bad there was so much crazy involved in that.
I think what any of us should do when we're exploring the deep and hidden mysteries of the past is to go to a lot of different sources. Go to a lot of. Don't just stick with the mainstream. Don't just stick with the alternative. But try to bring it all together. And in a way, that's what I try to do in my books. Except the skeptics still hate them.
Yeah, but it's just so hard because it's so fun to go with the crazy story.
Yeah,
like the alien story is so compelling. It's so fun.
Very compelling story.
I mean, if we found some sort of evidence of aliens, it would be so utterly spectacular. Even if it was a simple alien. Like I've always said this, that if we found like a jellyfish on the moon, we would freak out. But, you know, there's really complex, bizarre things at the bottom of our ocean that we've never discovered. They're just not in the correct location for us to be excited.
And then the other issue, we're getting slightly off our flood topic here.
That's okay.
But the other issue of entities, the encounters with entities, anybody who's smoked DMT will know that, as I have, as you have, that will know that you do encounter entities in the DMT state, and they do communicate with us. And there's a lot of parallels with the ETs, or the aliens as they're described in modern UFO abduction accounts. And Rick Strassman, have you ever had him on your show?
You know, Rick got sick. He was supposed to be here a couple of times. We're trying to reschedule it now.
Yeah.
But he had some pretty serious health issues.
I know.
And we had a date scheduled out, but I love that guy. I've had a chance to sit down with him a couple of times and talk to him.
And of course, you presented DMT, the spirit molecule.
Yeah, he's brilliant. And he's so important to me because I remember when I did it, I was so confused. I mean, to me, it was like my first DMT experience changed everything I thought about the world, and I immediately didn't give a shit about aliens anymore.
Right.
Like it was almost instantaneous. Like before then, I was like, Roswell, they got the ship, man.
Yeah.
It's in a hangar. But what I encountered doing DMT was so spectacularly alien that the pedestrian concept of something that looks like a person but has a bigger head and large eyes.
And higher tech.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, as weird and cool as it would be if it was real, it was nothing. I mean, literally not 1/1,000,000th as interesting as what you absolutely can encounter when you do DMT. Like, that's the aliens.
That's the aliens, an utterly alien realm filled with alien intelligences who communicate. And of course, again, the skeptics say, oh, it's all just made up in your brain. But we don't know that. And Rick is open to the possibility that we are dealing with areas of reality that are not normally accessible to our senses, and that become accessible to our senses by retuning the receiver wavelength of the brain, which is what he suggests DMT does. And I think that's very plausible. And at the very least, those who are interested in UFOs and aliens should be also investigating this line of inquiry. Can we use changes in consciousness to understand the majestic complexity of the universe in which we live? And I think the answer is definitely yes. And many of Rick's volunteers, I paraphrase, but they came back with reports that the entities who'd encountered them said, we are so glad you've discovered this technology. Now we can communicate with you much more easily. You know, it's fascinating. So there's a technology for encountering other intelligences. And against that, this mechanistic, simplistic alien meme that's going around now that they're a bit like us, but they came here in higher tech. It's dull by comparison with that.
It is dull by comparison. If you're interested in anybody, the book is amazing. It's called DMT, the Spirit Molecule. And he has a new book that he's putting out about...
DMT and the Spirit and the Soul of Prophecy.
Yeah. And he's just a really, really interesting guy. But his experiments that he did were the first, I think, in many, many decades to get approved by the government.
Correct.
So he did everything above ground. He was above board. He
did, and because it was government approved, his remit was that he had to find some therapeutic benefit for DMT, and he couldn't actually. But that's not the point. Yeah. I'm sure actually there are therapeutic benefits, but that's not the point. The point is here is a tool for investigating the mystery of consciousness and the mysterious nature of reality. And I mean, fuck me, if we get 5 or 6 volunteers who haven't compared notes, all coming back who've met entities who said, we're so happy you found this technology.
Yeah.
It's hard to explain that as just to reduce it to brain activity.
Not only that, when we talk about things that are so big and are ignored by mainstream culture, this is one that's just like that. You're talking about an endogenous human chemical that not only is in us, But is
Yo,
in
what's up,
thousands of different plants? Like, I mean, how many different plants contain DMT?
Huge number. I
Huge
mean,
number.
very prosaic ones like peas and, you know.
Well, there's the
Like
amazing
acacia.
story.
Acacia.
That's what I was going to say.
the
There's an
Australian
amazing story.
national tree is actually illegal.
Isn't that? But the Jerusalem, the professors from the University of Jerusalem, I believe that.
Benny Shannon.
Yeah, where they were talking about, they believe that that's what the story of the burning bush and Moses is.
So that is mimosa with the DMT and Syrian rue with the monoamine oxidase inhibitor. In other words, it's ayahuasca, but a Middle Eastern alternative of it, doing the same thing molecularly.
And isn't it possible in some way that the idea of the burning bush was them figuring out how to dry or extract DMT and burn it?
Very likely.
Very possibly, right?
Very-
Because they're talking about the burning bush producing God,
Yeah.
and it just so happens that this bush is the acacia tree is incredibly common and super rich in DMT, and it's all over the area.
And I should probably insert at this point that if you're at all familiar with the Masonic ritual, you'll know that the acacia plant plays a central role.
That's right. You're one of them 1% Mason characters.
Every now and
You're one of
then,
those insiders.
Every now and then on Facebook, Randall, I get accused of being a Freemason. Hancock is a Freemason, as
I
though
know
it explains
several.
everything. I know lots of Freemasons. I've spoken in Masonic lodges, but I'm an author and I shouldn't belong to clubs, you know.
I went to a wedding that my friend Duncan Trussell was performing at for these two Satanists in like 2003, and to this day, it was one of the LeVays, Anton LeVay or Stanton LeVay, whatever is his son,
Oh.
and his son got married. It was some young hedonist, you know, and they call themselves Satanists. And so Duncan performed at this wedding, and I went there. To this day, I get fucking tweets about being a Satanist. So I can't join your little club, pal. I can't be
Well,
one of your Masons.
I need to confess here, Graham.
Yes.
You didn't realize this, but I secretly initiated you.
Oh my God.
Oh, you're in. How do you get in? How do you secretly initiate somebody? Can you do that for real?
No.
Oh, okay. Scared me.
I sort of did.
Sort of?
Sort
Well, you
of.
could get him in if you wanted to, though, right? If you know the people.
Oh, of course.
There you go.
Even you, Joe.
I don't think so. So I'm not-
Ah!
I met a couple of
Shouldn't have
Masons.
fucking
They're very cool.
loaded.
Well, most Masons don't really understand the corpus of symbolism that they're sitting on top of. I got to say that. Not to get off on the Freemasons, but simply
Right.
there's a mass of symbolism, and that's the whole. That's the thing that they're custodians of, and most of them don't have a clue what it means. But they're doing an important job by preserving this corpus of symbolism through the layout of the lodge, the meaning of every component in the lodge, because it's a purely astronomical allegory. And then you have the Masonic carpets, and that's where you have the whole story of the comet, the flood. It's all there. The acacia plant, it's all there.
It's all, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's all also an integral part of how Washington, D.C. was designed. Is that true?
Yeah, to some extent. I honestly haven't studied that too
okay.
much.
What I've seen is that there's a bunch of videos where you can watch it where they sort of describe how the layout, you know, is in some way some sort of sacred geometry.
I think
what it's based on.
Freemasons were massively involved in
Yeah.
the construction of Washington, as they were of many great cities. The city I live in, England, has got, you know, major Masonic architecture.
So is it like people like me, like my initial prejudice, I hear something like the Masons, like, oh, fucking dude's in a cult, get out of here, leave me alone. Like, we assume that all groups of people that follow anything somehow or another are wacky.
Masons, in my opinion, they're largely a drinking club for men. Mainly that's what it is.
They
Guys
don't
who
let
like
women in at all?
But you can make special arrangements to bring women into a lodge. For
does
example, my
everybody get
wife's,
mad?
when I've given a talk in a lodge, I've given talks in 2 or 3 lodges, been asked to do so, then they make a special ceremony to allow my wife Santa to come in, because I won't go anywhere without Santa.
I see.
And so women can go in, but then there are others within Masonry who are pursuing deeply esoteric interests and exploring the mysteries, and you can have incredible conversations. In fact, so it's just another group of people who you know are doing their thing. It's not for me. I wouldn't join. I would lose. I think if I joined Freemasonry, it would weaken me as an author. I think I'm better able to comment on these things by not being a member of any such group.
That's interesting. Why do you think that?
Well, because I think I have to remain open to all possibilities, and if I commit myself to a particular line, I don't commit myself to a particular religion. I don't commit myself to a particular men's club either. Which is what Masonry is. I think if I commit that, then ultimately I would become a spokesperson for that, and I don't want to be that.
That makes a lot of sense considering your occupation and how important being open-minded has been to your life.
It's vital. It's Absolutely.
Without it, how could you have ever done Fingerprints of the Gods?
I could not.
You would have to. I mean, and the initial thing where you were telling me about Ethiopia, that place where they believe that the Ark of the Covenant lays, which is one of the most bizarre ideas ever.
Mm-hmm.
And
that was my first book on a historical mystery, was The Sign and the Seal.
Yeah, to try, and when you go into it, like, it's so interesting. But I've always imagined you as a young guy forced to sort of reconcile with this bizarre piece of evidence. You've got these old men that have cataracts in their eyes, like they're around radiation sites, and no one's allowed to go inside and see this thing, and they claim they have the Ark of the Covenant in there, and like, what the fuck is in there? You know, like,
it was the beginning of a
It
was the beginning of a magical journey for me.
It's been a magical journey for all your fans too. For guys like me, man. When I read Fingerprints of the Gods, it was. To me, it was one of those books I just couldn't put down, and it was so mind-blowing. And this, was in the heart of my fucking aliens, man.
Fingerprints was published in 1995, and Magicians came out in 2015. And I would say in that time, the evidence, when I made the case for a lost civilization and a global cataclysm in Fingerprints of the Gods, I can't begin to account for the amount of hostility and anger and rage that I generated in the academic community. And the idea was considered to be absolutely absurd. 20 years later, with Magicians of the Gods, it's not so absurd anymore. The evidence is mounting. We have incredible evidence now for a global cataclysm in exactly the period that counts, between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. And we have sites like Göbekli Tepe, we have a redefinition of the Sphinx. The whole area is just about to explode in the future. We're on the edge, I believe, of a paradigm shift, and this comet material is central to it.
What I really appreciate about your courage is that you've also had the courage to admit when you've made mistakes.
Yeah.
You don't in any way pretend to be some sort of a bearer of secret knowledge that no one else possesses.
And absolutely not a guru. I
Yeah.
don't want to be anything like that. I'm a reporter. That's
Right.
what I am, and I'm a reporter who's reporting on offbeat subjects. And to some extent, I'm an outsider. So one of the talks I do now is about being an outsider. I think there is a place for outsiders in society.
Well, I don't think you're an outsider. I think you're an outsider from the established mainstream ideas. I just think that
Me
ideas
and Randall are the same. We're both outsiders in that area and working in different fields to get into this.
But don't you think that these established channels that were so deeply grooved in distributing information, those things have widened so wide now, where you're getting, a professor could do a podcast. Like, he could teach a class and he could write a book. Or he can do a podcast on a certain subject, and like, you're aware of Dan Carlin and that Hardcore History podcast,
Sure.
which I just can't stop raving about. But what he's done is brought historical, accurate, but really dramatic stories of real events that took place to millions. Like, that's just that no one's doing that. Like, but it's not mainstream. Well, what's more mainstream than being #1 on the iTunes podcast list, which he is all the time? What is more mainstream than he must be getting millions of downloads?
It's part of the big change that's taking place in our society. That the old structures are being overthrown. They're being thrown away. It's a very uncomfortable time. It's a very uncertain time. It's a very exciting time.
Right.
Because we can build out of this something amazing in the future. The internet's had a huge part to play in it. The fact that people can communicate with one another all around the world.
Well, since I've had a web presence in the last, I was a late comer, but maybe 2 to 3 years ago, I've been getting contacted by, professionals from around the world. I've got probably a dozen major ones. Geologists who want to know more about. And interesting, you said earlier about debating. I'm always looking for somebody to debate about this.
Right.
I because I have questions, and I'm thinking maybe somebody who would disagree with me on something could still help me answer some of those questions.
Right.
But I try to associate as much as possible and hang out with professionals in the field. And of course, what I discover is that a lot of them are working in these things part-time, almost clandestinely, without making it part of their, if I go on a field trip with geologists into the floodlands, none of them are really working on it full-time. It's all part-time. They're working for the government, they're working for the oil companies, or, exploration, mineral exploration, whatever. They're doing this research into geological catastrophes on their own time.
Right.
But recently, just last summer, I got invited to actually present some of my research to the Atlanta Geological Society, which is the largest society of professional geologists in the Southeast. So I jumped at the chance rather than, and so I presented hoping that I would get challenged, that somebody would say, wait a second, there's a flaw in your thinking here. Didn't happen.
So did you make friends with some of these mainstream geologists?
Oh yeah, well I've been known, when I just took a trip for, in September, spent 10 days back out in the floodlands, and I had a geologist with me on that trip. So yeah, I'm getting to know more and more people who are working as, well, I majored in geology in college, so I still am in touch regularly with the head of the geology department. I see her pretty much on a regular basis and have been keeping her apprised of some of my stuff. And she has offered to sponsor me at whatever point I think that I can pull it together as a dissertation. But we'll see how that goes. My objective was to learn geology, not to become a professional geologist. I wasn't interested in working for the government or working for, the energy industry. I had geological questions, and that's why I majored in geology.
And you've walked the walk, and in my opinion, you know more about this stuff than 10 fully PhD geologists.
Yeah, you always freak me out. So what's fascinating to me about all of this is that I think what you've done has been very measured. Everything you back up with facts and photographs and descriptions and disclaimers. When you say, well, it is possible, you will go down other various paths. You're not dogmatic about these ideas, but you've spent so much time going over this. I don't know if there's a commensurate guy in mainstream archaeology that has been public about it the way you have been. Because if there is, I feel like we probably would have heard about him. Your podcasts have been, the ones that we've done, they've been seen by millions of people. They've been listened to by millions of people. The information's getting out there, and
it's making a real difference.
You're always going to have the guys like, I think Michael Shermer's very important. I'm not criticizing him, but that knee-jerk reaction to do something, to mock something or put down something that's not mainstream. Like one of his tweets, he said, "Do you know what archaeology with evidence is?" And he wrote archaeology. Like, why would you even tweet that? That doesn't even make any sense. That's someone who's not paying attention to your work. All you do is focus on evidence.
I'm reminded of the Shakespearean line, "Methinks the lady doth protest too much." Why does he need to say that it's got the evidence? It's like,
why is he tweeting
it's like
at
Fox
you?
News saying fair and balanced.
He's tweeting at you with this.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, your entire book is based on photographic evidence.
Yeah.
And all the other various pieces of evidence. Your
Facts,
whole thing
documents,
is
detailed
it's all
research.
about examining all these pieces of evidence.
Yeah.
These aren't things that you've invented.
No.
These are actual real sites that you can look at.
I'm drawing inferences from them that they don't like. That's the thing.
Well, Robert Schoch and guys like him are so important.
Yeah.
Guys who have the courage, who's a Boston University professor,
Absolutely.
who has the courage to look at the stones and say, this is the product of water erosion.
Kudos to Robert Schoch as a geologist, as a career academic geologist who's taken that risk and put himself out there and followed the evidence where it leads. Another one is Danny Hilman Natawajaya in Indonesia, who's been responsible for the investigation of this extraordinary site at Gunung Padang, where work has been stopped since 2014. Again, he's a highly credentialed geologist. He's Indonesia's leading expert in megathrust earthquakes, but he's been looking at archaeology, bringing his geological expertise to that. So things are changing. We are finding academics who are willing to engage and willing to discuss. I got into a very interesting email correspondence with a guy called Daniel Lohmann at Baalbek, from the German Archaeological Institute, who's an architect and an archaeologist, and he was very civil with me, and he answered my questions. We went into it in depth. We had quite a long debate. That's very refreshing. That kind of thing wasn't happening 20 years ago.
Yeah, that is very refreshing. Now, what about those pyramids in Bosnia? Has that been, what is the deal with that? Are those things?
I've been there. I know Sam Osmanagic personally. Sam is the guy who's promoted the site. I like Sam very much. I must say, when I'm in his aura, I'm extremely convinced. But when I look rationally at the so-called pyramids, I don't think they're pyramids. I think they're hills. I did spend, with Sam showing me around, I did spend 3 days in Bosnia looking at the so-called Pyramid of the Sun, the Pyramid of the Moon, the Love Pyramid, and so on and so forth. I do see that a tourist industry has built up around this, and it's a fabulously beautiful, intriguing site, and massive, beautiful, mountainous place, but they are hills. They are not pyramids. impression is given that there are tunnels, passageways inside the pyramids. That's not true. The passageways are about 2.5 kilometers away. They're very low tech. I just don't see it, and for that reason I did not cover the Bosnian pyramids in Magicians of the Gods. I'm not going to say they're not pyramids. I'm not going to write a book saying that they're wrong, but they didn't excite me enough to justify devoting a chapter to them. There's much more exciting and important archaeological discoveries that are being made, like Göbekli Tepe, which need more space.
And there's some pyramid-like structures or hills in China as well, right?
There's thousands of pyramids in China. Xi'an, the province of Xi'an, is just the moment you land there from your aircraft, you're seeing pyramids everywhere. I've been there. There are certainly hundreds and hundreds of them, distributed across fields, vanishing off into the distance in all directions. They've been terraced and used as agriculture. But local farmers grow crops on them. I went there with Chinese archaeologists. They haven't excavated a single one, not one.
Why not?
They said, we don't have, this was nearly 10 years ago I was there, they said they probably got the money now, but they said then they didn't have the money. They said, we're an old country, we don't mind if we wait 200 years to get to grips with this.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And the famous tomb of the first emperor is part of this pattern. It is also a pyramid. It has also not been excavated. The terracotta army around it has been found.
The terracotta army is amazing.
Oh yeah.
It was on display somewhere, wasn't it? Where you can go and see it live?
Yeah, they did some kind of tracking.
I'd want to see that thing. I'd want to look at those things. What a bizarre concept. Now, these pyramids, so this one that this emperor was buried in that had the terracotta army, was that a pyramid as well?
It is a pyramid.
It is.
Absolutely. It's a man-made pyramid. The terracotta army was buried around its edges, not in the pyramid itself.
So the army was there to protect him?
Yeah, to protect his soul into the afterlife seems to have been the idea. And then there's a mythology that's come down that within the pyramid is a lake of mercury, that there are mechanical devices in there which will fire arrows at you if you go in. That there's a whole story about how intensely protected it is, and up to this day it's not been excavated.
That's so crazy. How could someone leave that alone?
And you know, even major archaeological sites like Tiwanaku in Bolivia, for example, you'll find that only about 2% of the site has been excavated. I don't know how we can draw inferences about the whole site from a tiny little fraction like that, and that's the problem, I think, with archaeology, and it's why we have to consider another way.
We're looking at an image of the terracotta army now in front of this pyramid, and it is spectacular. Now that I think about it, I don't think that was on display anywhere. I think maybe they had a couple of them.
They brought some of them. They came to the British Museum. There were a number of museums.
But it's so much bigger than I thought it was.
Yeah.
I mean, how many? There's thousands.
Yeah.
There's thousands of these terracotta figures.
Absolutely.
And this pyramid was made out of what? Is it stone?
Rammed earth, mainly.
Okay. So they just sort of shaped the ground. They just dug around it.
Yeah, they brought in earth and turned it into a pyramidal mound.
But it wasn't.
It's
so
not.
It's just.
It's not massive stone blocks. It's not massive stone. That's why they can grow crops on the sides of some of these pyramids.